Wolfin Falls, The Holder Series Book 1. Written by Debbie Civil. Narrated by Lauren Rodriguez. Chapter 1. The Move. I hesitantly stepped out of the taxi that dropped me off in front of a modest 2-story home on a dull block. I was in Wolfin Falls, a town in the middle of nowhere in New Hampshire. My mother had shipped me here without giving my estranged father much of a choice. Well, if I was being perfectly honest, she didn't even give me much of a choice. I couldn't blame her for the decision. My sister decided to get mixed up in the wrong crowd, and she now had people gunning for her. On more than one occasion, the mysterious men had even used my mother and I as targets. One night, I woke up to the blaring fire alarm and the scent of smoke in the air. Standing on the lawn under a full moon, my mother, sister, and I watched as most of our house burned to the ground. The fire marshal determined the cause was arson. My sister had told my mother that the associates were becoming aggressive. My mother sent my sister off to college in Australia and ordered my father, Pete, to take me in. As for my mother, she was wrapping up things in Orlando. She had owned a salon and hoped that she could sell the business and put down roots somewhere else. That meant that as a senior, I had to start a new school. Home sweet home, I muttered to myself as I dragged my massive suitcase up the cracked driveway. Goodness, things didn't look promising. Pete hadn't bothered picking me up from the airport. After I managed to maneuver the suitcase up the granite steps and onto the porch, I spotted a note taped to the abused mailbox. I snatched it up and read it. Summer, I couldn't get off work on such short notice. I left money for you on the kitchen table. The house key is in an envelope in the mailbox. Order some pizza and get settled in. Your room is the one that doesn't have the boxes. Dad. I tried not to feel offense that he wasn't there for me. After all, I was used to it, right? After locating the key, I unlocked the door and shoved my way into the house. The place was an absolute mess. There were dishes piled in the sink, empty pizza boxes resting on the floor in front of the overflowing trash can, and empty coffee mugs covering every surface of the house. The interior reeked of beer and cigarettes. Sighing, I made my way out of the kitchen and entered a dusty but less cluttered living room. There was only one couch, one recliner, and a big screen TV mounted to the wall. There were pictures of my sister and I hung up in picture frames, which surprised me. Besides paying for child support, Pete had been lackadaisical about reaching out to us. Staring at the shots of Cheyenne and I in front of monuments at special occasions and at a wedding made me miss her. Cheyenne wasn't the most doting of older sisters. In fact, before the trouble began, we hardly interacted. She was 2 years older than me and was outgoing. She was head cheerleader and the track star. Instead of falling for a normal high school guy, my sister chose a mysterious, unemployed high school dropout who had a penchant for murder. With a sigh, I walked up the stairs, searching for the room without boxes. The first door I opened was a somewhat clean bathroom, which gave me some hope. The next door led to the master bedroom. I could tell because my father's work boots rested at the foot of the bed. The third door was a room that was filled to the max with boxes. Was Pete a pack rat? With sweat dripping down my back from the lack of air conditioning, I opened the last room. It was nearly empty aside from a bed and a random rolling chair. It didn't even have a vanity table or a dresser. Well, it looked like I'd have to do some secondhand shopping. The $500 I had saved wouldn't be enough to buy anything new. There wasn't even a quilt or sheets on the bed. That meant that I couldn't take a nap. Ugh. First things first. I needed to clean. After 15 minutes of searching, I discovered the reason for the filth. Daddy Dearest didn't have any cleaning supplies. So I grabbed the lone house key and stepped outside, being certain to lock the door behind me. Wolfin Falls was not a huge town. Thankfully, it wasn't the kind of place that was spread out. According to my phone's directions, the grocery store was located in the center of town. With a huff, I began walking down the street, the GPS my only companion. Would you like to buy a chocolate bar? We are raising money for new computers for the gaming club. A petite girl with jet black hair and tan skin asked. I had just made it to the store, my chest heaving from the 6-block walk. Yep, it was time for me to start hitting the gym. Back in Orlando, the only walking I ever did was to the Elantra that my mother had given me for my 16th birthday. That car had been stolen on the same night half of our house burnt down. Sure, I hoarsely said, figuring that I could eat the chocolate bar for a snack. You're new here, aren't you? She figured. Yes, I said, shooting her a shy smile. Well, then this one is on me. I'm Jolene. She introduced herself before handing me a chocolate bar. Oh, no, I can't accept this. Take it. Consider it as your welcome to Wolfin Falls gift, she insisted. An unexpected warmth filled me, and I just knew that Jolene and I would be friends. Thank you. This made my day, I told her with honesty. Well, of course it did. Nothing can brighten a day like chocolate, she said. So, going grocery shopping or browsing for snacks and magazines? Shopping. I just moved here, and Dad lived on his own for a while. He's a bachelor, so... I gave Jolene the, you know what I mean look, and she laughed. If you don't mind me asking, who is your father? Jolene hesitantly inquired. Pete Wilson, I responded. Jolene's open and honest face turned sympathetic. How's he doing? She asked that question as if something was supposed to be wrong with him. Unease filled my gut at that thought. I don't know. I haven't seen him yet, but thanks for asking. There definitely was a story here. I just hadn't gotten it yet. Right, Jolene said, the smile slipping back on her face. He only returned to the gas station a month ago. He probably used all of his sick time when Terry died. Terry? Who in the hell was Terry? Oh, I softly said, before eyeing the entrance. The hurt look on Jolene's face made me act quickly. Want to keep me company? She immediately brightened. Sure, she said, before dumping the empty box of chocolates into the trash. We walked through the automatic doors, and I selected a cart and began leading Jolene down the aisle. When I realized that I couldn't find the first item, I turned to Jolene. Dish soap? I asked. She gave me directions, and I discovered aisles filled with the cleaning supplies that the house desperately needed. It took little time to find what I needed. I even threw in a few staples, plus the frozen lasagna, frozen garlic bread, and pre-made Caesar salad, since I was using the pizza money for some of the purchase. After paying for the food, Jolene and I carried the bags outside. Before I could tell my new friend that I could carry my groceries from there, she began walking down the street. You don't have to carry those, I told her. Sure I do. It's the friendly thing to do. Besides, I live across the street from you guys. It would be stupid to walk all the way home with you and have you carrying all of the bags, Jolene reasoned. I couldn't argue with that. So what are you wearing for school tomorrow? Jolene questioned as we turned onto another street. I don't know. Probably skinny jeans and a nice top. Why? I asked. You should join my sweatpants initiative. I'm convincing all of the gaming club to wear sweatpants to school to make a statement, she declared. What statement? I asked, puzzled. That people should be judged based on what they are like, not by what they wear, she insisted. I was no fashionista by any means, but I did like to look decent for occasions. I wasn't comfortable with the thought of wearing sweatpants on the first day of school. That wouldn't be a good impression. Before I could point that out to my friend, a car passed us. A blonde girl rolled her window down and yelled, "Get off the street, thought!" Before speeding off, Jolene's face fell.
And that's Clara Jones, my ex-best friend. It turns out that we like the same guy and, well, that's a story for another day,
Jolene said. Something about her sad expression forced me to make a decision. I will join your sweatpants initiative, I announced. Sweet. Can't wait to tell Jeannie. You'll love her, she's great, Jolene said as we reached my new home.
Jeannie lives next door to you, but she isn't home right now. She's at work.
Anyway, want to go to school together? She asked. Sure. What time do you leave? I asked. 7:15. Jeannie's the designated driver since she's the only one with the car. I'll let her know, Jolene announced. She placed the groceries on the porch and I playfully shooed her away. Go home. I'll invite you over when things look presentable, I said. Jolene smiled and waved a goodbye before taking off. By the time the frozen deliciousness was made into gooey, cheesy perfection, my father strolled into the house. He glanced around the kitchen as if he was confused, but then he noticed me plating some food for myself. Summer? He asked, his weary brown eyes settling on me. I placed my food on the table, then walked over to him. I gave him a half-hearted hug, my longing for him to call long since turning into slow, burning anger. But I wasn't going to express it just yet. He looked so empty, like he had lost his reason for living. My father was tall, his face filled with facial hair, and his black hair reaching his collar. His cheeks were sunken in, and he smelled of gas and sweat. What he really needed was a good shower, but I corralled him to the sink. Wash your hands. Dinner's ready.
Surprisingly, my father obeyed me.
He fell into the chair and I made his plate. After putting the food in front of him, I sat down and took my first bite.
How was the flight?
My father cautiously asked. Long and boring, but I survived. How was work? What I really wanted to ask was who Terry was. But something about his appearance told me not to bother. Long and boring, he said, echoing my sentiments. I see you cleaned up a bit. A bit? Was this man for real? Yeah. You ran out of cleaning supplies. I went to the grocery store to get some. I made a new friend, I told him. He perked up, his interest lightening the mood between us. Ooh, Jolene. She lives across the street, I said. My father nodded. A lovely young lady. She's a computer genius, my father explained. Loves social media. You might have to warn her about taking pictures of you. I'll tell her tomorrow, I reluctantly said. And that's what killed any conversation we could have had. After dinner, I decided to get to bed. Since I had another early day ahead of me, I figured that I could get some rest. I plugged in my iPad and allowed a chick flick to play while I snuggled between the sheets that I had laundered earlier. It wasn't long until I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 2. The Holder. Kaden Drake's wolf scratched at him from the inside. The beast wanted out, and the alpha couldn't figure out why. This wolf was typically disinterested in interfering with affairs, allowing Kaden to make all of the decisions in their partnership. But on that Tuesday night, his instincts were urging him to shift. Kaden usually listened to his animal, but on that night, he had to meet with his packmate, Clara Jones. Her assignment was to vet out the newest arrival in town. The alpha was in charge of protecting everyone that lived in Wolfin Falls, New Hampshire, whether they were human or shifters. The empress of the Wolfin Empire granted him the right to protect his people, and he would not fail in his duties. He tapped his foot impatiently as he sat at his kitchen table. His mother, Lisa, was unconcerned, stirring a pot of stew. His beta Blake was texting his chosen mate, and his father was probably resting. At 18, Cade had been forced to take on the position of alpha after his father was severely injured in a plane crash. His injuries were so extensive that he had trouble shifting. Cade badly wished that he had a sibling that could deal with this crap. But Camille was more the lone wolf type. She did not have the will to lead a pack, no matter how small it was. He didn't see why the pack even needed an alpha. It wasn't like he was a leader. He had to answer to an empress whom he was forced to pay taxes to once a month. The door flew open and an angry she-wolf strolled into the room. Clara dropped herself onto one of the wooden kitchen chairs and glared at Blake. "She got in the way again," Clara complained. "Who?" Kate demanded, his blood rising. The plan had been so simple. Clara was to knock on the human's door and introduce herself. Maybe she would offer her services, or welcome her to town with a fruit basket. Cade didn't care. All he freaking wanted was for contact to be made so that he could get a read on the girl. "Jolene always gets in the way," Clara huffed. Jolene was a human who had interfered while Clara was attempting to claim her mate, Landon. But the human had eventually felt the pull and had chosen Clara. That hadn't been enough for Clara. She felt like Jolene was intruding on her territory. Cade only thought that things would be worse once Blake revealed his identity to Jeannie. How would that work? Cade rubbed his forehead, a stress headache already coming on. "How did Jolene get in the way, honey?" his mother asked as she began filling bowls with stew. "By speaking to Summer before I got the chance," Clara complained. "I went to her house first and found no one there. Then I followed her scent to the grocery store. She was walking with Jolene and I..." Clara blushed in a way that told Cade that she had called Jolene some foul name. "And you probably yelled at Jolene through your car window," Blake absentmindedly said. "You know what? You guys act like I don't have reasons to hate her. She touched my mate," Clara said. Cade couldn't help but think that Clara was more upset that she hadn't been Landon's first choice. But he was wise enough not to point that out. "So you blew it because of Jolene," Cade said, his tone filled with ice. Clara held up a hand. "I didn't expect for Jolene to be there. Cade stood, which halted Clara's pathetic excuses. She had been given one assignment and couldn't fulfill it. Perhaps Cade should have chosen Camille after all. "I'll be back," Cade decided. Cade stormed out of the 2-story house that he called home and eyed the pack minivan. But his wolf pushed at his stomach, vetoing the idea of being in an enclosed space. Cade sighed and started walking down the street. Thank goodness it wasn't raining. The sun had just set, and a nice breeze was tickling his face. Despite the pleasant conditions, his wolf still nagged at him. Although Wolfin Falls was one of the Empress's conquered territories, shifting out in the open was still prohibited. About 3% of the town's meager population were shifters. The other 70% were humans, who had no clue what was going on around them. Unfortunately, his wolf didn't care about that fact. He wanted to run to Summer's house and mark his territory. Cade shook his head at that thought and found his way to the gray 2-story house where Pete Wilson lived. Pete Wilson was definitely part of the 70% who did not know that wares existed. So that meant his wolf was SOL. Cade made his way into the backyard, which was in desperate need of a landscaper. The grass was high and had litter in several places. The empty beer bottles laying by the back door told Cade that Pete may have a drinking problem. "Jolene, She lives across the street, Summer said. That voice touched something inside him. Suddenly, sweat began filling his forehead as something shifted inside of him. Cade tried to focus on the conversation, but his body was shifting on the cellular level. It sounded like the wind was roaring in his ears. His wolf pushed for control, its urging seeming crazed. Holder, Cade thought. The mark was his holder. That was the last thought Cade had before he shifted into a black wolf. His clothes and shoes exploded into tiny strips. The wolf wanted one thing: his holder. He couldn't approach her, though. There was a man inside, and he was talking to her. But he could stay and protect her. The wolf settled on the ground in a patch of grass that wasn't littered. He ignored the foul stench of the trash and watched over his holder. Secret email messages. Dear Jolene, it's lame that I'm doing this, but I can't help it. The way it all ended was stupid. I get it. I know that you're upset that I couldn't tell you the truth. I should have been more upfront with you. Please accept this apology. I need you in my life. You are one of my best friends. You know, who will be my partner for those online games that we love so much if you refuse to take my calls? You don't have to reply to this email. I just wanted to throw my apology out there. Landon. Dear Landon. Landon. I'm shocked that you bothered writing to me. I mean, really. You chose Clara, my best friend, over me. You let her come between us, and now you're writing to me. If I'm being honest, I might not want to be your friend. What's the point? You'll never feel the same way I feel for you. Jolene. Dear Jolene. So, you're avoiding me because I don't want to be with you? We can't get past this and be friends? I don't get it, Jolene. I never thought that this would be all or nothing. I thought, as my friend, that you would understand my choice. I thought that I could have you no matter what. Jolene, wake up. We were never right for each other. Trust me when I say that. Even if I wanted to be with you, I never could. Landon. Chapter 3. First Day Madness. Don't you want to dress up a bit? My father asked the next day as I entered the kitchen. I was dressed in pink sweatpants, a matching t-shirt, and my pink chucks. I smiled at my father. Jolene is doing some sweatpants first day statement thing, I explained as I opened the fridge. I pulled out the container of muffins I had purchased from the bakery at the market, and pulled one out before putting it in the fridge. After pouring myself a glass of milk, I joined my father at the table. My father was about half done with his chocolate chip muffin. He took a sip from his full coffee mug and smiled at me. That girl is always making some sort of statement, he warned. But it seemed like he was amused by it all. This weekend I need to go furniture shopping at a secondhand store. Why don't I take you? Don't worry about the price, he insisted. Dad, Let me do this for you, Summer, he insisted, and I sighed. Sounds good, I agreed, before eating my breakfast. Pretty and pink. I love it, Jolene said as I met her outside my house. There was a car idling in front of my house. It was a black Chevy SUV. Thanks. You look cute too, I said, complimenting her rainbow-themed sweatsuit. Come on, I can't wait to see what Jeannie wore, she said. We walked over to the car and the window rolled down. A beautiful blonde girl pointed at me. You get shotgun. If I don't separate you two, Jolene will hog you, she teased. I hopped into the front passenger seat while Jolene reluctantly went to the back. So, she got you to do this whole sweatpants thing too? Jeannie noted. Jeannie wore a football jersey and blue sweatpants. Yeah, Jolene can be persuasive. Whose jersey is that? I asked, curious. It belongs to my boyfriend Blake. As a joke, all of the guys had football jerseys made. We don't have any sports teams. He'll love that I wore it. Enough about that. Where are you from? She asked. Orlando, I said. Sweet. Did you go to Disney World a lot? Jolene excitedly asked from the back seat. Not really. I hate roller coasters. I spent most of my time making stupid videos with friends, I said, sadness filling me at the thought that I would probably never see any of my old friends again. My mother had confiscated my cell phone and had forced my father to open up a cell phone line for me with a different phone number. She had ordered me not to contact any of my old friends in case those bad men were tapping their phones. Hey, what's wrong? Jeannie gently asked. Nothing, I can't make videos anymore. I had to delete all of my social media accounts. My sister got involved with this guy and he's bad news, guys, I warned, deciding to have the social media conversation. It would pass. I'd forget about him in time. Well, I hoped I did. Don't worry. I won't put any selfies I take of us on social media accounts. And neither will Jolene, Jeannie sternly said. I'll make sure no one posts about you online, Jolene assured me. After that depressing conversation topic, we moved on to more mundane topics like class, the homecoming dance, and our wish to go back in time to the beginning of summer vacation. None of us were looking forward to homework. That was obvious. But by the time we drove into the parking lot, I was beginning to hope that I could make it through the year. Walking into Wolfin High was somewhat daunting. For a brief moment, nostalgia for my old high school hit me. But then I forced myself not to think about it. We walked to the front office, where a woman with curly brown hair sat at the reception desk. She wore a somewhat snug top, and she had too much eyeliner and lipstick on. Good morning, she said in a bright tone. You must be Summer. I am, I confirmed, giving her a friendly smile. She handed me a schedule and eyed my friends. Jolene, I trust that you will show her around, she told her in a stern voice. Of course, Mrs. Parks, Jolene said before we departed the front office. Homeroom and the first 2 periods were a breeze. The teachers simply introduced me and went on as usual. Students did stare at me and some spoke to me, but for the most part, all was going well. Then Jeannie, Jolene, and I had to separate. Jeannie had an art class, Jolene had home economics, and I had health and wellness. I'll come get you for lunch, Jeannie told me as soon as she dropped me off at health class. I strolled into the health class, hoping that I didn't draw any attention. 2 guys were chatting it up by the desks, while 3 girls were taking selfies in the back. The teacher, Mrs. Lopez, was sitting at her desk, smiling serenely, as if the classroom was her sanctuary. I was about to walk over to my table when one of the guys turned to face me. He was tall with blonde hair and glasses. Hey, oh crap, I'm so sorry. He had accidentally lost his grip on what he was drinking, and the beverage fell on me. The liquid splashed me on the bottom of my shirt, and I winced. From what I could tell, it was lemonade. That's why I tell you kids not to bring drinks into my class, Mrs. Lopez said. Miss Wilson, the bathroom is down the hall. It took me a second to realize that she was talking to me. Right, I said as I rushed out of the room. It turned out that the bathroom wasn't exactly down the hall. Nope, it was across the building, and by the time I figured that out, most of the students were no longer in the hallway. I entered and did my best to wipe myself down, but it was obvious that the drink would stain my sweatpants. Frustrated, I walked out of the bathroom and spotted 2 students speaking with their backs to me. You heard me, Cade, the female said. All I could see was her back. She had long brown hair and was wearing a tight black dress. The guy had short black hair and wore some kind of jersey. "I'll call Blake," he said before turning around. When his eyes met mine, it felt like a bolt of lightning crashed into my chest. His dark eyes were deep, and I swore that I could stare into them for a long time. My lips were beginning to part, so that words of introduction could slip out. Who was he? Before I could say a word, he shot me a glare that was so intense I swore I could feel it stabbing into my gut. It was right there and then that everything hit me at once. Maybe it was the fact that my sister's stupid mistakes forced me to be uprooted from my old life. Perhaps I was frustrated that someone spilled juice on me. Maybe I was angry because I was most likely going to get lost. That guy glaring at me was the last straw. I flipped him off and stormed away. The female's laughter followed me as I escaped. 2 minutes later, I was rushing back into health class. I blinked in surprise at the rearranging that occurred during my absence. The desks and chairs were pushed to the back of the room. The class stood in a circle, with Mrs. Lopez in the center. Mrs. Lopez tossed a beach ball to me, and I reflexively caught it. "Miss Wilson, name a healthy coping mechanism that you have to manage stress," she insisted. Oh, great. Mrs. Lopez was the sharing kind of teacher. I racked my brain, feeling uncomfortable at the fact that everyone was staring at me. "Swimming," I decided. She smiled and instructed me to step into the circle and toss the beach ball at someone. It was petty, but I couldn't help it. I searched for the blonde with glasses that had poured his drink on me and sent the ball his way. A few of my classmates chuckled at his hurt look. "Mr. Preston, name your favorite vegetable?" Mrs. Lopez asked. His face wrinkled up in disgust before he spoke. "Potatoes," he responded. The class chuckled at his answer, which displeased Mrs. Lopez. "I was hoping for a different answer, but I expect honesty in this class," Mrs. Lopez said, before instructing Mr. Preston to throw the ball to someone else. He tossed it at Clara Jones, that girl who hated Jolene. Before Mrs. Lopez could ask a question, the lights went out. "It looks like someone didn't pay the electric bill," Mr. Preston joked. "Stay calm," Mrs. Lopez said, though it sounded like she was talking to herself. I sighed as the door opened. We all turned to see a tall man with a pudge entering. His bald head was covered in sweat. "Mrs. Lopez, the PA system is down. Please escort your students to the football field. Make sure they all stay together," he said before leaving. "Okay, class, listen up. I want you to all line up. I need to keep track of all of you," Mrs. Lopez said. Oh, great. She was treating us like kindergartners. Nevertheless, we all got into line, me ending up at the end. We exited the hall and saw other students who were being corralled in a similar fashion, heading to the bleachers. By the time we exited the school, I was beginning to sweat from the lack of air conditioning. We made our way to the football field and filled up the bleachers until we were somewhat near the top. My guess was that they wanted those who arrived first to fill all of the top spots, so that the latecomers would just sit in the front. I was seated in between Clara and Jeannie. I turned to my friend, relief on my face. It figured that she would have been beside me since her class was next door. "What happened?" I asked her. "The power went out," Clara responded, though I wasn't talking to her. "My guess is that someone crashed into the power line and it fell." My heart went out to that unknown victim. "I don't know," Jeannie said, ignoring Clara. "Really, Jeannie? You're going to ignore me?" Clara huffed. "What? Is she my replacement?" "What happened to your clothes?" Jeannie asked, gesturing at the stain I was trying to clean up. "Mr. Preston spilled his drink on me," I said, feeling goofy for using his last name. "She means Todd," Clara offered helpfully. Mrs. Lopez likes referring to people by their last names. "So you're going to keep on talking to me?" Jeannie noted. "Fine, Clara. Why not talk about your stupid fight with Jolene?" Clara blushed and turned away. Jeannie mouthed, "Later," and faced forward. It was becoming clear that she was not in a talking mood. That was fine by me. Eventually, all of the students were sitting on the bleachers. It took an hour for the principal to realize that the electrical problem wasn't going to be fixed anytime soon. So, he sent us home. Chapter 4. The First Sign. Cade could not believe what happened. He finally saw his holder, a beauty with jet black hair, soft brown eyes, and tan skin that hinted at her Polynesian heritage. He had been in the middle of telling Camille what the plan for guarding Summer was when she rushed out of the bathroom. Cade took one look at her, his wolf scratching at his insides, and she had flipped him off. "That was interesting," Camille said as her laughter faded. "I think she's my kind of girl." "She's my holder," Cade softly told his twin. She had been the first person he had confided in. His lackadaisical packmates assumed he had chosen first watch. Camille sucked in a breath. "Your wolf refused to leave her," she assumed. "Yeah, and now he wants to follow her," Cade confessed as his stomach began to ache. Camille rested a hand on his arm. "Don't worry, Cade. You'll win her. The lights went out without warning. Usually Cade would have chalked it up to a failing circuit. But then he heard something in the distance. It sounded like an explosion. "Come on," he told Camille, knowing that she would follow. Camille and Cade used their wolf speed to make it to the first exit. As soon as the outdoors surrounded him, the alpha's wolf pushed him to shift. "Cade," his twin said in warning. He didn't have to look down to see the black hair sprouting from his arms. That mate of his was making the wolf eager to claim her. The full moon would only drive that urge. For the first time in years, Cade would have to set up a pack run on another pack's territory. Maybe he would visit Wolfin Falls, Connecticut, or Wolfin Falls, Pennsylvania. The wolf clawed at him at the thought of being so far from Summer. But Cade ignored his other half and decided that he needed to investigate the explosion he thought he heard. "Camille, to the car," Cade ordered. After Camille glared at her twin for daring to give him an order, she muttered something about crazy, unmated wolves and followed him. Because Cade had to do what was best for his pack, he drove a freaking minivan. It was complete with cup holders and the fold-up seat in the very back. Blake often referred to it as the mom ride. Cade couldn't blame his beta for looking at the car with distaste. But the van carried all of the high school-aged members of the pack to school efficiently. So, the alpha ignored his desire for a truck. "Cade, we can't leave the pack," Camille reminded him. "We'll circle back," Cade said. Wolves were territorial creatures. Even though Blake wasn't there to sit in the passenger seat, Camille still took her spot in the second row. As soon as his sister's seatbelt was on, Cade floored it out of school. He was positive that the humans hadn't regrouped yet. It would take a moment for the principal to figure out what the best course of action would be. By then, Cade hoped to be back in school with his mate. He couldn't help but feel that something was off. He didn't see the trouble until he was half a block away. Smoke was billowing in the air over the remains of what used to be a power line. It made no sense. The power line was in pieces, and the pole that held the line aloft was gone. Cade's heart sank at the thought that he was probably dealing with a mage. "Mage," Camille said, her voice hard. "That blast is too controlled." Judging by the puzzled faces of the people who had also lost power, Camille was right. There was only one mage in his pack. A wolf who could harness energy. And that was his mother. There was no way that his mother would have bothered with such a thing. Besides, if she had used her mage abilities, he would have felt an echo of that power through the pack link. That meant that someone had marched to his territory to cause mischief. Cade was stumped, unable to think of anyone that would bother upsetting the balance that the wolves had in Wolfen. "We need Mom to do some damage control."
Cade reluctantly told his sister. I'll drive this van back to school, and then you will. I'm coming with you, Camille insisted. Camille, No, Cade. There is a mage out there. Without a holder to draw strength from, you won't stand a chance against the wolf, she argued. His sister had a point. A mage's weakness was that their powers needed to be wielded with precision and concentration. That meant that while the mage was focused on one opponent, they were vulnerable to attack from another. He didn't like the thought of putting his sister in danger. Cade opened his senses and discovered that Blake and Clara were near his holder. His wolf liked that idea. Cade sighed and left the van in the parking lot. He slipped out of the car and Camille followed suit. Cade heard the danger before he saw it. The siblings were almost home when a howl pierced the air. His father. He smelled the scent of blood filling the air. It was Warren, which was both a relief and a worry. Camille stripped out of her clothing and shifted into a tall, black wolf, nearly identical to Cade's. The only difference was that she had white ears. Cade decided that he'd stay in his human form. The wolves would not be expecting that. With his sister by his side, Cade sped home. He paused when he saw a gray wolf and a brown wolf circling his father, who was in wolf form. His mother was being held at gunpoint by a tall man with long blonde hair and beady eyes. His instincts knew that all of the trespassers were less dominant than him. The rage of someone insulting him by attacking his family consumed him. Cade ran at the man with the gun, who pulled the trigger. The bullet hit empty space, since his mother had shifted to avoid it. His mother, who was a sable-colored wolf, sank her jaws around the man's leg. Cade leapt in the air and extended his claws, quickly slitting the throat of the man. Without hesitation, he snatched up the gun and spun toward his sister. Camille had the gray wolf on his back, her jaws locked around its throat. Without hesitation, Cade shot the brown-colored wolf as he was about to pounce on his father. The wolf collapsed and ceased to become a nuisance. Unfortunately, the bastard wasn't dead. Cade had only shot it in its hind leg. "Shift," Cade ordered, coating his voice with the power of a born alpha. Unable to disobey him, all of the wolves shifted, even the one that Cade had shot. The man that was wounded by the gun collapsed to the ground and began groaning. Camille stood and quickly backhanded the woman that she had been battling. "Camille, that's enough," Cade chastised. "What are you doing on my territory?" Cade made sure that he looked the foreign wolves in the eyes, which were full of fear. Cade scented the air, his confusion growing. The fear didn't smell quite right. "We won't talk," the man said, before exchanging glances with a woman who now had a broken nose. The stranger had a southern accent, and he looked underfed. He was tall, slender, with ebony skin and scars crisscrossing his chest and shoulders. The woman was short, thin, and had olive skin and dark brown hair. "You will talk," Cade said, his alpha tone making all of the other wolves wince. Goodness, it was like they hadn't felt an alpha's command before. "We won't," the male said. "Now kill us." "No," Cade snapped. "I don't have a reason to kill you. I only killed your buddy over there because he dared to hold my mother hostage." "Cade?" Camille softly asked, eyeing her claws. "We have to kill them. Look at the mess they caused. One of them is probably a mage." Cade stomped over to the male and eyed him thoughtfully. If he kept him alive, his alpha would know where he was. That wouldn't do. Without a second thought, Cade forced his teeth to elongate and bit deeply into his wrist. He grabbed the back of the man's head and pressed his wrist against the man's mouth. "Drink," Cade ordered, forcing the strength into his voice. The male drank, his thread wrapping around Cade's chest.
Cade repeated the process with the woman and glared at the both of them. "Who is the mage?" Cade demanded, the threads connecting them forcing the two wolves to do as he asked. "Madeline. She is long gone. She left as soon as she caused the explosion. The explosion was only made to distract you. You were supposed to be too busy chasing her to bother with your mother." "We were the strike team meant to take out the mage," the man said. "We didn't want to. Our alpha wanted us to. He said something about weakening the Empire," said the woman, who also had a southern accent. Cade let out a curse. Really? He was attacked because someone wanted to weaken the Empire? He felt no loyalty to the Empress. She did nothing to help the wolves in his pack. In fact, the only time that someone from her empire bothered to visit was the one time that his father failed to pay taxes. But he also didn't like the thought of some random alpha attempting to weaken the Wolfin Empire. The Empress took on a laissez-faire approach, and he enjoyed that. That meant that Cade would have to get involved. He wanted to let out a groan then and there. But he decided to do his job instead. "Everyone, get dressed. I'll wait out here with your friends. Mom, can you please bring them some clothes? Dad, call Ken. He'll know what to do with that body," Cade ordered. The two traitors standing in front of him didn't seem saddened by the death of that man. Instead, Cade could sense relief coming from both of them. Secret email messages. "Dear Landon, I tried playing Vengeful Monsters with Todd Preston. It sort of felt like cheating, which was stupid. We never shared anything romantic. But still, it felt funny. You know, since the power went out, Todd had to sleep over at someone's house in order to play with me. I thought it was sweet that he made the effort, but still, we lost because the guy can't strategize. Anyway, I'm still mad at you. But I miss you. Jolene." "Dear Jolene, we did share something. Don't say that we didn't. Crap, things are so complicated. I wish I could tell you what happened, but trust me when I say that if I had a choice, it would have been you. You would have been my first choice, but I didn't have a choice. Trust me when I say the weeks that we were together were like paradise. Look, I'm happy you found a new partner. No, wait. I'm lying. I'm jealous. I should not have admitted what I did, but I can't lie to you, Jolene. I can't lie to myself anymore. Since we can never be, I can settle for playing online games with you. It's worth spending time with you. Landon." Dear Landon. Oh, I hate you. Seriously, I'm crying as I write this. I really, really, really hate you. Why in the hell did you tell me something like this? You are so selfish. I can't. Jolene. Chapter 5. The Prisoners. Cade stared at his father, who was sitting at the kitchen table drinking a water bottle. The shift must have made his muscles ache. His mother was massaging his back. The alpha knew that he had actual work to do, but he didn't want to be away from his holder. They hadn't spoken much, which made his wolf uneasy, but he was determined to make contact tomorrow. A simple round of surveillance to make sure that the girl entering his territory wasn't dangerous turned into an obsession that Cade knew he wasn't going to shake. "I guess I will have to interrogate the prisoners," he reluctantly said. Cade's father, Dr. Gregory Drake, let out a laugh. "Don't sound too excited about it, son," he teased. The man was always jovial, even when he was in pain. "Greg, you know why Cade doesn't want to speak to the prisoners? He's much rather guard his holder's house," his mother Lisa said.
Speaking of your holder, did you meet her? His former alpha inquired, an intrigued expression filling his face. No, Kate said. Well, he wasn't lying. He didn't count that awkward fumble by the bathrooms as a true introduction. Before his father could probe any further, Camille entered the kitchen, dressed in yoga pants and a t-shirt. Her hair was pulled up in a ponytail, and her expression told Cade that she wanted to be at his side when it came time to interrogate the prisoners. Though Camille was more dominant than Blake, Cade wasn't permitted to choose her for a second. She was unmated, and her holder could potentially be in another pack. You want to come to the holding cells with me? Cade guessed. Camille nodded. Blake suddenly appeared, determination on his face. I'm coming too, Cade, said Blake. The alpha didn't feel like arguing with Blake or Camille, so he led the way down the stairs and into the converted basement. The word cells was generous to describe the setup. The basement was a room that had 2 couches, a bathroom, and 2 cots. His grandfather had labeled it the holding cells to put fear in his pack. In truth, Cade, Camille, Blake, and his parents were the only pack members who had been down there. Cade's father's beta, Chuck, died in the plane crash, along with his holder. His daughter had already mated into another pack. This is what you call a holding cell? The male prisoner asked. He was seated on the cot to the left, while his female companion was sitting on one of the couches. They had both been ordered to shower and were now wearing spare workout clothes that Cade kept at the house in case someone's clothes were destroyed in a spontaneous shift. What is your name? Cade asked the man that had spoken. Luke Tomaso, and that woman over there is Roxanne Jameson, he introduced. Luke, Roxanne, neither of you are allowed to leave this room, Cade ordered. Both prisoners nodded, seeming relieved by the prospect. This is hardly a punishment, Roxanne commented, a genuine smile stretching across her face. Our last alpha forced us to sleep in the attic. We were his servants. He controlled us with alpha commands. Look, we didn't want to attack you. He ordered us to help Madeline and Marshall, the slimeball you killed, Roxanne quickly spoke. I don't know where Ryan Braxton will strike next. I just know that he wants the Empire for himself. Roxanne spoke quickly, as if she were afraid of being interrupted. And then she doubled over, as she plunged her own claws into her stomach. Camille moved forward and extracted her bloody claws from her body. It was the command. If she betrayed Ryan, she was to pull out her own intestines, Luke reported. And she spoke anyway? Cade said, his gut tightening. Cade eyed Roxanne and gathered all of the power to him. Ignore every command that Ryan ever gave you. You only obey me, Cade ordered. Luke looked doubtful that his new alpha was strong enough to override another alpha's command. But Cade wasn't surprised when Roxanne stopped struggling. She sat back, pain and relief on her face. Thank you, she hoarsely said, as the wound in her abdomen closed. Now I'm truly free. It wasn't a surprise when Roxanne passed out. Camille lifted the woman into her arms and ran for the bathroom. Cade smiled to himself as he heard the tap running. His sister was going to bathe Roxanne. If he guessed right, Camille didn't want someone to wake up in their own blood. His sister was brutal in battle, but had a heart of gold to match. Cade hoped that he didn't have to lose such a valuable pack member. He eyed Luke and decided to issue an alpha command. You will disregard every command that Ryan has given you, Cade ordered. Luke laughed, the joy filling his face surprising Cade. He laughed so hard that tears began trickling down his throat. Then the man stood and started dancing. It worked, he said, right before executing a backflip.
Ryan ordered me never to dance or laugh loudly. I can do them both. Blake's eyes filled with hardness. Elphys can order you not to do things like that? He softly asked Cade. I could order you not to breathe if I wanted, but I won't, Cade said. Being an alpha holds a lot of power. I would never abuse any of my pack members in that way. When Luke began singing a Barry White song, Cade figured that it was safe to leave them. He wouldn't allow the pair to walk around his territory, but he was going to write the Empress a report detailing what happened. What's the point of revolting against the Empress? She has control over all of us, Blake asked as they walked toward the door. They would both wait for Camille to finish. Neither man would be trusting enough to leave Camille alone with strangers, no matter how innocent they seemed. Wanda Wilson stared down at her hands, knowing there was no hope of escaping. She would die in this bedroom. The walls were white with a few water stains, and the room held a twin-sized bed, a bucket, and a roll of toilet paper. They fed her either a peanut butter sandwich or a portion of ramen noodles once a day. She was starving, but knew that they wouldn't give her more. We are just feeding you enough to stay alive. She had been in this dreaded room for 4 days now. Already the casual blue dress that she had worn to the bank seemed a bit loose on her. She had been waiting for the sale of her salon to go through. That had been a terrible mistake. There had been someone waiting in the back seat of her SUV as she opened the door. He had pressed a gun to the back of her head and told her to follow his directions. They had driven for 2 hours before he had ordered her to pull into the driveway of a blue house that desperately needed a landscaping job. Everything had gone to hell after that. And now she was stuck in this stupid bedroom. A tall young man half her age, her only visitor. Her mind wandered, her heart aching for her children. She had lied to everyone she knew. Cheyenne was in England, waiting tables until it was time to testify. Summer assumed that her sister was off in Australia, enrolled at a university. It had been necessary for her daughter to start fresh. Yes, Cheyenne made a mistake by involving herself with a no-good criminal like Nick Fulton. But if Wanda were being honest, his father, Benny the Bookie, was a wannabe Whitey Bulger. Before his son had murdered the man that had embezzled money for him, the only other criminal work Nick did was selling Mary Jane to a bunch of college kids. His father was more of the Bookie type. Why Nick had resorted to murder was beyond her. Wanda, her keeper, a tall man with honey-brown skin and dark curly hair, called. He waited a second before strolling in. He actually looked worried, which made her heart sink. As soon as the door shut, he eyed her nervously. Look, Wanda, I'm going on a job, he announced. Sam will be looking out for you. He isn't as nice as I am. I get it. You are loyal to your daughter and all. But Benny the Bookie will continue to give your family trouble until Cheyenne agrees not to testify, he said. The case hinged on Cheyenne's testimony, since she was the one that witnessed the murder, since the gun wasn't registered to Nick, and the guy was smart enough to wear gloves. The police had nothing. Cheyenne may have been an impulsive person, but Wanda knew that she wouldn't back down. If burning down her childhood home didn't work, nothing would. Cheyenne had always dreamed of being a psychologist, before she had been seduced by the thought of saving Nick. You know that nothing you do will get my daughter to change her statement. She has been raised to do what was right, Wanda declared. Wanda did not want to die for some thief to get justice, but she would die to protect her children. If you don't tell Benny the Bookie, he'll only go after Summer, he warned. Wanda would have sent Summer off to England too, if Pete had agreed to sign the papers. But he was adamant that he could protect her. Good luck. I lied to her. She has no idea where her sister really is, Wanda said. I'm the only one who really knows. Wanda had been smart, forcing her daughter to drive to Canada before boarding a plane to England. She knew that Benny the Bookie's reach did not extend that far. Look, Sam isn't as nice as I am. Just give me a country. Benny the Bookie will be satisfied with that. Then we will let you go, Sam said, and Wanda could tell that the naive young man really believed that. I'd die for my children, was all that Wanda said, and the man left the room, slamming the door behind him. Secret email messages. Dear Jolene, I'm sorry I hurt you, Jolene. But the truth needed to be written. I could always talk to you. I'm not saying that I can't talk to Clara, but you know she hates video games, anime, and sports. Well, you hate sports too, but you get my point. Maybe you can come over and hang out. I moved in with Clara, so you would have to be okay with seeing her. Tell me what you think. Landon. Dear Landon, I think that you should take that invitation and shove it up your ass. You don't tell me these sorts of things and then invite me to the cozy home you have made with the girl you choose. And seriously? You move in with her already? Clara hasn't even turned 18 yet. Whatever. Her parents always were strange. And besides, it isn't my job to protect you from doing stupid things anymore. This isn't healthy. I miss hanging out with you, but this seriously isn't healthy. I need a break from you. I just can't deal with this right now. Jolene. Chapter 6. Falling Apart. Jolene. Ladies, what are you doing today? Jeannie. Working. Me. Netflix and chill. Jolene. Great. We should all meet up and do something. Jeannie. It's a school night. Jolene. No school until Monday, remember? Me. Can you both come over? I can make dinner. Jeannie. Sure. I'm off at 6:30. Jolene. I can help you cook. Me. 'Kay. Can you come at 4? Jolene. Yep. I placed my phone on the charger, deciding that it was time to get a few things done. I padded down to the kitchen to discover my dad at the table sipping coffee. Despite school having been canceled until Monday, I had gotten up early the next morning. Maybe my body was used to the routine. Jolene and Jeannie are coming over for dinner, I announced, as I opened the fridge and grabbed a muffin and a glass of milk. What are we having? My father inquired, curious. Don't know. I'm torn between tacos and mac and cheese. You're quite the cook, he noted. I shook my head. Dad, the lasagna was frozen. Anyway, I'm thinking about getting a job, I admitted. I need a car. For some odd reason, my father's face lit up. We can go shopping for one this weekend. I can take you to a dealership in town. He sells secondhand cars, but I'm sure we can find something, he said. His eagerness was what made me agree. But I still need a job, I insisted. My father took a deep breath. If you join a club, I'll give you an allowance, he offered. A club? I asked. Yeah. Don't you need something like that for your college application? He wondered. Back home, I had been in drama club. I had only joined because my friend Matt had dared me. I was no Halle Berry, so only gotten on speaking parts. But I had participated for 3 years. Other than a few volunteer hours here and there, I had nothing else to add. I'd rather have a job, I proclaimed. None of the clubs entertained me, and I needed to save for college. Not that I had a clue where I wanted to attend. I guess it all hinged on how troublesome the bad men were. My father rubbed his forehead. "You don't need to worry about money," he said, before getting to his feet. "I will be late for dinner." As if to prove his point, Pete pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it in front of me. "Take care." He strolled out of the door moments later, leaving me alone. Before heading to the grocery store, I took a shower and changed into yoga pants and a blue tank top. Then I snatched up my phone, figuring that I could call Mom. She would want me to check in. As soon as I clicked on her contact, something happened. My legs couldn't hold me anymore. I plopped down on my bedroom floor and tried to call my mother again. Her number was disconnected. Deciding that I could panic later, I tried calling Darlene, who was my godmother and my mother's best friend. "Hey, Summer, how's everything going?" she asked. Darlene was a joyous woman who spoke in soothing tones. That immediately calmed me. "Hi, Darlene. I'm doing okay. School was canceled because of some glitch with the electricity. How are you?" I asked, feeling somewhat impatient. "I'm all right. Jenny has been asking for you. I guess no babysitter can compare to you," Darlene said, mimicking her 7-year-old's voice. I often babysat Jenny on weekends. A pang for the bright-eyed little hellion filled my heart. But then I focused on what was important. "Have you spoken to my mother?" I casually asked. "So, she just disconnected her number without telling you, huh?" Darlene figured. "What's going on?" I asked, afraid. "Well, I don't want you to panic. Your mother went to Australia to help your sister with something. She told me to tell you that she'll call when she can. I was supposed to call you yesterday, but things ran late at the office. It will all be okay. Your sister just ran into a bit of trouble. That's all," Darlene said. "Thanks, Darlene. Let me know if you hear from her," I said, forcing myself to have a cordial tone. It wasn't Darlene's fault that Cheyenne could never stay out of trouble. It wasn't Darlene's fault that Mom had to rescue my sister. The blame fell on my self-centered, annoying older sister. "Honey, do you need to talk about it?" Darlene asked. "No, I'm fine," I said. "Thanks, Darlene. I have to run to the grocery store. I'm having friends over." "Okay. I hope you have fun, honey," Darlene said before I hung up. For the first time in weeks, all of it came down on me. Tears began falling. Something was building in my soul, something that I had to release. I had to let loose all of the anger, hurt, and worry crippling my soul. I opened my mouth and an ear-piercing scream tore out of my mouth. I let myself give in to everything, knowing that falling apart was necessary. Aggressive sobs racked my body. It took minutes to get under control again. By the time all of the anger and grief were expelled, my body was exhausted. For a moment, nothing but heavy breaths filled the air. Then the grocery trip that I needed to make nagged me into getting up. I splashed cold water on my face. My eyes weren't as clear. To hide the crying, I decided to wear the pink sunglasses that my sister gave me last Christmas. I slipped into my pink chucks and rushed down the stairs. The wad of cash Dad left on the table caught my eye. It took no time to stuff the cash into my purse. I opened the front door and let out a startled yelp. The guy that I had flipped off the other day stood there, his hand hovering in the air. "Summer?" he said, his brooding features lighting up in a smile. "Who in the hell are you?" Again, this beautiful guy caught me at the wrong moment. I wished that I could take back the words, but he spoke first. "I'm Kaden Drake. Me and a few of the guys in the neighborhood come around to the houses and rake leaves. I wanted to see if your father was home. He responded. Well, he isn't, I said, trying to sound cordial. But those damned butterflies that used to appear for my friend Matt made their debut. And it so wasn't the time. I see. Can I give you my number so that your dad can give me a call? Kaden offered. Sure. Won't hurt anything, I figured. I reached out, and he pulled a card out of his pocket. My sister Camille made these. I see, I said, as his hand grazed my palm. It was like a wall of electricity slammed into me, igniting all of my nerve endings. I tried to breathe, but it felt like I was on the verge of hyperventilating. Summer? Kate softly said. His voice caused my eyes to jerk up, meeting his rich, dark eyes. The eye contact calmed the storm within me. It felt like his gaze was grounding me. Kaden was the only word I could say. Where are you off to? Grocery store? I rasped out. I can give you a ride, Kate offered. Come here. It was like thinking was a feat that couldn't be mastered. My legs followed Kate out of my house. At least Kate had the presence of mind to lock the door. We walked to a minivan. He opened the passenger door and helped me climb in. I didn't question my judgment until the guy was backing out of my driveway. I usually don't take rides from strangers, I blurted out as my fingers played with my seatbelt buckle. If he went in the wrong direction, I would jump out of the car. I'm not a stranger, Kate argued. You are a stranger, I fired back. Well, I suppose you flip off strangers, he challenged. Okay, so I went from getting butterflies to wanting to defend myself. You deserved it. You gave me a hostile look, I argued. Hostile? I wouldn't look at someone as beautiful as you in a hostile way. He fired back. So he called me beautiful, thinking it would soften me up? Kaden Drake had another thing coming. Oh, save it. You probably say that to all of the girls, I sniffed, feeling outraged for the female race. He could have at least been original. Ask around, Summer. You'll know that I've never had a girlfriend before. Ask Jolene, he demanded. Oh, so now this man thought he could boss me around. A childish side of me wanted to tell him that it didn't matter what Jolene said, because I wasn't giving him the time of day. But that wasn't true. His scent, sandalwood mixed with wild berries and lemon, was already caressing my nose. It was tantalizing and hard to resist. Yep, I had it bad. Well? I asked Kaden while we were in the pasta aisle. Well, what? He asked, as he stepped closer to me. His proximity made my heart pound. Weren't you listening? I can't decide between mac and cheese or tacos, I said. Why not tacos? He asked. Because I love mac and cheese, I said. Why don't you make tacos one day and mac and cheese another? Kate offered. Fine, but which day should I make the tacos, and which day should I make the mac and cheese? How wasn't Kate understanding this dilemma? He chuckled before tucking a strand of my black hair behind my ear. Well, why don't we do a coin toss? He offered. Heads for macaroni and tails for tacos. He did have a solution. To my surprise, it turned out that Cade already had a coin toss app on his phone. He pressed a button and a coin flipped. Tacos it is, I said, my mind filling with relief. I honestly couldn't decide between the food. After loading my cart with groceries, we headed to the checkout line. It turned out that Kaden Drake wasn't a bad guy. Guilt for flipping him off was starting to fill me. Cade, are you hungry? I'm thinking of making sandwiches for lunch, since you haven't killed me yet. I figured it would be fine to have lunch with you, I declared, smiling brightly at him. He seemed surprised by the offer. Great, I'll bring dessert, Cade said before rushing off. I stood there in line, wondering what Cade was going to get for dessert. Hopefully it was a cake. I loved cakes. A tap on my shoulder caused me to turn around. Jolene was standing there, her mouth wide open. You and Kaden Drake are dating? She asked, sounded excited. She looked frumpy, with sweatpants, a t-shirt with a chocolate stain on it, and greasy hair. My concern about dessert was starting to make me worry. Long story short, he offered me a ride to the grocery store and I'm treating him to sandwiches, I explained. What's wrong? Before Jolene could answer, Cade returned with a glorious chocolate cake in hand. Hi, Jolene, Cade greeted. Jolene let out a sigh. I'll see you at 4. I saw you through the window and wanted to say hi, Jolene said before storming out. She was obviously going through something. I'd have to send her a text. Cade, what are you doing? I protested when he handed the cashier his credit card and paid for my groceries. Oh, honey, if the man wants to pay, let it happen, the middle-aged cashier said, smiling widely at me. It's easier that way, he said. I was going to make sure that Cade got his money back. We loaded the groceries into the back of Cade's minivan, and I hopped into the passenger seat. Cade had just pulled away when his phone rang. He picked it up, puzzlement on his face. Hello? He asked. No, this isn't a good time. Well, you didn't alert me to her coming. I can't meet with her. Cade frowned and let out a curse. Then he dropped his phone into the console. You can't stay for lunch? I asked, a little disappointed. Parents never communicate, he said. I'm so sorry about this. Can we do something tomorrow? Like what? I asked, sounding curious. A movie? His words were hopeful, which made me decide that I might as well accept. Sure, I said. I'm picking since you ditched me. I didn't ditch you. Something came up. Believe me, I would much rather be having lunch with you. Cade argued back with frustration. For some reason, his frustration was cute. Now, Cade, you should just agree that I should pick the movie, I teased. Fine, you can pick the movie, but I'm paying for the movie and dinner, he negotiated. I smiled, knowing that he wasn't going to get his way. His pleased look made me want to laugh. Was this man for real? Well, he was going to find out how stubborn I could be. Cade insisted on helping me carry all of the purchases inside. As soon as the last item, the chocolate cake, was on the table, he gently cupped my face. His eyes bored into mine, turning my insides into mush. I am not ditching you, he said, his words firm. His lips were so close. I hadn't thought he was truly ditching me for something better. I definitely understood that sometimes in life, crap came up. I know, I responded, my voice turning husky. My body wanted to scream out in elation when he pressed his lips to mine. It was soft and gentle. I tangled my hands in his dark curls and pressed my lips to his. His mouth opened, and his tongue met mine. It was like nothing I had ever experienced before. His mouth moved over mine as if he had kissed me 1,000,000 times, like he was intended to me. I kept my grip on the back of his head, knowing that my hands wanted to wander. Cade pulled away, the awe in his eyes echoing mine. We need to stop, baby, before we can't anymore, he warned. I knew exactly what he was talking about. The knowledge that we were all alone and had hours to explore one another filled my head. Damn it, we just met. This wasn't like me. Hell, Cade was my first kiss. What was going on? You're right, I agreed.
See you tomorrow. Text me with a movie that you would like to watch, he said, before kissing my forehead and leaving me alone in the kitchen. Time to party, Jolene sang when I opened the door hours later. She was dressed in a t-shirt that had the words "Woman Gamers Rule" and "Haters Drool" and faded blue jeans. I wasn't buying her false cheer. What happened earlier? I demanded. Jolene frowned, and then her eyes started welling up with tears. I led her to the living room, and she plopped on the couch. I grabbed a box of tissues from the kitchen table and rejoined her. For a while, I wrapped my arm around her while she cried, but then she stopped and wiped her face. Look, Summer, I don't want to talk about this. It's just, Landon emailed me and told me that I was his first choice, but he would still stay with Clara. Jolene shook her head. Don't tell Jeannie. She'll be mad to hear that I am still in contact with him. I won't, I softly said. It was around 5:30, and I realized that some work had to be done. Want to keep me company while I make dinner? I offered. Sure, Jolene said. It turned out that Jolene was good at chopping and dicing, but she didn't know how to cook anything. She explained that her mother would often ask her to help with meal prep, and nothing else. We laughed as we exchanged old stories. It wasn't until my father came home that I realized that Jeannie was a no-show. Hey, kids, he greeted. Hi, Dad, I said, as Jolene waved. Her mouth was full. She kept on eating the guac and chips appetizer that I had prepared. Where's Jeannie? He asked us. Jolene and I glanced at each other and shrugged. Don't know, Jolene said. I guess she got caught up with Blake. It has happened before. That was the only awkward part of the night. The rest of it went well. Despite Jeannie ditching us, I went to bed happy. Chapter 7. The Interruptions. Cade stormed into his house, his wolf itching to tear apart the she-wolf who decided to show. She was sitting at his kitchen table, drinking a glass of fresh squeezed lemonade that his mother had made. Clara and her parents were leaning up against the wall closest to the window, probably standing guard. It was no surprise that Blake and Landon weren't in sight. The pair had been tasked with guarding Jeannie. It was close to the full moon, and Blake would be more protective of her. It had taken the knowledge that his holder would be safe for Cade to be able to attend to this annoyance. Nicole Matthews was a liaison between the Empress and her people. She was charged with keeping track of the packs in the Northeast. Cade sat across from the dark-haired woman and showed his annoyance. Nicole blinked in surprise. Cade, you're usually happier to see me, Nicole complained. I was spending time with my holder, Cade grumbled, which made the middle-aged woman chuckle. Let me guess, you didn't claim her yet, she teased. Figures. I remember how possessive my brothers were before they claimed their mates. Her eldest brother Dylan was the Empress's consort. What do you want? Cade asked, which made Nicole giggle. Wow, you've really got it bad. I can't wait to meet your holder once she has been claimed, she said. So, how are things? There is a pack interested in eliminating all mages so that they can weaken our empire, Cade said. He had sent a message to Nicole, saying that she needed to call him at her earliest convenience. But Cade supposed that meeting with the prisoners in person would help things. How do you know this, Cade? Nicole slowly asked. Someone tried to kill my mother, the Alpha bluntly announced. Nicole pressed her hand to her chest, as if that motion would slow the racing of her heart. Did you capture anyone? She asked hopefully. The lackeys, but the mage involved with everything got away, Cade complained. Annabelle thought this pack would be safe, she softly said. Cade could see the fear in Nicole's eyes.
When did this attack happen? Her urgency caught the Alpha off guard.
Yesterday,
Cade said. Nicole stood, her eyes wild. Mike, we have to get out of here, she shouted. Moments later, Cade heard the unfamiliar howl. Cade sighed, grabbed the handgun that his mother always kept in the fruit basket on the kitchen table, and stormed outside. Sure enough, a wolf and a woman with long, bright red hair were on the lawn. Blake was in wolf form, snarling at the redhead, while Landon assumed his human form. He wasn't trained in the art of wolf combat.
"Hand Nicole over. If not, she gets it," the redhead snapped.
Jeannie was at her feet, trapped in some kind of electrical bubble. Cade could barely make her out. The Alpha let out a sigh.
"And you'll let us live?"
he asked, doubtfully.
"If you agree to join our alliance,"
the redhead, who was so clearly a mage, offered. Cade had no idea if she was the mage that had destroyed the power line, or a less powerful one.
"What if I don't care if you kill Jeannie or not?"
Cade demanded, the strength wanting to be released. Now that he had touched his holder, he felt stronger. His strength would only quadruple once he claimed her. Cade was certain that someday he would bite Summer. She would wear his mark, and they would be powerful alphas.
"Save it, Kaden Drake. We know who you are. We know that you would never let your second die."
Cade sighed and decided that the ruse was up. He launched in the air, his body aiming for the wolf blocking Blake, his gun going off. The mage screamed as the bullet slammed into her forearm, the shield that she erected to protect the male fizzling out. Cade crashed into the man and shot another wolf that was attempting to maul Jeannie. Blake roared and dashed forward. Jeannie was bleeding. He could smell it now. Cade focused on the mage who had her hand raised. A silver pulse of electricity slammed into her stomach, causing her to double over. She collapsed to the ground, whimpering.
"Shift,"
Cade ordered, and all of the wolves became human. The male shifter that Cade had been facing off with blinked in surprise.
"Bloody hell! How'd you get me to shift?"
"I'm Winston Greenville. I don't obey anyone," the British man declared. Cade rolled his eyes.
"Unless you're an alpha, you aren't truly able to be a lone wolf," he said.
He glared at the redhead, who was sitting up, then eyed his scowling mother, who was on the porch. "All of you are going to die for nothing. Nicole, her mate, and their security team snuck out the back," she reported. "The wolves you placed back there were killed before they could even blink." His mother's anger was shocking, but understandable. Not once, but twice, these nuisances had come into Wolfin Falls to cause trouble. Yes, some humans were in the know about wolves, but others, who were deemed not in the need-to-know category, would find these idiots suspicious. "Figures! That was our only shot of capturing the Empress's precious sister-in-law," she complained. To Cade's surprise, she stood, sent out a pulse that knocked everyone on the ground, and ran off, her friends shifting and following after her. It took a moment, but Cade's body was under control again.
"Do we chase after her?"
Landon demanded.
"They could hurt someone else."
"They will hurt someone else, Landon. But each alpha is charged with protecting their packs. Wolves keep to their own territory," Cade reminded the new wolf.
"Wouldn't it make more sense for us to team up with another pack? Wouldn't—"
"Jeannie!" Blake cried. "Jeannie, I'm so sorry I have to do this." The alpha turned to his beta just in time to see him bite Jeannie on the side of her neck. The bloody and broken human was on Blake's lap, her blue eyes vacant. As soon as the claiming mark was made, her eyes rolled back into her head. Sobs began racking Blake's body as he held his holder. Kaden rushed over to his beta, knelt down, and bit his wrist. For the second time in 2 days, he gifted someone his pack-bonding blood,
But unlike the last time, he gave his blood with a pure heart. Jeannie Maples opened her exhausted eyes. She had been working at the cozy bookstore in town when some lunatic had bashed her over the head. She remembered very little of the conflict. There were wolves, men shifting into wolves, and a crazy battle. It would have seemed that she had survived that battle. She was lying in Blake's bed, his laundry hamper overflowing as usual. He had a framed picture of the two of him on his nightstand. And Clara was sitting at his desk. Her eyes filled with compassion. "What's going on?" Jeannie asked, her throat dry. Clara got to her feet and picked up a glass of water that was on the desk. Jeannie sat up, and Clara handed it to her. "You see, I had to see you first," Clara said, her eyes hard. "Don't freak out, or someone in the pack will come get you." "Pack?" Jeannie asked, after taking a sip. "He turned you. You were dying, so don't be mad at him." Jeannie felt the presence of something moving inside her. She instinctively knew that this was her wolf. Blake had already told her that he was a wolf. Actually, he had shifted by mistake after the first time they had made love. They had fallen asleep, entangled in one another's arms. And hours later, Jeannie awoke to find a brown wolf in bed with her. But they had kept that incident a secret from his pack. Should she bring it up now? "I want to be with Blake. He had already asked me if he could claim me. Cade!" Clara shrieked. She stood and began doing a happy dance. Cade entered, his eyes wide at the scene.
"Clara, what are you doing in here?"
he demanded.
"It's all good. Jeannie doesn't need to be kept away from the pack. She wanted to turn. She knows about wolves. You don't have to fight him," she announced.
Cade's shoulders sagged in relief. "You still need to stay here to be trained," Cade warned. Jeannie rubbed her eyes. Her mother, Patricia, was a single mother who did all she could for Jeannie. She didn't think that abandoning her would be a kind way to repay her. "Okay, I'll just tell my mom I'm marrying Blake. She'll be mad, but I'm 18, Jeannie revealed. Cade nodded. "I will tell my mother not to prepare the sedative." "So glad that this wasn't an unwanted turning," Cade said, before leaving the room. Clara smirked.
"Man, they always jump to conclusions and never reason anything out. I can't wait until my alpha gets a holder," Clara said, before plopping down on the bed beside Jeannie. Jeannie's heart nearly stopped. "Landon," she realized. Clara huffed. "Yes, Jeannie, Landon is my holder, and Jolene nearly ruined everything for me." Jeannie shuddered at the thought of someone touching Blake. The thought of it caused her wolf to claw at her insides. How Clara never killed Jolene was a mystery, but she was glad for the other girl's restraint. To repay Clara, Jeannie vowed that she would find someone that could distract Jolene from her fixation on another woman's holder. Secret email messages. Dear Landon, hey, I feel awkward about how things ended last night. I'm sorry. Look, it's really hard to talk to you. I think it's because I'm always thinking of what ifs. What if you had chosen me? What if you never met Clara? Would we have been soulmates, lovers, or just as screwed up? I know that you can't answer these questions, but damn it, I have no one to ask, no one to talk to. Tonight, I had dinner with my friend Summer. Yes, it was all right between us. But she isn't you, Landon. She is sweet, caring, and an awesome cook, most of which you are not. But she isn't someone I can confide in. She isn't my vengeful monster's teammate. Jolene.
Dear Jolene,
I had a near-death experience today. Some idiot pointed a gun at me while I was driving. I think he wanted to rob me. Anyway, do you know what I thought about? I thought, damn, I don't want to die. I don't want to miss out on finishing the 10th level of Vengeful Monsters. I thought about your terrible peanut butter and hot fudge sandwiches. But I also thought of Clara. Isn't that twisted? While I'm about to die, I think of the both of you. I'm not sure what to do with how I'm feeling. I don't want to express the other things that I was feeling. They are just too messed up. Landon. Dear Landon. Landon, did you call the police? Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Did you have to go to the hospital? Of course, it's natural to think of Clara and me. In some crazy way, I think we both have a part of your heart. That being said, I get it. You had to choose someone. This is messed up. We are messed up. That's why I think that we should try being friends. It's obvious that we both need that someone that we can share our souls with. I promise, I understand that you're with Clara. I just don't think that we should have to let each other go. It's like we can't breathe without one another. And that's okay. We're being honest, right? Jolene. Chapter 8. Money Grubbing Larry. Dad was on the couch, drinking a beer. I glanced at my phone and blinked. That's what I thought. It was only 11 o'clock. Judging by the empty can at his foot, it hadn't been his first. Dad was dressed in jeans and a short-sleeved blue shirt. He was shaved, and his hair was slicked back. Dad, it's only 11 a.m., I scolded, looking at his beer can with disdain. I had come down to ask for permission to go on the date with Cade. I almost wanted to turn back around and forget about being a respectful teenage girl. Well, I always drink a few before meeting with Terry's money-grubbing son, Dad snarled. Dad? Who's Terry? I asked, confused. He winced at the question, but took another swig of the beer before speaking. She was my, fiancé. She was murdered 2 years ago, my father explained. When Cheyenne started having all of that trouble, I thought that whoever shot Terry was going after her. Why? I asked, confused. Well, Terry had a little inheritance. Unbeknownst to me and everyone in her family, she left some to me, to your sister, and to you, in addition to leaving some to her son. You see, her son Larry believed that everything should have been left to him. He's been trying to convince me to give him more money. His argument is that a simple man like me wouldn't know what to do with the money. Is that why you stayed away? I asked, my eyes beginning to fill. Because he lost her? I couldn't do it, Summer. For months, I couldn't leave the house. I'm sorry, Listen, kid. I'm trying to do good by you. You are, I said, insistent. You will, just don't drink, okay? I said, as I gestured to the beer can. Before I could mention anything about the date, the doorbell rang. Sighing, I put on a pleasant face and hustled into the kitchen. Thank goodness I had already cleaned it. I opened the door and saw a tall man with brown hair and pale skin glaring at me. What are you? The slut that Pete has brought in? He hotly said. No, I'm Summer, I said, biting my lip. Perhaps Dad was correct with the drinking. Look, Larry, why are you here? To reason with the old man. Larry said as he leered at me. Whatever. He isn't going to change his mind, I warned, as I backed into the kitchen. Larry strolled into the kitchen and grinned at the place.
So, you've cleaned up the place. Last time I was here, it smelled like piss,
he commented. My phone chimed and I slipped it out of my pocket.
Cade, did you pick a movie?
Me. I have 2 choices and I can't decide.
Cade, do they start at the same time?
Me. Yes.
Cade, coin toss again?
Me. You know it. I looked up to find Larry gone. He must have felt disrespected by the texting conversation that I had while he was standing there. Oh well. I popped my head into the living room and froze. Larry was towering over my father, his face twisted in rage.
Mom was an idiot, he forced out. Why she thought that she should marry a scumbag like you is...
That's enough, I snapped. Get out or I'll call the police. Larry straightened and focused his hatred on me.
You need to know when to shut up,
he told me. And you need to know when you aren't wanted, I said. Leave. Don't come back. No one wants you here.
Pete, is that true? Have I overstayed my welcome?
Larry taunted. I didn't think that he really cared either way. In fact, he snatched the beer from my father's hand and poured it on the floor.
Now, slut, make yourself useful and clean that up,
he said. His words made my spine stiffen. How dare this douchebag walk into my house and insult me?
Why don't you clean it up?
Cade said, his tone filled with ice. I turned to face him, my eyes briefly lighting up. How did you get in here? I asked, more curious than mad.
Your door was unlocked,
he responded, his expression telling me that he disapproved of the lack of security.
Who is this jerk?
Larry asked. Dad, this is Cade. I'm sure you know him, I nervously said. This wasn't the time to tell my father that I was going on a date.
Hi, Cade. It's nice to see you again. I'm guessing you're here about my lawn? My father inquired.
Yes, Cade said. And, we're going to the movies together later, I blurted out. My father sighed.
Cade, why don't you hang around the house today? I'd rather get to know you before you start taking Summer out, he said.
Stupid Cheyenne. Dad was probably concerned that I, too, had brought home a bad boy. Sure, Dad. Cade, I'll explain later, I quickly responded.
Sounds reasonable,
agreed Cade with a smile.
Old man, sign the papers,
Larry shouted, sounding annoyed.
The scumbag is holding my money hostage. Why do you want the money so bad?
Cade asked, his gaze hard. I thought that Larry would throw another tantrum, but to my surprise, he answered.
Mom left me the house in Atlanta. Dad forged her signature, and now I have to find money to pay a mortgage on it. The mortgage is for $1.5 million. Mom only left me $2 million. If I pay it off, then I only have $500,000 to live off,
Larry complained.
Sounds like something you should be sorting out with your dad,
Cade reasoned. Larry turned to face Cade, the malevolence in his eyes giving me chills.
You're right, Cade. I should be talking to my actual father,
Larry said before storming out of the room. I had a terrible feeling that Larry wasn't going to talk with words.
Where are your cleaning supplies?
Cade asked me. Under the sink. Why? I asked, puzzled.
You aren't cleaning up that beer out of principle,
he insisted. You don't have to.
Let the boy clean it up. He's right,
my father said. Interrupting my protest, I nodded. When Cade exited the room, my father eyed me.
How long have you been seeing him?
He asked, his concerned gaze making me angry. Our first date was supposed to be today, Dad. I was going to tell you about this, but then Larry graced us with his presence. I hotly responded. My father rubbed his face.
Right. Well, you'll have to start off with group dates,
Dad declared, as Kate strolled into the room.
That won't be a problem. My best friend is dating one of Summer's friends,
Kate said, as he started cleaning up the mess. Which friend? I asked, curious.
Jeannie,
Kate responded.
The one that didn't show up last night?
My father asked.
She got sick at work,
Kate explained.
Blake had to pick her up.
It would have been nice to receive a text, but I understood that sometimes when you get sick, you forget things.
Summer, why don't you work on lunch? I want to get to know Cade,
my father decided. Fine, I huffed, not wanting to leave Cade's side so quickly. I strolled out of the room and entered the kitchen. A moment later, the TV turned on, making it impossible to eavesdrop. Deciding that I wanted to impress Cade, I moved dinner up to lunch. I snatched the bowl of marinated ground turkey and placed it on the counter. After discovering that Dad's kitchen was stocked with a loaf pan, I got to work.
I am in crisis,
Jolene announced as soon as I opened the door. I had spent the last hour and some change slaving over a hot meal. I thought that I was the one in distress. But tears ran down Jolene's face, her hand shaking. Come here, I decided. The food was almost ready. All I had to do was butter the biscuits. What is all this? Jolene asked, puzzled. A late lunch with you, Cade, and my father, I responded.
Cade? You mean Kaden Drake?
Jolene asked, confused. Yes, I said, shooting her a concerned look. What happened? I softly asked. Jolene didn't look quite right.
What do you think of Todd Preston? She blurted out.
The guy that spilled his drink on me? I asked, confused. He seems nice. Why?
He asked me on a date. I don't think I can go.
We were gaming and one thing led to another and we started. Started? I asked, with interest.
Well, I may have kissed him and I don't think I can do this.
Not after what happened the last time, Jolene declared. You can do this, I said, my eyes wide with excitement. In fact, we can do this together if you want.
What do you mean?
Jolene asked. I mean that my father won't allow me to go on a date with Kate alone. If you, Todd, Blake, Jeannie, and I all go, that would be fun, I said as Kate entered the room.
It smells great in here,
Kate said, sounding excited.
Hi, Jolene.
Hi, Kate. So, are you sure it would be okay to come? Kate and Clara are best friends. Jolene burst out, giving Kate a look. Kate sighed.
As long as Clara and Landon can come, all will be fine, he said, rubbing his head. So, who's the lucky guy again?
Todd Preston? Jolene hesitantly said. Kate pulled his phone out of his pocket and began texting. I figured it was to invite everyone on this massive group date.
Where does everyone want to go?
Kate asked.
Karaoke at the Deer House?
Jolene burst out.
I love karaoke.
Will you be wearing sweatpants to that? You know, to make a statement? I teased. Jolene actually laughed, which seemed to brighten the atmosphere. She had that kind of personality. Funny, she said, though it had been an actual question. Cade had looked like he wanted the answer as well. We both shrugged. Dad, lunch is ready, I shouted as I began to set the table for 4. My dad entered, his excitement obvious. I placed the turkey meatloaf, mashed potatoes, broccoli, and biscuits in the center of the table. I pulled a pitcher of water out of the fridge, and Dad grabbed the glasses and the apple juice. After a few moments, we all sat in silence. "Let's eat," I said, hoping that Cade would like the food. Something inside me found pleasure in the idea of feeding him. Cade sat beside me, his eyes lighting up when he tried one of the biscuits.
"This is delicious, Summer,"
he insisted. Jolene nodded in agreement.
"Girl, you can throw down."
It was distracting to eat with Cade sitting so close. My eyes always wandered to him throughout the meal. Dad, Cade, and Jolene did most of the talking. I answered casual questions. All my body wanted at this point was another kiss.
"Summer, weren't you listening? I asked you if you were going to homecoming."
Jolene asked impatiently. "Homecoming? When is that?" I asked, trying to pull myself back into the conversation.
"Next week."
"Why so soon?" I wondered.
"Because this town doesn't have any sports teams. I guess if they do it early, then the students that date others in other towns can go to their significant other's homecoming."
I eyed Cade, feeling the electricity jumping between us. What was I supposed to say in answer? When Cade reluctantly shook his head, disappointment slammed into my chest. It would have been nice for us to go together.
"I'm going out of town that weekend."
The thought of him leaving town made my stomach twist. I pushed the food away from me and stood. "I should start cutting the apple pie," I announced.
"You made pie too?"
Jolene cheered. "Yep. And I have vanilla ice cream to go with it," I said, before going into the freezer to pull out the vanilla bean ice cream. Chapter 9. Pack Business. Cade stood outside the house of his holder, his wolf trying to take control. It was obvious that his instincts were telling him to stay. He would need to protect Summer and keep her close. But her father would prove challenging. He wanted Cade to have supervised visits for a while. Yes, the man actually called them supervised visits. From how Cade understood it, the alpha had to earn Pete's trust. "Cade?" Summer asked as she walked out of the house. "You're still here?" He couldn't have blamed her for the question. Pete had politely put an end to the day 20 minutes ago, right after sunset. His other half walked to him, her dark eyes filled with concern. "Did you have a flat tire? Did you?" Cade pulled her into his arms, his entire body filling with what felt like soft sunshine. "Much better," he said into her soft hair. Summer let out a soft hum as her fingers began caressing the back of his neck. They stood like that under the disappearing sunlight, holding one another, for what had to be 10 minutes. Cade knew that the need to bite her would only get stronger. The full moon was 9 days away. He had to make arrangements with another pack. There was no way that he could bear being so close to her without biting her. Summer was human. Yes, she did feel the need to be close to Cade, but didn't understand why. He didn't think that she would be prepared for the level of commitment that he required. He wasn't going to demand it of her. His Summer would have a choice. "Cade?" Summer softly said. She pulled back, her eyes meeting his. "Yes, baby," he said, his voice holding all of the reverence that was held for a holder. "Will you kiss me?" she hesitantly asked. "I'm sorry that Dad is being annoying. It's because of Cheyenne. I hope that his strictness didn't scare you off. That whole double date thing is going to be a mess. I don't want to share you, Cade trapped her words in a hot kiss. The kiss was filled with the passion that she evoked whenever she was near.
Before things got out of hand, Kate pulled back and planted a kiss on her forehead. I don't want to share you either, Summer, but your father does not trust me, Kate confessed. Anger filled her chocolate gaze.
Oh, really? What gives him the right to decide who I can date? He hasn't been in my life for 2 years,
she blurted out. The crazy Holder anger was beginning to build in her. If Kate didn't tread carefully, Summer would fight with her father, which would make things worse for them. It's okay, baby, Kate said, as he cupped her face between his hands. I'm not going anywhere. Your father's distrust for me isn't going to scare me away. Now you should probably go inside before your father catches us. We don't want to give him a reason to stop us from seeing each other, Kate said, before pulling back.
You're right. See you tomorrow?
She asked hopefully.
See you tomorrow,
Kate said, before Summer walked back into her house. Kate stood on the back porch, his wolf shifting inside of him. He wanted to shift, go to Summer's home, and rub up against her. Kate knew better than to reveal himself to his holder in such a manner. It would probably scare her. Instead, he was observing a training session between Todd and Landon. They were both in wolf form. Todd a snow-white wolf, while Landon's wolf was a reddish-brown. Though Todd was submissive, he was a great choice for teaching the basics. Once Landon showed his worthiness, Kate and Blake would then take on his training. Blake skeptically looked at the matchup, unimpressed with Landon's approach. The object of the goal was for Landon to jump past Todd and reach the bucket that Todd was guarding. Landon charged Todd, using his brute strength to intimidate Todd. That wasn't the object of the freaking exercise. If Kate had a whistle, he would have pulled it out of his pocket and blown it. Todd was slammed to the ground on his back. The reddish-brown wolf clamped down on the white wolf's neck. Kate stormed down the steps, rage beginning to fill him. For goodness sakes, he was supposed to be practicing the act of jumping and leaping. What was this garbage about?
Landon, shift,
Kate ordered, his tone laced with the alpha power. Landon's wolf only bit down on Todd's neck even harder, as if the act would prevent his body from shifting. But then his bones began to shift, his shape blurring as it transformed. Now Landon's naked human form was on top of Todd, who was in his wolf form. Todd stood, which caused Landon's naked ass to slam against the grass. Kate looked down on him, nothing but disgust swimming in his gaze.
So dominating a submissive wolf is supposed to impress me?
Kate asked, his irritation nearly causing him to strangle the new wolf. Unlike Jeannie, who listened, didn't complain, and was excelling in her training, Landon was a complete failure. At this rate, Kate wasn't sure if he could take him on the pack run next week. He would only hold everyone up with his lack of stamina.
I wasn't trying to impress you,
Landon sneered. He attempted to sit up, but Kate held up a hand. Landon looked like he was going to ignore his alpha's order, but Kate spoke.
If you don't lie there, I will force you to with an alpha command,
he threatened. Landon's blue eyes hardened, the rage in them evident.
I don't even know what I did wrong. The goal of the exercise was to reach the bucket. I was simply shoving the submissive out of my way,
Landon logically said.
The submissive has a name,
Blake, who had joined them, said.
What's going on, Landon? Why are you being so grumpy? I'm not being grumpy. I'm just insulted that you are having a submissive training me. Meanwhile, Jeannie is being given more priority, Landon whined. I have been here longer. And yet she is ahead of you in her training,
Kate noted, which made Landon rise to his feet. Yep, this bastard had no control. He actually attempted to lunge for Kate and ended up with a white wolf on top of him. Though Todd was submissive, he would always protect his alpha. Now it was Todd's mouth around Landon's throat, and Kate's hard gaze boring into Landon's enraged blue eyes. "Don't move," Kate ordered. "As wolves, we are naturally hotheads," Blake patiently said. "The more dominant you are, the harder it is to control that temper. You are so lucky that Kaden over here has enough self-control not to snap your neck. So far, you have been nothing but a liability. Before we can train you to fight, you need to master your urge to always jump down someone's throat," Blake lectured. "You are so lucky that Todd stopped you. If you had attempted to hit me, I would have snapped your neck," Kate hissed as Clara rushed out of the house. Her green eyes were wide with shock at the display.
"What happened? Let him up, don't hurt him," she ordered.
"Don't tell me what to do," Kate warned. "Clara, I am Alpha. I told you to stay away from Landon's training sessions, and yet you come here," Kate warned. All he wanted was another one of those hot kisses from his holder. He didn't want to be supervising a nightly wolf session with a wolf who was stubborn and a lot less dominant than he thought. In fact, Landon's wolf was barely a dominant.
"But
"Go inside," Kate roared. Clara went inside, and Kate could tell that Landon found offense in how his alpha spoke to his holder. Kate could respect that, but still, something was wrong with Landon. "I wanted to see how much control you had. I wanted to see if you would be able to run with the Wolfin Falls pack in New York. They extended their hospitality to us, but I strongly doubt that you are disciplined enough not to cause a war with another pack," Kate said. "Hell, you can't even get along with your own." Shame filled Landon's eyes. His human emotions were finally overruling his instincts. Landon may have been annoying, short-tempered, and a bit entitled, but he wasn't a terrible person. "Sorry, Alpha," he said. "My head wasn't in it tonight." "Why?" Blake asked, intrigued. "I could order you to tell us," Kate warned. "You know the rules, Landon. Pack mates don't lie to one another." Landon paled, as if fearing what Kate had said. "Todd and Jolene are holders," Kate interrupted. "You have one of your own. Why don't you concentrate on your holder? You can sit out on the group date, but eventually, you'll have to accept the fact that Jolene will be joining our pack," Kate said, before strolling into the house. Miles stood on a manicured lawn, his eyes staring at the freshly paved driveway. He hated this part of the job, but Benny the bookie needed the information. He tugged at his t-shirt, wishing that he could have been given the task of planting cameras in someone's house. That was what he was good for. But in order to keep the money rolling in, they needed to find the mole. How had Nick been so stupid as to tell his girlfriend about their business was beyond him. But that girl in turn had bugged herself and had ratted Nick out for murdering a thief that was on Benny the Bookie's employ. Miles thought that Benny the Bookie was more of a small-time guy. He dabbled in prostitution, illegal dogfighting, was a bookie, and stole a few credit card numbers. In truth, the wannabe mafia leader hadn't done much to arouse suspicion until Johnny's body had been found. Johnny had embezzled $150,000 from one of Benny the Bookie's offshore accounts and paid the price. Now, others were going to pay the price. One way or another, Cheyenne Wilson was going to come forward. Miles sighed and decided on the direct approach. He walked up to the door and rang the bell. The door opened, and a surprised young blonde with blue eyes stood there. She was sipping from a bottled water. His orders were to threaten the blonde. But Miles decided on another tactic.
"Brenda, how are you?"
Miles asked, excitement on his face. He was holding a gift bag, the t-shirt of a local Florida band making Brenda appear at ease.
"I'm sorry. Do I know you?"
The blonde, who was in her mid-20s, asked.
"This is so embarrassing. You see, I'm Matt. I'm one of Summer's friends. She hasn't answered her calls and her mother wasn't home. I remember her saying that you were one of the family friends that worked at her mother's salon. She pointed out your house one day and Ashley and I bought a few things for her and would like to ship them. We were wondering if you could ship them?"
Matt nervously asked.
"I can, pay for it if—"
"Sure, kid. I can't give you her address, but I will be more than happy to ship that for you,"
she said, her hand reaching out for the bag. Miles handed it to her and smiled gratefully.
"Thank you. I hope she's doing all right,"
Miles said before leaving, as Brenda went back into her house and Miles walked down the street. He knew that the package wouldn't be shipped. He had given his brother, Thomas, Brenda's picture and had told him to look out for her package. He would read the address that she wrote and dispose of the crap Miles bought from the dollar store. It took 2 days for Thomas to get the address to Summer's new location. Miles was happy that he didn't have to hurt anyone to do it. Secret email messages.
"So, are you going on a date with Todd? I guess it's going to be a group date. Well, I won't be coming. No matter what hold Kate has on me. I'm not watching you two together. Landon."
Dear Landon, I deserve to be happy. Come or don't come, I'm still going. Jolene. Chapter 10. The First Date. I was thinking, Dad said, as I strolled into the kitchen. It was only a movie, so I decided on a pair of capris and short-sleeved blue shirt that had ribbons on it. My sandals displayed the toes that I had painted a nice blue, and my black hair was put into a twist. "What about?" I asked, as I pulled a pizza casserole out of the oven. "Maybe I should come with you," he nervously suggested. "No," was my immediate response. My father's expression turned hard.
"Young lady, you are under my roof. You can't say no to me,"
he argued. "Dad, I've been following your old-fashioned rules. I get it. Cheyenne screwed up when she dated Nick. I get it. She's in hiding because Nick wants her dead. But what's that got to do with me? Kate has been nothing but nice. He ate breakfast with us, where you grilled him again. He ate lunch with us, at which you asked him so many questions that I was about to scream. You can't go on our group date. Come on, can't you give me a break?" I was nearly shouting by this point. I got it. Cheyenne found out about a murder and did the right thing. But why did my life have to change because of that? My father rubbed his forehead.
There's something off about that boy, Summer. He's nice enough, but...
My father let out a sigh.
The movie, dinner, and that's it. You are lucky that I'm letting you go on a school night,"
he ordered.
"If you go anywhere else, you lose the chance to see Kate again."
His words caused my being to fill with anger. No one would ever separate me from Kate. Not even my father. "Well, I did all my homework, and you know what movie we're watching," I reminded him.
11 o'clock, not a minute later,"
he said, as my doorbell rang. I opened it to find Jolene on the other side in sweatpants and a t-shirt. I let out a groan. "Why aren't you dressed up?" I asked,
as I followed her outside.
I want Todd to concentrate on my mind, not my body, she declared as we got into Jeannie's SUV. My father wouldn't allow Kate to pick me up, so Jeannie had been forced to drive us to the movies. I had to admit that Jeannie was a trooper. She had only been able to attend half a day of school before leaving due to a migraine. "Just say it," Jolene said as I approached Jeannie's car. "Say what?" I asked, puzzled. "You are disappointed in my outfit choice," Jolene accused. "Tell me," I said, eyeing my friend. "Why is it that you always have to wear sweatpants to make a statement? Why not overdress or wear a pantsuit?" Jolene playfully rolled her eyes at me before hopping into the back seat. After getting into the passenger seat, I eyed Jeannie. She was wearing dark shades and her skin looked a bit pale. "Thanks," I said as she pulled away. "It's no problem, Summer. I can't get in the way of love, can I?" she teased, her lips tipping up in a gentle smile. "It's more like curiosity for me," Jolene piped up from the back seat. Jeannie groaned. "Jolene, give Todd a chance. He's a nice guy," Jeannie commented. "Yeah, I will, as soon as you tell your mother you've been shacking up with Blake," she teased. "Shacking up?" I asked with interest. Jeannie's mother is out of town, looking after her sick mother. Jeannie has been having sleepovers with Blake. Jolene is incredibly honest with her parents. It's her motto. If you can't own it, then don't do it, Jeannie explained. "What if your parents are strict?" I challenged, thinking that Jolene's way of seeing things was so unfair. "Then you have two choices. You can deny them or obey them," Jolene reasoned as we pulled into the parking lot. My heartbeat increased when I spotted Kate's minivan parked 2 cars away from Jeannie's SUV. I quickly undid my seatbelt and sprang out of the car. Despite Jolene's lack of enthusiasm, she was at my side in seconds. A tall guy with black hair and olive skin rushed over to Jeannie's door. I vaguely recognized him as Blake. Jeannie had showed me a few photos of the two of them. It was just after 5, which meant that there weren't too many cars in the parking lot. I briefly imagined Kate and I making out in the back row of an empty movie theater, but then remembered that we were on a group date. School had been torturous, since we had no classes together and didn't have the same lunch. All I craved was some alone time with him. As soon as Kate strolled out of the movie theater with a gift bag in hand, I ran over to him. My being warmed and my excitement was through the roof. It was instinct to jump into his arms, my arms and legs instantaneously wrapping around him. He let out a chuckle before his lips found mine. The kiss was long and deep, my heart rate speeding faster the longer it lasted. He pulled back and gazed into my eyes with such tenderness that my heart ached. "Hey, baby, I missed you," he told me before kissing my forehead. "Next semester, we should try taking a class together," I teased. "Want to see what I got you?" he asked me with excitement. "Yes," I said, more warmed by the thought that he got me something than the prospect of his gift. After my feet were on the floor, he picked up the gift bag that he dropped. Hopefully, nothing in it was breakable. In the gift bag was a stylish scarf. It's to keep you warm when it gets cold. I smiled, thrilled that the color went with a lot of the winter clothes that I had been able to scrounge up. Then I pressed my lips against his. "Thank you, Kate. I really like it," I said, as Todd stumbled out, carrying an action figure of a character that I didn't recognize. "Really?" Jolene squealed before tossing her arm around Todd. "You have got to tell me where you got that." "Video games," Kate filled in after I arched a brow. "Your friends are into video and online games." "Should we go in to watch the movie?" I asked, and excited by the prospect. What I really wanted to do was kiss Kate some more. Sure. Todd and I bought the tickets, Kate said before taking my hand.
Oh, come on. Don't take him back.
Jolene pleaded as the woman on screen wrapped her arms around her cheating husband. Thankfully, our group was the only one in the movie theater. Jeannie and Blake were both nodding off, while Jolene and Todd kept on talking to one another. I held hands with Kate, enjoying the experience of being close to him.
Jolene, everyone needs a second chance,
Todd debated.
Are you serious? He not only cheated, he got another woman pregnant. Tell me, Todd, would you forgive a woman that cheated on you and got herself pregnant with another man's child?
Jolene argued.
Well, no, but exactly my point. As a woman, we're supposed to be the forgiving ones.
Jolene huffed. I let out a sigh as Kate began caressing my hand with his thumb. Want to get out of here? I hopefully asked.
It's after dark. It's best to stay inside,
Kate insisted.
Why?
I challenged. Kate's thumb stopped caressing the back of my hand, and he sucked in a breath. Seriously? All I wanted was to walk around and have some time away from Jolene's commentary.
What if your father catches us outside? I wouldn't put it past him to stop by the theater,
Kate argued.
Technically, we would be at the movie theater,
I argued, not wanting to let this go. Why was Kate playing by the rules? If only my father was around to hear him now.
Are you willing to risk it?
Kate asked, right before his lips brushed my palm. The contact made the butterflies in my stomach to begin breakdancing. Oh, hell, he did have a point. But I knew what Kate didn't. My father was only doing this because of my sister's mistakes. He was never going to let me spend any real time alone with Kate. That meant that we would have no other choice but to lie. But before I could tell Kate any of it, Jolene let out a frustrated sound.
That's it. I'm done with this movie. That girl didn't even hold out. She went to bed with him already? They are engaged, Jolene. Of course they are. I don't care what they are, Todd,
Jolene said, interrupting her date.
This movie implies that women are unable to think logically and are ruled by emotions.
This movie sucked, and Kate didn't want to leave in fear of my father finding out. I decided to take matters into my own hands. Feeling bold, I leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss on Kate's mouth. He growled, clutched the back of my head, and his tongue delved into my mouth. The kiss was as intense as the others we shared. I had only wanted to show Kate the benefits of going for a walk. Instead, I ignited a fire in my soul that was being coaxed by Kate's mouth. The kiss was quickly interrupted by a yank on my hair. I squealed and shot a glare in Jolene's direction.
What the hell?
I snapped. But my friend only giggled and continued to complain about the dramatic movie. Dinner was admittedly better. Yes, we went to the same restaurant, but we all decided on separate tables. Kate and I were sitting side by side at a table in the back. I eyed the menu and frowned.
What's wrong, baby?
He asked me as I bit my lip.
I can't decide between the pot roast, the meatloaf, or the burger,
I said, listing my options. Kate smiled.
The meatloaf isn't as good as yours, so you should rule that out,
he offered. I nodded, trying to determine what I was in the mood for. Kate pulled out his phone and used the coin toss app.
Heads for burgers, tails for pot roast? He asked.
Sure, I said, hating that I could be indecisive sometimes. While we were at the furniture store, I swore that my father wanted to kill me. I was torn between two desks, and he finally stepped in and declared that I was getting the cheaper one. Unlike Cade, my father actually seemed stressed out by my uncertainty. Cade used his app and proclaimed that we were getting burgers. When the waitress, a redhead in her mid-30s, approached, Cade ordered the prime rib special with a side of bacon and also a house salad, breadsticks, and flatbread. I got the bacon cheeseburger. The waitress nodded and went to retrieve the lemonades that we ordered. "What is it like to have a twin?" I asked, after the waitress had given us our drinks. "Since we're fraternal twins, I imagine it's like having a sibling. Camille isn't the type to steal my stuff, blackmail me, or get in my way. She is solitary and doesn't like being bothered. But my sister is loyal, strong, and has a big heart. Most people don't realize it because she doesn't like talking to others," he explained. "Will I ever get to meet her?" I asked, curious. "Yes. Once your father allows it, you can go to my house for dinner. You can meet my parents as well," Cade offered. I was excited at the prospect of meeting his family. Cade talked about them often. His father was a pediatrician, and his mother was a homemaker. They seemed like nice people. "Here you go, kids," the redhead said as she placed the salad, breadsticks, and spinach flatbread on the table. Cade took one of the appetizer serving plates and placed a piece of flatbread on it, then plopped it down in front of me. "I want you to try it, since you love spinach so much," he said. "I don't think that I can eat all of it," I warned. "It's all right. Just try some, and the waitress can box it for you," Cade reasoned. I took one bite of the cheesy veggie goodness and knew that I had just found my favorite appetizer. Chapter 11. The Full Moon. It turned out that Cade's holder had a healthy appetite. She ate the burger, fries, and half of the brownie explosion sundae that they shared. Though if Cade were being honest, he could have eaten that entire dessert on his own. It was around 10 o'clock by the time they had walked out of the restaurant, hand in hand. Jolene and Todd were nowhere to be found, which was fine by Cade. Todd had texted him, letting him know that Jolene had wanted to go for a stroll in the park. The moon was nearly full in the sky, which meant that Cade's instinct to bite Summer was growing in him. "That burger was really good. Maybe next time I'll try the pot roast," Summer said as he escorted her to Jeannie's car. Jeannie was already in her seat, Blake giving her a quick kiss before walking over to the pack van. Of course, his beta didn't bother with a prolonged goodbye. His holder was coming home to him after she dropped off Summer at her house. The need to scoop Summer up and run off with her was getting too strong. He would depart for New York tomorrow morning, or else his holder would be turned against her will. "What did I do?" Summer's tone was defensive, which caught Cade off guard. "Huh? Nothing, baby. I'm just going to miss you," Cade said. Yeah, miss was such a weak word, but it was the best he could come up with. "Then why are you glaring at me?" Summer asked, as she softly squeezed his hand. "Because I'm going to New York tomorrow, and I wish that you could be there," he confessed. "Really? How long will you be gone?" she asked, envy in her tone. "I've always wanted to see New York. Are you going to watch a play on Broadway?" Cade laughed. "Hell no. I'm going on business. Well, my parents are, and, I see. So you wish that I could be there. So you glared at me?" Summer said, sounding like she was trying to puzzle it out. He knew that he couldn't tell her what was really going on. He didn't have enough time to ease her into the idea. But the alpha was glad that he had at least taken her on her first date. He released her hand, pressed her back against the back passenger door, and crushed his lips against hers. Summer's hands gripped the back of his neck as his kiss deepened. He swallowed a gasp as his tongue plundered what he knew was his. Her grip tightened as he tried to show Summer just how much he wanted her. He couldn't stop. His wolf was purring in his chest, desiring to sink his teeth into her delicate neck.
Kate pulled away from her lips, his mouth beginning to kiss down her neck. She let out a moan as he began to suckle on the skin covering her jugular vein. All he would have to do was release his venom into that point, and the transformation would happen. Her hands tightened to the point of pain as his lips still rested on her neck. It was when he was about to partially shift when Kate shoved the instincts of his wolf down. He pulled away from her neck and gave her a long, passionate kiss on her mouth. After the kiss, he pressed his forehead to hers, his breathing heavy. Hers was labored as well, making him feel kind of smug. "I'm going to miss you, Summer," he softly admitted. "I'm going to miss you too," she said. "Thank you for the scarf." "You're welcome," he said, before pressing a gentle kiss to her brow. Cade reluctantly pulled away, his instincts begging him to pull her into another kiss. But he didn't want to give Pete an excuse to not allow them to go on another group date. "Have a good trip, Cade," she said, before getting into the front passenger seat. Cade watched as the car pulled away, his wolf urging him to shift. But Cade trudged over to the van, feeling thankful to Blake for offering to drive. That night, Cade decided not to risk patrolling Summer's house in wolf form. He had no control, and would have stormed into her house to claim his holder. Instead, he climbed up the staircase of the house he shared with his parents and went into his bedroom. It was simple enough, with a king-size bed, a desk, dresser, and a flat screen. The flat screen had been a packed present for his 18th birthday. He barely used the thing, since his life as Alpha was so hectic. But now he changed into basketball shorts, turned on the television, and let it lull him to sleep.
"You can't be serious,"
Landon yelled. Cade bolted upright, blinking the haze of sleep away. He glanced at his phone and realized that it was 5 a.m. He had planned on waking up at 5:15, so wasn't too annoyed by the interruption of sleep. What did annoy him was the fact that Landon was standing there in his doorway, his claws extended. Cade slowly rose, his eyes hard.
"Why are you here?"
Cade asked.
"Clara told me that I can't shift tonight,"
Landon complained.
"You can't shift and run on a full moon without an alpha present. It isn't safe for the humans,"
Cade explained in an annoyed tone.
"But you won't let me go to New York with you?"
Landon complained.
"Not shifting will hurt." "You aren't ready to be around other wolves, Landon. You have a horrible temper. What if you challenge a more dominant wolf to a fight and get yourself killed?" "Then you have to stay," Landon insisted. "It's the only thing that makes sense." "I can't stay, and you know why,"
Cade snapped.
"Figures that I would be the one with the selfish alpha who only thinks about himself,"
Landon shouted. Cade didn't have anything to prove to this inferior wolf, so he didn't respond to his claims until Landon made the mistake of speaking again.
"I might as well bite her now to get this torture over with."
Cade's wolf roared at the thought of another man biting what was his. Though wolves could turn other humans, oftentimes they didn't bother. The amount of venom it would take would weaken them for days.
"You!"
Cade dragged Landon out of his room by the arm and slammed him up against the wall. Landon was about to shift. Cade could feel the tingle in his blood.
"Don't shift,"
Cade ordered, and then it stopped.
"So you would touch what isn't yours? You would dare bite what is mine? You would dare turn a human against their will?"
Camille exited her bedroom, her presence somewhat soothing. She didn't interfere.
"You are nothing but a bully,"
Landon said, his blue eyes filled with anger.
"All you ever do is hold me back." "Your own temper holds you back,"
Cade said.
"One of these days, you're going to hurt someone, and you'll live with that regret. I'm trying to protect you from yourself. I need to shift, Landon insisted. Camille, get the sedative, Kate ordered. He had no choice. Landon would only attempt to fight against his alpha command, not to shift, and would harm himself. Despite how annoying Landon was, he didn't want him to suffer. Camille was quick, handing Kate a needle within minutes. Landon tried to squirm away, but Kate ordered him to stop. Then he sank the needle into a vein in the crook of Landon's arm, and he was out like a light. He let Landon's body fall to the ground with satisfaction. How dare that idiot threaten his holder? "Landon!" Clara called. She could probably feel that he was unconscious. "He's okay," Kate yelled. "I had to sedate him." Clara rushed up the stairs, but Camille blocked her path. The last thing that anyone needed was Clara touching Landon. That would make him strong enough to fight off the drugs. "Camille, move!" Clara shrieked. "Landon threatened Summer. You know that Kate had no choice," Camille bluntly stated. "He was only mad about not going to New York with us," Clara argued. "Oh, he's going all right," Kate decided. He knew that he just couldn't trust Clara. She would defy her alpha and give him energy. "What is that supposed to mean?" Clara huffed. "He's going in the cage," Kate reported. "I'll order his body to shift." "Really? Is that necessary? You can't put my holder in a cage," Clara protested. "He threatened my holder," Kate reminded Clara. "I will not take this choice away from Summer." "She doesn't have a choice, Kate. 3 months is the longest that someone has ever resisted turning someone," she pleaded. "Todd lasted nearly 2 years," Camille reminded her. "Todd is a submissive wolf," Clara said. "And you are barely dominant," Camille argued. "Just remember, Clara, even if Blake and I weren't in the running, you would still not be dominant enough to be Kate's beta. Now go down the stairs and wait in the car. Blake will load Landon." "But it shouldn't be this way. We're a pack. Kate should be able to trust my holder," Clara argued. "Apparently, he can't," Camille said, which was the biggest insult to a pack mate. Trust was everything to a wolf, but Kate didn't care about Clara's feelings, because his twin had spoken the truth. He could not trust Landon until the guy earned it. Todd Preston stood outside the house of his alpha. He had no idea how he was going to ask this of Cade. Yes, Cade was somewhat of a friend, but the guy kept to himself, only delegating training of the pups to Todd. But he had no idea how his alpha would feel about what he was asking. Todd's parents, Steve and Pam, stood on the lawn, peering at him. They were submissive wolves who owned a diner in town. They both shot Todd concerned expressions that he tried to ignore. Lisa and his old alpha, Greg, were the first 2 Drake family members to exit. They were followed by Cade, who was holding Landon on a leash. Camille came next, followed by a defeated-looking Clara. Blake waved at Cade from the pickup truck that Blake's dad typically drove. Todd's guess was that Landon would be loaded into the truck. "Cade, I need to talk to you," Todd bluntly said, his voice carrying. "About?" Cade asked, seeming interested. "You see, well, how should I put this? I want to stay," Todd blurted out. I know that the Andersons are charged with looking out for the prisoners and that Summer will be safe. But, then stay," Cade said, before clasping Todd on the shoulder. "Look out for my holder, and don't shift too close to humans." After those words,
Todd felt like he would cry from the honor he was just given. Not only was he allowed to stay behind, Cade wanted a submissive to protect his holder and was allowing him to shift. At that moment, Todd knew that he'd do anything for his alpha. He loved his alpha and would do right by him, even if it meant training the man who nearly stole his holder from him. Secret email messages.
Dear Jolene, I'm having the worst time in New York. It's like I'm on a leash. Clara doesn't trust me to do anything. How is homecoming? Landon. Dear Jolene, why haven't you responded to me? I really want to talk to you. I could use your feistiness right about now. Reply when you get this. Landon.
Chapter 12. Homecoming. The week was going by at a snail's pace. All I could think about was Cade, his kisses and how passionate he was. Yes, he did call and text me, but it wasn't the same. By Friday, my mood couldn't have gotten worse.
Hey, kiddo.
My father greeted as I walked down the stairs. I blinked in surprise as I spotted the 2 plates on the table. A delicate sniff of the air proved that my father had cooked something. "Hi, Dad," I grumbled as I sat down at the table setting with the orange juice. Dad barely drank the stuff, preferring coffee. My father joined me, his worried eyes making me stiffen.
Summer, are you all right?
He asked, before taking a bite of the cheesy eggs. "I'm fine," were the only words I could muster. I took a tentative bite and my taste buds jumped for joy. Not only were the eggs cheesy, but they were spicy, just how I like them.
I thought that I could give you a break,
Pete admitted, which touched my heart. "Thanks, Dad. Just to let you know I love cooking for you," I confessed. "But this is pretty good."
I have a surprise for you,
he nervously announced. "What is it?" I asked, somewhat interested. I had assumed that the breakfast would have been enough.
Well, I did some online shopping,
he quickly admitted.
After breakfast, you'll see what I got.
The rest of breakfast was pleasantly silent. Because of the event, school started at 9 and ended at 2. So it would be a couple of minutes before Todd and Jolene met me for school. My father wasn't comfortable with Todd driving me, so we had to walk. When the doorbell rang, I stood. "I guess Jolene is here," I said before strolling to the door. I opened it and money-grubbing Larry was standing there, a brow arched.
Aren't you supposed to be in school?
He taunted. "Aren't you supposed to be on your cozy estate?" I fired back. Larry let out a sigh.
Summer, how would you feel if your father left all his money to me?
He challenged. "Your mother didn't leave all her money to me. She was kind enough to give me some of it. Now how do you think she feels, Larry? You are harassing the people she was trying to be generous toward." Larry flinched before composing himself.
Mom was impressionable.
Larry, give up. If your mother wanted me to have the money, I'm keeping it, I said, before slamming the door in his face. My mood was too crappy to deal with the likes of that idiot. I stomped back to the table and spotted my father putting a can of beer back in the fridge. "Why do you bother with him?" I asked, the frustration showing in my voice.
"Because he is all that's left of Terry,"
he softly said. "What happened to her, Dad?" I wanted to know.
"I'll tell you some other time, kid. But now, I want to give you your surprise."
It bothered me that Pete dodged my questions, but I followed him into the living room anyway. Resting on the couch was a beautiful red dress.
"It's your homecoming dress,"
he said, after I rose a brow.
"I want you to get out of the house and have some fun. You've been down lately, and it's something that—"
He stopped speaking as soon as I tossed my arms around him. Granted, homecoming had been the farthest thing from my mind, but it was still sweet that Pete had made the effort. He was honestly trying with me, which was nice. "Thanks, Dad," I said, as soon as I released him. "I'll have to be the third wheel since Kate is out of town, but I'm sure that Jolene won't mind," I said. Since Jolene had been hounding me to go for days, I didn't doubt it. After suffering through half a day of school and endless hours of boredom, it was finally time to get dressed. On instinct, I texted Kate a picture of me in the flowy dress. Since it was my size, and Jolene didn't seem surprised by the news that I was attending the dance, I knew that she had been in on it. The dress also came with black flats that had silver on the toes. My phone vibrated 2 seconds later. "Kate,
"You look beautiful, Summer. I wish I could be there."
"Me. Thanks." I strolled down the stairs where Jolene and Todd were waiting for me. I was disappointed that Jolene was wearing, you guessed it, a pair of sweatpants. What shocked me was that Todd was wearing workout shorts and a t-shirt. "You guys do know that everyone is going to stare at you, right?" I asked, rolling my eyes.
"That's the point. By dressing like this, we are declaring that we don't care about the expectations of society," Jolene told me.
Ugh, call me vain, but I just wanted to look nice.
"Smile,"
my father said as he walked into the room. He took a few shots of me alone, then with me standing in between the sweatpants-clad couple. After that annoyance, we all piled into Todd's Chrysler. My guess was that Dad found Jolene's boyfriend trustworthy. I stared out the window as the pair discussed different computer games that they enjoyed playing. I tried to force myself into a good mood. After all, Dad had purchased this outfit to make me happy. But I was convinced that the only thing that could raise my spirits would be Cade, and that was aggravating. Had I really become a love-obsessed teenager? The school wasn't far. By the time Todd parked the car, it was just before sunset. I was the first to rush out of the car. It was terrible, but I kind of wanted to put a little distance between me and my protesting friends. I led the way to the gym, walking past well-dressed classmates in my wake. Just like I thought, a lot of people stared at Jolene and Todd. The men all glanced down at their suits and looked jealous of him. A few girls giggled and took pictures with their phones. I attempted to dodge any shots, not wanting to end up on anyone's social media page. By the time we made it to the gym, I was sure that we would be an even bigger spectacle. And boy, was I right. "Jolene!" a tall redhead said as she joined us. "What cute sweatpants! I'm so glad you made the effort." She tipped back her head and laughed, so I guessed that she was trying to be friendly.
"Summer, this is my friend Sam. She's my friend Brittany's girlfriend."
I smiled politely at Sam, but was eyeing the food table. It was typical high school food: barely cooked chicken, finger sandwiches, snacks, a barely green salad, and punch. "Are you going to dance?" Sam asked. "Or are you going to lie on the dance floor again and recite a poem?" "You did that?" I said, eyeing my friend with a mixture of bafflement and horror. Jolene grinned.
"I think that the idea of a school dance is stupid. It makes people feel like they have to act and dress a certain way," she said.
A dark-skinned man in a suit waltzed up to me, a friendly expression on his face.
"Summer, right?"
he asked. "Yes," I said.
"Want to dance?"
he asked. "What's your name?" I wanted to know.
"Zach.
he responded.
Sure?
I wasn't sure about dancing with him, but I figured that I might as well. It didn't look like Jolene or Todd were going to bother anytime soon. So I allowed Zach to guide me onto the half-full dance floor. We had arrived a half an hour late, which meant that most of the students were done eating. The first couple of songs were fine, since there were chaperones making sure that people didn't bump and grind. It was innocent enough. It was when the slow song came on that my entire body started to feel wrong. Zach pulled me close, and every part of me desired to shove him away. He gazed into my eyes like he was into me. His hand felt all wrong against my lower back. I made eye contact with him and thought, what a shame. He is handsome, but not for me. I shot him an apologetic smile. I'm going to get something to drink. Thanks for the dances, I said as I rushed off the dance floor. Todd and Jolene were still where I had left them, talking to an Asian guy and a beautiful Latina who had raven ringlets that were down to her waist.
Did I do something wrong?
A voice said, which made me jump. I spun around and smiled at Zach. No, I have a boyfriend, I blurted out. Zach laughed, relief spreading across his face.
I know. You're Kaden's girl. He texted me and asked me to look out for you,
Zach explained. Oh, I just didn't want to give you the wrong idea. Zach started laughing again.
It's okay, Summer. I'm only interested in being your friend, he said. I only asked you to dance because I wanted to save you from the two societal norms protesters.
He said the words as if he was fond of my friends, so I laughed. Let's start over, I suggested. I'm Summer Wilson.
And I'm Zach Anderson, he said.
I could really use that drink, I said, my smile genuine. It was nice to grow my circle of friends.
Sounds good,
Zach said. We filled up our glasses with punch and wandered over to Todd and Jolene.
Zach,
Todd said, as if spotting a lost friend.
You came out tonight. Yeah, I wanted to check out this dance,
Zach said as he eyed Todd's outfit.
At least I dressed up for the occasion.
Why should you have to wear a suit? Jolene asked. The couple she had been talking to made a break for it.
Why do you have to wear sweatpants? Why not wear suits and ball gowns every day?
Zach challenged.
He is captain of the debate club,
Todd told me. Jolene sighed and snagged a sip of my punch as if she were preparing her vocals so that she could speak.
Because ball gowns and suits are expensive,
Jolene responded.
Fine. Why not wear khakis and button-down shirts everywhere? They are less pricey. Why not wear yoga pants or leggings? Why are sweatpants your go-to?
Zach's rapid-fire questions were actually cracking me up. Todd looked like he was about to defend his woman. Jolene was about to respond when a tall brunette with huge boobs walked over to us. She boldly kissed Zach on the cheek.
Hey, Zach, want to dance?
She asked, eyeing Jolene and I like we were bugs.
No thanks, Desiree,
he responded.
Why not?
She asked.
Because I don't want to. Why do you want to dance with me anyway?
Zach tossed back at her.
Why not?
Desiree asked.
Besides, Jolene and I are having an intriguing conversation,
Zach announced. Desiree stomped away, her tight dress accentuating her curves.
She's going to be homecoming queen,
Jolene said.
Did you vote yet?
Jolene's eyes rested on a table that was manned by a bored-looking teacher.
You just put who you want for the 3 princesses and the homecoming queen,
Zach said.
I don't know anyone other than you guys, I pointed out.
You sort of know Desiree,
Todd pointed out.
Yeah, no thanks, I said. Zach, how about another dance?
After we chugged our punch, the 4 of us got on the dance floor. It wasn't the best night I ever had, but the dance did lift our spirits. I was especially entertained when Todd and Jolene were crowned homecoming king and queen. Jolene scowled as cameras flashed, until Todd pulled her in to a nice, passionate kiss. She was all smiles after that. Chapter 13. Overstepping. Cade hated to think it, but he was happy that it was almost time to leave. It was a headache running with another pack. Since Wolfin Falls, New York, was rural, everyone in town was a shifter. Hell, someone could walk down the street and shift. Landon especially loved that fact, and had embarrassed Cade by loudly proclaiming that he wished that he was a part of that pack. Clara blushed and was obviously embarrassed. Other than the fact that Doug Johnson, the 50-year-old alpha, overrode Cade's alpha command and allowed Landon to shift. The rest of it went smoothly. But he missed Summer. Being apart from her made it hard to breathe. "Cade," Doug said, as he joined him on the porch of the house that his pack was permitted to stay in. It was a good thing that Todd and the Anderson family stayed behind, because every available space was taken up. 16 people were forced to occupy a 5-bedroom house, which made it very crowded. Doug was tall, with copper-colored skin and dark brown hair. His mother was full-blooded Cherokee, and his father was a full-blooded Englishman. "Doug," Cade said, his wolf itching to lash out at him for daring to interfere with Landon. "Still mad about me overriding your alpha command?" he asked, amusement in his eyes. "Landon needed to be taught a lesson. He's been having difficulties adjusting to the pack," Cade said. "Perhaps it's because it's difficult for him to take you seriously," Doug suggested. "You're the same age as him. He seems like he hates authority." "I think that he's insecure because he's on the low end of dominant," Cade figured. Doug nodded, his shoulder-length hair bouncing about. "You will be stronger when you claim your alpha female," he said, his eyes turning serious. "It showed a lot of character for you to show up here. I admire that about you." On a whim, Cade spoke. "Have you heard of Ryan Bragstone?" he asked. "Yes. He's the alpha of Wolfin Falls, North Carolina. He's a huge gun enthusiast. Why? Will you run on his land next?" Doug inquired. "He sent a mage named Madeline into my territory. He's attempting to assassinate mages. Has the empress sent a warning out to you yet?" Cade inquired. Doug scowled at Cade. "Kaden Drake. You should not assume that the empress is actually good at her job," Doug lectured. "Did any of the assassins sent after your mother get away?" "Only Madeline. But then they came back and tried to kill Nicole Matthews," Cade reported. Doug rubbed his face. "He wouldn't go after my pack just yet. We are far too big. But it sounds like he may target some of the smaller ones." "Are you in contact with any of the other alphas?" Doug asked. "I keep to myself," Cade bluntly stated. Doug nodded. "That was also your father's approach when he was alpha. I'll get on it and warn my allies. I hope that the others are as strong as you are," Doug said. "He might attack your pack, Doug," Cade warned, his gut turning. Yes, Doug Johnson had overstepped twice, but he was still like family. "You are a target because you are a bigger pack. Be careful. I think Ryan wants to take over the Wolfin Empire." Doug nodded. "I'll start increasing patrols, Cade," Doug said, as Landon strolled out of the house. "Doug, my man, it was fun being here," Landon confessed as he shook hands with the alpha. "I wish that Cade had this kind of setup." "So you wish that I keep all of the humans out of Wolfin Falls?"
Had I done that, you never would have met Clara, Kate snapped. That sort of setup is impractical. Your pack territory isn't in the middle of nowhere, Doug offered, as Blake stepped outside the house lugging 3 suitcases. Landon, I told you to help everyone with loading up the cars, Blake chastised. I'm talking to Doug. You don't need my help, Landon said, as Cade's father exited the house, carrying a large duffel bag. Cade had already packed up one of the cars. Landon, Cade warned. Don't bother with the alpha commands. Doug is stronger than you, so he'll break whichever one you give me, Landon boasted. Within reason, Doug warned, as Camille exited. She scowled at Landon, who paled before relaxing. Kate didn't blame Landon for their reaction. At times, his sister could be unsettling. So, Doug, when do I need to give you a call? Landon asked, a wide grin on his face. About what? Kate asked. Doug agreed for me to train with his wolves, since you are stretched thin, Landon announced, which made Kate scowl. Stretched thin? Kate asked, confused. But you'll have to pay 2 wolf taxes for me, since I'll be living on Doug's territory, Landon announced. In Doug's pack, the pack taxes are handled by the alpha. Cade felt like he was going to wring Landon's neck. Landon, this is... Call me any time, Landon, Doug casually said, interrupting Cade's speech. Cade scowled and shouted, Doug, shut up and let me speak. He accidentally spoke with the power of the alpha, and Doug was silent. At first, Cade wrongly assumed that Doug was humoring him. But after a few moments, Doug attempted to move his mouth, to no avail. Sweat began to trickle down Cade's back as he realized that he just commanded an alpha. Crap! Landon was trying to figure out what was happening. Doug, why are you making that expression? Landon asked. Doug stepped forward and attempted to swipe at Cade with his claws. Cade dodged and on reflex buried his fist in Doug's gut. Doug shook his head and gestured at his throat. Oh, the man wanted Cade to release him. Talk, Cade said, an apology in his eyes. What the hell, Kaden? Does the Empress know you can do that? I had no idea I could do that, Cade reluctantly responded. Do what, Doug? Landon asked. Doug groaned. Your alpha can use his alpha commands on other alphas, Doug slowly explained. Landon paled as he realized that Doug was not stronger than his alpha. Oh, well, I'll let you know what Clara and I decide, Landon said as he strolled away. Doug sighed. I'm not having that idiot train with my wolves, he declared. Message received. Doug had only made the offer to see how Cade would respond. You will, since wolves keep their word, Cade said, before he strolled off the porch, a smile on his face. Jeannie was excited to see her hometown come into view. The entire trip had been exhausting. Shifting for the first time had taken its toll on her. All she wanted to do was take a nice bubble bath. Blake's parents had a claw-footed tub that she could live in for hours. The minute Blake pulled into the driveway, Jeannie's heart sank. A familiar woman was sitting on the steps, her worried expression morphing into anger. Her mom had come back early. Oh, crap. Blake, let me deal with her, Jeannie said, before jumping out of the front seat. Her future in-laws had opted to ride in the pack minivan, so wouldn't be there for a few moments. She strolled up to her youthful mother and grinned. Hi, Mom, Jeannie greeted. Her mother was short, thin, and had shoulder-length blonde hair.
She had green eyes and usually wore a sunny smile. Jeannie admired her mother. She had been 16 when she gave birth and put herself through college to give them both a better life. Now she was a nurse at a hospital just outside of town.
Hi, Mom. Ginny Lynn Maples, what are you thinking?
Her mom nearly shouted.
I had no idea where you were until I got a hold of Jolene. When she told me that you were in New York with Blake, I thought she was kidding. But then I ran into Landon's parents. Apparently, Landon went with you guys. You are grounded. I have no idea why you thought that you could.
Mom, Ginny softly said, tears springing to her eyes. I'm going to move in with Blake. I wanted to tell you, but...
You two are getting a place?
Her mother asked, bemused. She hadn't seen this coming. In all fairness, Blake was supposed to bite her after graduation. This wasn't supposed to happen. We plan on living with his parents until after graduation. Then we'll get a house together, Jeannie explained.
So you're moving out to live with a guy and his parents? What's the point?
Her mother asked, confused. Jeannie couldn't very well tell her mother that she was a werewolf. Cade had to clear it first. But seriously, her mother was all she had. Jeannie couldn't lose her over this. She loved her mother and didn't want to let her go. Suddenly, tears began streaming down Jeannie's face. Oh, Mom, things are so complicated, Jeannie cried. Her mother took her into her arms and held her. Jeannie bawled for what had to be 20 minutes. Then she pulled back and looked into her mother's eyes. I love Blake, Mom, but I love you too. Please don't be mad at me. Can't we try it out? Maybe I can stay with you most of the time, but spend a few days with him, Jeannie suggested. She could sense her holder's emotions and knew that he understood what she was trying to do. Jeannie sent a wave of love in his direction.
After you betrayed my trust, you expect to get your way?
Her mother asked, trying to stand firm. But Patricia Maples couldn't stay mad for long. It was evident in the way she was trying not to smile. Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you, but remember, I am 18, Jeannie calmly reminded her mother.
True. Fine, I, can live with that. You moving in with Blake for a few days can be a trial run, she compromised. I just don't want you getting pregnant young, Jeannie. I want you to go to college and get drunk and have fun.
Jeannie had no desire to touch alcohol, but she understood where her mother was coming from. I want you to be in my life, Mom. I am so sorry. Jolene is right. I should have had this talk with you, Jeannie said.
You are so lucky that I am not a strict parent. I heard from Ginger about the group date that Summer had to go on.
Her mother giggled. Ginger was Jolene's mother. I'm not sure what the story is, but I think that Mr. Wilson is strict for a reason, Jeannie informed her.
Patricia rolled her eyes. I'm still mad that you didn't talk to me. You know I hate this sneaking around thing, she scolded.
I know, Mom. I'm sorry, Jeannie sniffled. She was determined for Cade to allow her to be one of the people in the loop.
Oh, and by the way,
I learned another piece of gossip from Ginger, her mother teased. Jeannie was waiting to hear something she already knew. What is it? She reluctantly asked, after her mother looked at her expectantly. When was her mother going to learn that Jolene and Jeannie told each other everything?
Jolene was crowned homecoming queen,
her mother announced. And just like that, Jeannie felt left out. Secret email messages.
Dear Jolene, you are homecoming queen? The picture of you is, well, I didn't expect you to kiss Todd. Why Todd? I just don't get it. Landon. Dear Landon, you don't need to get it. We're together, and that's that. Jolene.
Chapter 14. Unwanted Drama. On Monday morning, I bolted down the stairs. The excitement was about to split me into a million pieces. Pete was sitting at the kitchen table, sipping his typical cup of coffee. I opened the fridge and settled for a bowl of Cheerios. As I sat, I eyed him hopefully. "Good morning, Dad. Do you trust Kate yet?" I asked, hopefully.
Did you know that Jeannie's mother Patricia came by last night?
My father randomly asked. "No, I don't think I ever met Patricia," I explained, curious about what Jeannie's mother spoke to my father about. "Are you friends?"
Not really, but she told me about the situation with Jeannie,"
he said, his disapproval making my gut turn. "What situation?" I asked, nerves replacing the excitement that I felt about seeing Cade.
Jeannie wants to move in with Blake. Patricia seems to think that allowing her daughter to have sporadic sleepovers was a solution. She was hoping that you could talk Jeannie out of the move. First Landon moves in with Clara, and now Jeannie wants to move in with Blake? Kaden hangs out with both Blake and Clara. There's no way that you are moving in with Kaden. You will go off to college and get a degree. In fact, I want you to start getting serious about filling out college applications," Dad announced, which agitated me. "What if I don't want to go to college?" I challenged. You do want to go, Summer, and that's not my point. I don't think that seeing Kate is such a good idea, my father decided. "Because Jeannie wants to move in with Blake? Come on, Dad, I barely hang out with the girl. She isn't going to influence me into doing something so reckless, and neither is Cade," I argued. "That's why I should still be allowed to see him." I don't think that he is the right boy for you, Summer. I get a strange feeling about that one, Dad admitted. That strange feeling that you have is overprotectiveness. Remember, Dad, Cade is nothing like Nick. And don't worry, I have no plans of moving in with him. I barely know him, I argued. Now, can we continue to have group dates and dinners at the house? My father looked like he would say no, but he sighed. Fine. I would appreciate if Cade only hung out here when I was around, he decided. I rubbed my forehead, a stress headache already coming on. Do you want me to talk to Jeannie? I asked, dread filling my chest. That's your choice, Summer. I doubt that anything you say will make a difference. Patricia was stupid when she agreed to the sleepovers. Why didn't she just tell Jeannie that she was making a big mistake? Pete demanded. Because she didn't want to lose Jeannie, I guessed, before continuing to eat my cereal. We need to talk, I told Todd and Jolene as we began walking down the street. About me being crowned homecoming queen? My mother was so excited. She's one of those people that spends her time focused on wearing the right thing, Jolene complained. No, but I'm so happy you won. I bet that Desiree thought that she had it in the bag, I told my friend, who was rocking a pale blue sweatsuit this time. I wore a low-cut long-sleeve shirt and a pair of skinny jeans. The weather was cooling a bit, and my Florida bones couldn't take it. Then what do you need to discuss? Todd asked. He had opted for a hoodie and jeans. Patricia came by last night to talk to my dad. I guess that she isn't happy that Jeannie wants to move in with Blake. She was hoping that I could talk her out of the idea, I reported, which made Jolene scowl. Good luck. She wouldn't listen to me, Jolene said. Patricia seemed okay with it all last night, Todd said, his confusion making his girlfriend roll her eyes. Of course. It's the reverse psychology yes means no crap that Patricia pulls all the time. Jeannie's just too naive to realize when her mom does it. If you want my advice, just stay out of it, Jolene said, and I nodded. But then I brought up my real concern, my father's lack of trust in Cade. What's weird about Cade? Jolene wondered. He is a little bossy, but you seem like you're into that kind of thing. I am not into that kind of thing, and Cade isn't bossy. He just knows what he wants, I corrected. Todd snorted. He is bossy, but Jolene is right. There's nothing weird about him, Todd said, as we walked towards the school steps. My heart rate increased when I spotted Cade standing by Zach, laughing at something. Clara was holding hands with Landon, her boyfriend shooting a glare in Todd's direction. Camille was having a conversation with Desiree, although I didn't think that Camille was enjoying the conversation much. Other students were laughing and taking selfies, but all of that faded when Cade stepped forward and pulled me into his arms, backpack and all. I hugged him back, peace filling every part of me. My face pressed into his t-shirt, and I let out a moan as his fingers began running through my hair. I was glad I left it down. He pressed his lips to the top of my head and we pulled apart. I gently caressed his cheek with my fingertips, my eyes hungrily traveling every part of his face. Hey, Cade greeted. Hey, I said. Did I impress your father enough? I really want to take you out tonight, Cade said. Agitation filled me at what I had to say next. Still group dates. You were doing well until Patricia came to visit my father last night. Apparently, she wants me to talk Jeannie into not moving in with her boyfriend, I reported, which made Cade scowl. So a group date then? He asked, not liking the prospect. Or we can say it's a group date and go off alone, I offered. Summer, we talked about this. I will play this by your father's rules. He is going to trust me. It's just going to take a while, Cade insisted, which pissed me off. What about me? I nearly shouted. Yeah, I was being unreasonable about this, but come on. Could Cade break a rule? Are you dating me or him? It isn't a big deal. Summer, we can discuss this when you're less agitated, Cade snapped before walking into the school. When he left me standing outside, my heart nearly broke. I had been so excited to see him, and now it felt like the concept of happiness was now dead and buried. Hey, Summer, Jolene softly said. Come on, we can skip school today. I shook my head, knowing that it would only make the situation worse. It's fine. Come on, I said. By lunchtime, all I craved was to be alone. Though my temper had cooled a bit, I was still annoyed with Cade. Why hadn't he heard me out? He wanted things done his way, and that was it? I was sick and tired of people controlling my life. Mom decided I was safer in Wolfin Falls. Dad decided that I couldn't go out with Cade alone, that I had to join a club, not get a job, and so on. Was Cade going to be yet another person who told me what to do? With that question hanging in my head, I plopped down beside Jolene at lunch. Jeannie sat with us, a tentative smile on her face. Summer, you're not hungry? Jeannie asked. Jolene had her usual, a buffalo chicken salad, and Jeannie was eating a sandwich. Lunch did not sound appealing. Not hungry, I replied, before pressing my head to the tabletop. Cade's upset, you know, Jeannie blurted out. He's been in a crappy mood all day. I've got to say that he does have a point. Why risk sneaking behind your father's back? It should be more of a last resort, Jeannie suggested. I was too annoyed to dignify her lecture with a response, but Jeannie couldn't help herself. Oh, really? You move in with Blake and you want to give Summer a lecture? Jolene challenged. That's none of your business. My mother is okay with it, which is all that matters.
Jeannie fired back. No, she isn't. She went by Summer's house last night and spoke to Pete. Apparently she thought that Summer could talk to you. Maybe talk you out of it. Instead, that only made Pete decide that maybe Cade isn't trustworthy. I guess Pete's worried that Summer will be pressured into moving in with him. Jolene snapped. My guess was that this fight had nothing to do with me, so I didn't butt in. That's ridiculous. Mom wouldn't do that, Jeannie protested. Then how do you think we found out that your mom knew that you were moving in with Blake? Jolene challenged. Jeannie let out an annoyed groan. Summer, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I can't believe that my mom involved you in our drama. Man. And here I was giving you that stupid lecture. With a father so strict, I would have gone behind his back as well, Jeannie said. I lifted my head and saw the horror and remorse in Jeannie's face. It's all right, I said, rubbing my head. I have a headache. I think I'm going to get out of here. I got up on protesting legs and made my way out of the cafeteria. I was relieved when the sound of chatting voices faded away. What I didn't expect was to come face to face with Camille. Hi, Camille said, a contemplative expression on her face. Hi, I responded, my only desire to walk away. So, Kaden tried bossing you around and didn't like the consequences? After her question, she let out an understanding smile. He does that a lot. Refuses to hear people out? No. Assumes that he knows what is best. Camille said, Look, Summer, my brother really cares about you. He doesn't want to mess it up, she explained, which made me smile. Cade talks about me? I asked, curious. Non-stop. Can you please make up with him? My brother is an idiot, but you make his day. It's annoying, really. You should have seen how his face lit up every time you texted him while we were in New York, Camille said, before pulling me into a fierce hug. Her friendliness warmed my heart. I knew at that moment that I had just made another friend. When she pulled away, a thought occurred to me. What's Cade's favorite dessert? I asked, interested. He loves apple crisp with vanilla bean ice cream, Camille responded. Would it be okay if I dropped a dessert off at your place? I wondered. Camille grinned. Of course. Will your dad let you? She wanted to know. Yes, because he's coming. Maybe if my father met your parents in a casual setting, it would make Dad more comfortable, I decided. And plus, I knew that my father wouldn't want to drive me to Kate's house. It would sort of be a punishment for him. Sure. Want me to tell Cade? She asked. No. Let this be a surprise, I decided. Camille nodded before walking away. I had a father to call, and a dessert to bake. Chapter 15. Meeting the Family. We arrived at a cheery 2-story that had a green lawn. Dad drove me in his Chevy, which reeked of gas. Just like I thought, he seemed displeased with the idea of going out after work. For dinner, I had made tacos, deciding to focus on the apple crisp. I broke the news to him during dinner, since he hadn't picked up when I had called him at the gas station. They know we're coming? Pete asked, for the millionth time. Yes, Dad. His family knows that I made a dessert to surprise Cade, I said. Now, please don't embarrass me. Pete rolled his eyes before opening his door. I hefted the dessert while he grabbed the ice cream from the back seat. We walked up the drive, and Camille opened the door before I could knock. She had an excited grin on her face. Mr. Wilson, come in. My parents would love to talk to you, Camille said. Oh, Summer, Kate's in the backyard sulking. Why didn't you answer his calls? I was busy, I lied. This dessert was coming with a scoop of lecture. We were going to have discussions. Yes, my boyfriend was probably right about sneaking behind my father's back. But the way he expressed his opinion was so unnecessary. Lugging the dessert and the ice cream, I strolled to the back of the house. Kate was sitting on the patio table, dessert bowls stacked up in the middle of the table, along with a pitcher and 2 glasses. Thank you, Camille. My co-conspirator thought of everything. Kate looked up and blinked, as if startled by something.
Pete is at our house?
He asked, puzzled. Yep, and I baked you apple crisp. I was hoping that we could talk, I said, my tone serious. Kate rushed forward and took the stuff from my arms.
You even brought my favorite ice cream,
he noted, sounding surprised. I joined him on the patio table and grabbed one of the dessert plates. Camille helped me plan everything. She thought that we should talk, I said. As I attempted to serve him, Kate gently grabbed my wrist.
No, baby. I'll dish out the apple crisp,
he told me. He gently pushed me into one of the patio chairs and plated 2 large portions of apple crisp and ice cream. He placed one of the plates in front of me, then sat.
I'm sorry for upsetting you,
Kate said, his dark eyes holding remorse. Do you know why you upset me? I asked, before taking a bite.
No, but I can guess,
he responded. My sister, Cheyenne, witnessed a murder. I guess she didn't realize that Nick and his family were bookies and dabbled in drug dealing and prostitution. This guy, Brandon Keller, thought that he could steal from the family. I guess Cheyenne had stopped by Nick's apartment to surprise him. She already had the key and was in his bedroom. She heard arguing and then a gunshot. She ran out, thinking Nick had been hurt, but saw Nick standing over a terrified Brandon and shot him again. She played it off like she didn't care and Nick bought it. She called the police as quickly as she could and Nick was arrested. Nick was smart enough to use gloves when he shot Brandon. And my sister is the only witness. Benny the bookie, Nick's father, is protective of his only son. At first, Benny the bookie had his friends harass her. You know, phone calls, letters, bribes. Then he had his associates set fire to our house. Mom decided that things were too dangerous for me and sent me to live with my father. She didn't ask me or even had a discussion. One day, she stormed into the hotel room that we were staying at and told me that I had a flight the next morning. Cade, I get where you were coming from, but you will never take choices away from me. We will discuss things when we have differing opinions. I refuse to never have a choice, I explained, feeling uneasy. Mom had instructed me to never tell anyone my true reason for being in Wolfin Falls. She didn't think that Benny the bookie's reach was countrywide, but she couldn't be sure. But my soul told me that I could trust Cade. He stopped eating, his gaze darkening in intensity.
You will be safe here, Summer,
he assured me. You can't tell anyone about this. I doubt that Benny the bookie has friends here, but we can't risk it, I told Cade.
Okay,
Cade reluctantly agreed.
I understand your position now. So, why did you bake this for me?
Because I missed you and wanted an excuse to give my dad. It worked like a charm, I gloated.
Smart girl,
Cade affectionately said.
Want to go in and meet my parents? I talk about you a whole lot.
Sure, I said with a smile. But let's finish our dessert first. Cade and I spent half an hour talking over dessert. We planned our next group date, a dinner date this time, and then spoke about simple things. I told him about my stint in drama club, while he told me about his lawn mowing business. Then he gathered up the rest of the apple crisp and the ice cream and led me into the house.
Greg, I get what you are saying, but I still don't feel comfortable with Summer coming over here without me. In light of what Patricia told me, I'm not sure if our parenting styles align,
my father said. My hands tightened into fists as we walked into the living room. The room was spacious, with multiple couches, a wall-mounted TV, and a beautiful fireplace. Dad was sitting on the couch beside a tall man with thinning black hair, olive skin, and a wiry build. A woman was sitting on the opposite couch, working on crocheting something. "Dad!" I hissed, my embarrassment turning into anger. "You can't be serious!" My father sighed.
Summer, you know why I don't think it's a good idea for you to go on dates alone,
my father explained. "Yeah, because of Cheyenne's mistakes. Dad, these people aren't like Nick's parents," I reminded him. He nodded.
But the whole moving in thing, I don't think that I like the idea of you moving in with your boyfriend before you graduate high school,
my father said.
Patricia said,
"I think that you should stop talking to Patricia. It's making you paranoid," I gently suggested. "Dad, I'm not asking to move in with Cade. I only want to be allowed to go to dinner, a movie, or to a fair with him." I think my father was tired of arguing.
"Maybe in a month or two,"
he said, shooting me a tired smile. Cade's father stood.
"You must be Summer,"
he said, before pulling me into a hug. I hugged the man back, glad that he wasn't angry at me for my father questioning his parenting. He pulled away and grinned at me.
"Kaden talks about you a lot."
"Greg, stop hogging her," the woman complained. She stood, abandoning her crochet project, and pulled me into a tight hug. "Hi, pretty girl. I'm Lisa," she introduced herself. "My son is a lot happier now that you're in his life." I had no idea what to say. Hugging Lisa made me miss my own mother. Jolene had said that she was assisting my sister with something and would call when she had the chance. When would that be? I pulled away and wiped a tear from my eye. "Sorry, it's just... seeing you makes me think of my own mother. I haven't spoken to her since I moved here," I admitted.
"Really?"
Pete nearly roared.
"Are you still mad at her for sending you here?"
"No, Darlene told me that she was handling business in Australia," I said, calming my father down. The relief on his face confused me. But I wasn't about to pry in front of Caden's parents. "Isn't that sweet?" Lisa said, as she pressed her hand to her heart. "I love you already." I shot her a grin and was overwhelmed by her kindness. "Thanks. It's lovely to meet you all," I said. Cade stepped forward and wrapped his arm around me. This move made my father scowl, but comforted me.
"Pete, would you like some of the apple crisp?"
Cade suddenly asked. "Maybe we should all talk over dessert." Lisa squealed and left the room.
"Come on, Pete. You know that Lisa never takes no for an answer,"
Craig insisted. It turned out that Lisa was good at making guests stay. The simple slice of apple crisp turned into a game of Monopoly. Apparently, the woman had a love of board games. I had already lost all of my territories and was happily watching Lisa and Pete duke it out. Greg had opted not to play, stating that he had some paperwork to look through. Kate had also lost, and we were sitting side by side, holding hands while the grown-ups played. It was a little after 10, and drowsiness was settling in. But I didn't want to spoil the night. Finally, my father was relaxed, his competitiveness showing.
"Want to go to the fisherman for clam chowder?"
Kate asked me. "Sounds good. Who's coming with us?" I asked.
"Jolene and Todd, Jeannie and Blake.
and maybe Clara and Landon. Though I highly doubt that Landon will bother. He isn't a fan of Todd's," he quietly told me.
"Why? Todd is so nice," I protested.
"If I'm being honest, I think that Landon is jealous of Todd. He used to have a thing for Jolene,"
he reminded me. But I didn't get why Landon hadn't just chosen Jolene. Then again, would he have been happy with his choice? I highly doubted the fact and determined that the only thing that would have made him happy was a shot at dating them both. Chapter 16. The Phone Call. Cade was sitting on his porch when his father joined him. It had been a couple of days since his fight with Summer, and things were settling down. They had plans to go to the Fisherman, a seafood restaurant, to enjoy chowder. Of course, Pete made it clear that they could only go on one group date per week. Claiming his holder was going to be a challenge.
"Son, how are things going?"
his father asked.
"I'm trying to figure out what to do about Pete,"
Cade confessed. His father was a man who loved to talk, give advice, and solve problems. In truth, Cade longed for the days when his father made all of the decisions.
"Have you considered telling Summer the truth?"
his father suggested.
"Cade, you can't keep on lying to her. She has to want to be with you, the shifter. The drive to bite your holder will only increase. You are an alpha, and your wolf wants to be at full strength. Deep down, you want her to be protected."
His father hadn't said anything that Cade hadn't been thinking, but Cade had to admit the man made it seem like telling the truth was easy. What if Summer refused the turn? What if she decided that it was best to stay away from him? What if Pete became a bigger problem? It wasn't like he was a parent that craved friendship with his daughter. Cade knew that Summer's father would do whatever was best for Summer, even if it made her unhappy.
"If we tell Pete, he might force her to move away,"
Cade expressed. His father nodded, which made the alpha's stomach sink.
"But you might have to take that chance. But if I were you, I'd tell Pete after you turned Summer. Then you can make the argument that you are the only one that can help her with the transition,"
Greg pointed out, which rubbed Cade the wrong way. The manipulation tactics seemed underhanded and dishonorable. But he had to admit that his father's plan did have some merit. Was Summer going to consider it? Cade knew that he had to tell her soon. After all, the next full moon was less than a month away. If he left again, he knew that she would demand an excuse stronger than family business. He didn't want to lie to the one person that was supposed to complete him. The alpha also didn't want to think about this anymore. He had to go to his office and get some much-needed paperwork done.
"Dad,
I'll think about what you said," Cade said.
I don't like it, but if it's the only way I can keep Summer, I'll do it." "So, you'll tell her about us this weekend?"
Greg pushed.
"I don't think so. Maybe we can invite Summer and Pete over for dinner. While you keep Pete busy with Monopoly, I can tell her what's going on,"
Cade suggested.
"Yeah, your mother wants a rematch. Give me the word and I'll give him a call,"
his father suggested, before walking back into the house. Cade was in his office, going over the paperwork. The monthly taxes were due in a couple of days. The online funds collection initiative was working great. Every time a packmate was paid, they would give Cade $100 of their paycheck. Cade would then transfer the money to an online bank account. In addition, he would run side businesses to raise more money a month. Cade was currently paying $4,000 a month in taxes. The fee was $200 per pack member. Now that Jeannie was a member, he would have to amend that figure. He would have to pay the Empress
$4,200. Kate amended that thought when he remembered that he took in 2 prisoners. They were also pack members. Well, it looked like it was going to be $4,600 until Summer and Jolene joined the pack. Then, the figure would be higher. Kate had to speak to Landon and Todd. The pair had never gotten along in the past. But now that Todd was obviously showing an interest in Jolene, things would be different. Before Cade could text the men, his office phone rang. "Hello?" Cade asked, after picking up the receiver. "Cade?" Nicole asked. "Hi, Nicole," Cade greeted. "How are you?" "I'm fine. That mage hunting thing is a concern to the Empress. It sounds like our empire has to prepare for war," Nicole noted. Cade stiffened at that thought. "War?" Cade slowly asked. "Yes, war. The 2 prisoners you captured will need to be transported to the royal territory," Nicole announced. "When are you sending men to pick them up?" Cade asked, glad to be rid of them. They weren't talking to them, and he had a feeling that they were really just lackeys. "No, Cade. The Empress expects you and your second to present them. She has invited all of the alphas and their betas to the royal city." "It's an order," Nicole warned. Cade swallowed. He knew what would happen if he ignored the Empress's orders. But he did not want to be that far from his holder. His wolf would go mad at that thought. "When?" Cade asked. "She would like you to be there by Sunday," Nicole said. "Sunday? That isn't enough time. I need to." "Cade, I get it. You haven't bitten your holder yet. But this is more important. The mages are being challenged. Some have been killed, while others have been captured." "That's why I should stay in my territory. My mother is vulnerable without her alpha there to keep her safe," Cade argued. "I doubt the rebels will bother your pack again. As long as I stay away, your mother will be safe," Nicole assured him. Cade didn't think that this was a good idea. But what could he do? His wolf was pleading for him to refuse. "It isn't like I have a choice," Cade grumbled. "You don't. And because of these circumstances, the pack taxes have been doubled," she announced. "Doubled?" Cade yelled. "Are you insane?" "The Empress is not insane," Nicole said, her voice lowering. "We have to raise money for war." "So you want me to pay $9,200 in taxes per month?" Cade hissed. "Cade, everyone's pack taxes have been doubled. I'm sorry if you don't have a lucrative venture that pays your taxes. I've often told your father that allowing the pack members to choose their own profession has been unwise," Nicole lectured as Cade's office door opened. Camille stood there, fury lining every feature of her face. Cade gave her a hand signal, warning his sister that he was on the phone with Nicole. "Is there anything else?" Cade asked, as he shot Camille a signal, telling her to gather the pack. She stiffly nodded and exited the room. "No, that will be all," Nicole said before hanging up. Cade stood and rubbed his eyes. He had a pack to speak to. The 22 other pack members crowded around Cade's spacious living room. His mother pulled in kitchen and dining room chairs to provide other seats. The 2 prisoners, who had been living in the detainment cells in the basement, sat on the sectional between Claire's father, whose name was Tim, and Blake. They looked miserable and afraid. But the alpha took pride in the fact that at least they had a few pounds on them. He stood facing those that he had sworn to protect with a heavy heart. Cade had no idea where to start. "Silence," he demanded, his alpha strength seeping from his voice. Everyone straightened and closed their traps. I know that it's late, but I have news from the Empress. First off, she declares that everyone's pack fee is $400. Outraged shouts fill the air, making Cade's wolf stiffen. It was obvious that he didn't like that his pack was misbehaving. He had more dreaded bad news to give, and wanted to get it all off his chest. There's more, Cade warned.
Seriously? Clara snapped. You let her do this to us?
It wasn't like I agreed, Clara, Cade said, his tone deep and filled with ice. Clara's face turned bright red as her mother shot her a reprimanding look. What else? Blake demanded. Jeannie was sitting beside him, holding his hand. Her first pack meeting was supposed to be less strenuous than this. She ordered all of the alphas and betas to attend a meeting in her territory. We are to be there by Sunday. And Luke and Roxanne, you have to come too. The prisoners lowered their heads, as if they had expected as much. Though their entrance into the pack was temporary, the pack did not seem excited about relinquishing the criminals. Cade himself had a feeling that the Empress was going to make an example out of them. Is that all? Cade's mother softly asked. It is. Camille, you are in charge while Blake and I are gone, Cade announced.
That makes no sense. Camille doesn't even speak to any of us. And you put her in charge?
Clara whined. Camille nodded, then strolled out of the room. It was obvious that she was finished with the meeting. Cade understood Camille better than most. His parents theorized that she would be a mage one day. Without her holder to ignite that power, her wolf was often on edge around others. Clara's comment was irritating and uncalled for. Clara, I am Alpha, Cade reminded the strong-willed woman. I have the best interests of the pack in mind. Clara lowered her eyes in respect, and Cade eyed the group. His eyes landed on Jeannie. Jeannie, you are tasked with watching over Summer. You and Clara must work together to protect her. Todd, continue to pursue Jolene. If she's your holder, you must keep her safe. Cade frowned at the startled look that flashed across Landon's face. Todd, Jolene is your holder? Landon asked, sounding disgruntled. Clara scowled at her mate. Yes, I've known for a while. I was just waiting for her to get over you to make a move, Todd announced. Todd was not a dominant wolf, which explained why the drive didn't ride him that hard. Right, the submissive thing, Landon said, which rubbed Cade the wrong way. Cade stepped forward and yanked Landon up by his collar. Watch it. Todd is your pack member. You do not put him down because he is more submissive than you, Cade snarled, before releasing the annoying fool. Then he stormed out of the room to prepare for the trip. Dear Jolene, I hung out with Todd tonight. He seems to think that he has somewhat of a claim on you. It was pathetic. You could do so much better than Todd. Why do you bother with him? I personally think your strong spirit needs to be with a strong man. Todd is so submissive and weak. Landon, figures that you would think that someone like Todd is weak. He is unconventional, I'll give you that. But I can't see him staking a claim on me. What did he say? And how do you know what's good for me? Why are you picking on Todd? At least he was brave enough to go for it. Jolene. Dear Jolene, if you must know, Todd said that he has liked you for 2 years. He was just waiting for you to get over me. Landon. Seriously, no comment. I really don't want to deal with this right now. Jolene.
Chapter 17. Goodbye, normal. A shake to the shoulders woke me the next morning. It was barely sunrise. What the hell? When my eyes opened, I blinked in surprise at who was standing beside my bed. Jolene stood there, a wide smile on her face.
Finally! It took you forever to wake up,
she complained. Sleep hadn't been much of a companion last night. I kept on waking up throughout the night. So this interruption of sleep was really annoying. Jolene, what time is it? I asked through a yawn.
It's 7 a.m. I'm really hyper for some reason. I've been up since 5. Come on! Don't you have eggs to make me?
I'm making you eggs? I asked, confused.
You invited Kate and me over for breakfast, she argued.
Yeah, at a reasonable hour, I grumbled. It was obvious that she wasn't going to let me get any sleep.
I was hungry and couldn't wait,
Jolene said defensively. Knowing that going back to sleep was as impossible as predicting the next Powerball numbers, I lumbered into the bathroom. A hot shower didn't do much to improve my mood. My body was aching, my head was killing me, and my energy was scarce. In reality, Kate was probably not going to bother to show up until 9 at the earliest, right? Part of me wished that he would burst into my room and take me into his arms. But wishes were crap in reality. So I changed into yoga pants and a pink t-shirt and exited my room. Jolene had the nerve to be under my blanket snoring. Ugh, I was going to wake her up and... The doorbell rang, which made my heart rate pick up. Ignoring Jolene, I dashed down the stairs, my bare feet thudding against the hardwood. Dad was not in the kitchen, but an empty cup of coffee and a muffin wrapper told me that he had eaten breakfast at some point. I opened the door and saw Kate standing on the other side. It was like my entire being lit up. A smile stretched my face at the sight of him. I moved backwards in order for him to enter. As soon as the front door closed, we were in each other's arms. His lips found mine, the passion in the kiss curling my toes. His tongue delved into my mouth, and it felt like he was savoring my taste. My hands gripped his shoulders to ensure that my hands didn't wander. He breathily pulled away, so that his lips could trail from my lips down to the side of my neck. I shivered, the sensations nearly overloading all of my senses. Then his lips were right back on mine. His hands rested on my lower back as our mouths devoured one another's. I had no idea how long we stood like this, kissing in my kitchen. But eventually, Cade pulled away and cupped my face in his strong hands. The stress and exhaustion in his eyes made my heart ache.
Baby, I have to leave town again,
Cade announced, which made my stomach twist. While he was in New York, my mood went from bad to worse. I didn't want to sound like the obsessed girls that annoyed me, but I couldn't help it. There was something about Cade that made me crave him. What about the fisherman? I asked, the disappointment making me frown. He couldn't be serious about leaving, right?
I have no way to explain this. I didn't really think of anything. I just wanted to see you,
Cade announced.
So here it is. Summer. I'm an alpha of a pack of werewolves. I know you probably will think I'm insane, but here's proof. Wolfin Falls.
Didn't you notice that there are so many towns called Wolfin Falls? He demanded.
The Wolfens have created an empire which spans over hundreds of years. I
backed away from Cade, my body protesting. I had to think. Cade was a wolf? That couldn't be possible. Though the Wolfen thing was true, when I had Googled Wolfin Falls, over 24 Wolfin Falls in different states had popped up. But he couldn't be a wolf. Cade, we can get you help, I said, figuring to go with the "you are crazy" approach. Cade chuckled and took off his shirt. I squealed and covered my eyes, though part of me wanted to look. But damn it, the guy was insane. I had to get him help. Before I could think to drop my hands and run for my cell phone, something licked my arms. I squealed and blinked down at a large black wolf. Shut the front door. An honest-to-goodness wolf was standing in front of me. Cade's clothing was resting on the kitchen table, and the door was still closed. The beautiful creature glanced up at me with dark eyes that I had gazed into moments ago. With a shaky hand, I patted the thing on its head. "Hey," I softly said, "aren't you a beauty?" My mind was having a difficult time believing that my boyfriend was a freaking wolf. But the wolf sure was cute. It panted as I scratched behind its ears. Well, hell, behind Cade's ears? I wasn't sure how to process this. He suddenly jolted backwards, and a few seconds later, I was staring at Cade. Wow, he was buck naked and, my, it was a glorious sight. I blushed and looked away as he changed back into his clothes. "Baby, look at me," Cade pleaded, the fear in his voice catching me off guard. I glanced over at him and saw that his eyes were guarded. "I will never hurt you, Summer. You have nothing to fear from me." Without hesitation, I rushed forward, my arms wrapping around him. Sure, Cade was a werewolf. I'd have to Google things and try to get used to the idea. But I knew, deep in the depths of my soul, that this big, bad wolf wouldn't harm me physically. Cade held me close, his grip strong and solid. For a moment, we stood like that, my face pressed into his chest, our grips firm and determined. But then I pulled back to make eye contact with him. "You told me because you didn't want to lie to me?" I asked, uncertainly. "I was going to tell you that I was a wolf after the full moon," he admitted. "So the full moon is a big thing for you?" I asked, interested. "Yes and no. We don't have to shift during a full moon. It's expected," he said. "It's the one time a month our pack can gather and run. Our wolves are slightly stronger, but not by much." "But you told me now because you are leaving town?" I asked, trying to figure out why Cade was making a random confession when we hadn't even been on a real date. "The empress, the leader of the Wolfin Empire, has ordered the betas and alphas of all of the Wolfin Falls packs to come to her territory. I don't know how long Blake and I are going to be gone, but Jeannie is also a wolf, and she is going to protect you while I'm gone," he said, before pressing a kiss to the top of my head. "Protect me from what?" I asked, confused. "From anything that would harm you. You are important to me, Summer. I won't be able to conduct business unless I know that you are being protected by one of my packmates," he said, as the front door flew open. "You mean 2 of my packmates," a female voice said. "You also assigned me to protect your holder." "Holder?" I asked, confused. Was that an insult or something? "Clara," Cade hissed. "Go outside. I didn't get to that part yet." "What's a holder?" I demanded, as I left the comfort of Cade's arms. If this thought that she could come into my house and insult me, she had another thing coming. I didn't care if she was a wolf. I would show her what I was made of. I strolled over to her and glared. I asked you a question.
You aren't my alpha, Summer. I don't have to take orders from you, Claire protested.
Hold her. What's that, an insult? I asked, anger filling my gut. Clara smiled at me. Of course not. It's our term for soulmate. Clara gently explained, her green eyes sparkling. That explained why you got so mad. Clara's nose twitched and she scowled. I smell Jolene. Before I could tell Clara to shove it, footsteps pounded down the stairs. I don't smell bacon, Jolene sang. I turned to see her and frowned. My friend's eyes were wide with surprise and discomfort. Clara? You invited Clara? Jolene squeaked. Of course I was invited, Clara said. Summer and I happen to be friends, you know. Jolene eyed me, and a doubtful expression flashed across her face before she shrugged. The more the merrier, I guess. Does anyone mind if I invite Todd? Todd Preston? I asked. Yep, Jolene said with a smile. Fine by me. Clara, can you, give Kate and I a second? I asked hopefully. Nope, he's got to go, Clara insisted. Fine, I muttered, before pulling him into my arms. I pressed one final kiss to his lips, hating that we would be separated. He returned the embrace, his arms strong. When we pulled apart, Kate grinned down at me. Stay safe, Summer, he said. You too, I said, and Kate walked out of my house. For a second, I stared at the door, until it opened and Jeannie entered, her face filled with sadness. Hey, Jeannie. I'm surprised that you're still living. I thought that your mother would have killed you by now, Jolene teased, as she rushed past me and wrapped her arms around her. Jeannie let out a playful cough. Ugh, not you too, Joe, she protested. Jolene pulled away and smiled. You look tired, I told Jeannie. It was weird to think that she was a wolf. Jeannie looked like a normal woman, without a hint of supernatural in her appearance. I was truly stunned by the fact that nothing looked odd about her. Jeannie suppressed a yawn. I am really tired. Do you have any coffee? She hopefully asked. Yep, and I have to make breakfast. Todd is coming over, I said. Jeannie grinned at that prospect. Clara didn't seem like she cared one way or another. I pulled the eggs, bacon, and the ingredients for chocolate chip French toast and got to work. As I cooked, Jolene updated Jeannie on everything that she had missed, including my hot kissing session with Cade. Surprisingly, Clara helped me cook. She seemed happy in the kitchen, as if it was where she wanted to be. Before I knew it, the food was on the table and a grinning Todd was walking in the house, his arms full of flowers. Jolene giggled when he stumbled over nothing and nearly fell on his face. Clara dove forward and rescued the flowers. Yellow flowers for Clara, Jeannie, and Summer, and red roses for Jolene, he explained as a blush formed on his face. Thanks, Todd, I said as I snatched up the yellow dandelions. It was a sweet gesture that warmed my heart. Jeannie simply stared at him, her eyes staring down at the red roses. Do you like them, Jolene? He asked my blushing friend. Yeah. Todd, that was very thoughtful of you. Now sit. We need to discuss our attire for prom, Jolene insisted. Everyone except for Jolene let out a collective groan, but we all sat and began digging in. What is your act of rebellion going to be, Joe? Jeannie asked, after her second cup of coffee. I think that we should all nominate an unpopular candidate. Think about it. If we vote for someone that isn't popular, it will break the vicious cycle, she pointed out. Fine. I suppose we have some time since prom is 6 months away, I said, relieved that I wasn't going to wear sweatpants to the event. Who's it going to be?
Clara,
Jolene decided. Clara glared. I don't have time for that crap. I think that electing a prom queen is an antiquated, stupid human tradition that feeds the ego of humans, Clara whined. So is having an empress, I fired back, sticking up for my fellow humans.
Right, the wolf empress thing?
So Todd, you're a werewolf too, right? Jolene asked, curious. I shot a glare in her direction. You eavesdropped? I protested. I was curious, and if Kay didn't want me to hear, he wouldn't have shifted in the middle of your kitchen, Jolene argued.
Yes, Jolene, I am of the werewolf variety, Todd declared. Does it bother you?
Jolene shook her head. No, it's fascinating. After we eat, can you shift for us? Jolene asked hopefully. Clara snorted. Jeannie and I have already seen wolves. That won't be a treat for us, she argued.
But it will be for me,
Jolene said.
And yes, Clara, you're the perfect candidate.
You know, the anti-prom queen. You can win and not show up or something. Clara nodded in defeat, and the rest of us laughed. Chapter 18. The Empress. On a bright Sunday morning, Cade pulled his minivan past the rising gates. Ahead was a sprawling development which held the Empress and the elite Wolfin Falls pack. The pack house was a 2-story Victorian that was surrounded by rows of cottages on both sides. Cade and his pack had a guest cottage on the perimeter. He pulled the van into the barely there driveway and happily exited the car. He heard a buzz in his pocket and slipped his phone out to read. Camille. You arrived? Cade. Yes. How is everything? Camille. Suspiciously quiet, but school starts tomorrow. Cade. Get my homework? Camille. Sure. Cade, you're here. Come now, said Nicole, who appeared in front of him. She was dressed in a baby blue sundress, and her dark hair was in a ponytail. The exhaustion on her face worried Cade. It wasn't like he was particularly worried about her. She wasn't his concern. But something told him that he was going to walk into a hostile situation. I was just about to. Bring Blake and the prisoners. You are almost late, she scolded. Cade sighed, slipped his phone in his pocket, and waved for Blake to exit the vehicle. On cue, both Roxanne and Luke left the van, which made Nicole scowl at them. Why aren't they restrained? Nicole demanded. Because they don't need to be, Cade said. They are under my alpha command. Nicole chuckled. Cade, one day you'll remember that you are just starting out. Your alpha commands aren't as strong as others, she lectured. His wolf wanted to take a chunk out of Nicole for the insult, and Cade was in agreement. Who the hell was she to question his power when she did nothing but run when those rogues attacked? We should probably be heading over, Blake reminded Nicole. She nodded, and the group jogged to the Empress's abode. Nicole led Cade, Blake, Luke, and Roxanne into a large amphitheater with dozens of rows filled with recliner seats. She marched up the front to a stage which held a massive silver throne, sandwiched between 2 smaller ones. All 3 thrones were occupied by scowling royals. Cade locked eyes with Annabelle Matthews, the current Empress. She was beautiful, with honey-brown skin, dark curly hair, and light brown eyes. But she was also out of touch. Her husband, Prince William, was a tall, thin man with light brown hair and blue eyes. Their only son, Prince Trevor, had tan skin, light brown hair, and his father's blue eyes. Each royal was dressed casually, but their clothes looked expensive. They looked at Cade as if he had insulted them in some way. He had no idea what he could possibly have done, until Nicole threw him under the bus. Sorry, Empress. Kate thinks that his alpha powers are strong enough to contain them, Nicole reported, before taking a seat beside her useless mate, Mike. Kate, why aren't those prisoners restrained? Empress Annabelle calmly demanded. Kaden Drake didn't bow down to anyone. He was alpha and didn't care what this woman had to say. They won't attack you, Kate assured, before he felt alpha powers brush up against his skin. He turned to see Roxanne and Luke shifting uncomfortably. It took a second for Kate to realize that someone was trying to influence his people. He felt the energy in the air and knew that he could trace it to whoever was emitting it. The insult was so great that Kate let out a snarl. He couldn't help himself. He had spent the last day traveling to Florida, worrying about the pack tax and longing for his holder. And now, some bully of an alpha dared to insult him. Kate strolled up the aisle to the third row, following the magic that was now clinging to his packmate's skin. Then he snatched up the middle-aged alpha by the collar and snarled, "You dare insult me by attempting to influence my packmates? They drank my blood. They belong to me," Kate shouted. A gentle hand rested on Kate's forehead. His wolf purred inside his chest. The Empress was touching him, her touch like a soothing balm. Kate, talk to me. Not Edward Murphy. What did you see? She softly asked. He felt the alpha command brush up against his mind. His wolf was starting to become aware again. Kate himself was realizing that she was using her alpha voice. He could have disobeyed, but figured that he might as well tell her the truth. I can sense alpha commands. It's like energy each alpha gives off. I felt this man trying to influence both Roxanne and Luke, Kate reported. Annabelle released her hold on him, and Kate glared into the eyes of the furious man. Kate, let Edward Murphy go, the Empress ordered. I think I want to talk to him. Kate did not want to back down. Everything in him told him to take on that arrogant alpha until he submitted. But he wasn't a true alpha. So Kate reluctantly watched as Annabelle placed a hand on his forehead. So, Edward Murphy, why did you try to control the prisoners? Because I wanted them to kill you. Kate was stupid enough to bring them in unrestrained. And I figured that I could take advantage of it. I didn't know that he was some super freak. His pack is weak and doesn't have that many members. Who knew that you would ship a valuable resource out into the middle of nowhere? Edward Murphy taunted. Cade really wanted to challenge him now. How dare he insult his pack? Cade wanted to wrap his hands around the other wolf's throat, but an arm wrapped around his chest and pulled him backwards. Don't, a male voice warned. Let my mom handle this. Oh, great. The freaking prince of the Empire had a grip on him. Tell me, Edward, why would you want to kill me? Annabelle demanded. You're the strongest person in this stupid empire. If I kill you, Ryan Bragstone could declare himself emperor, and we will be better off for it, he said. Kate's stomach sank at the angry look in Annabelle's eyes. She wasn't the empress just then. She was enraged. So, you are also going to kill my husband, and my son too? Annabelle gently asked. Of course. Ryan isn't dumb enough to let them live, he boasted. And Ryan wasn't foolish enough to show up here, Annabelle noted. Of course not. He's going to send mercenaries to attack some of your packs, the man said. Do you have anything else to say? Annabelle asked. I don't know any more than that. All I was supposed to do was kill you. Once you are dead,
Ryan Bragstone and his supporters are supposed to invade," he explained.
"Okay then," Annabelle said, right before she slits his throat with her claws. Annabelle spoke to his beta, Teddy Dork, who was also guilty. She gave him the same throat-slitting treatment. Kate's posture stiffened when the Empress made her way back to him. She was one creepy lady.
"Kate, are you interested in being emperor?" she challenged.
"Hell no," Kate declared. "I just want to go back home to my holder and pack. I have no interest in any of this."
His words made Annabelle smile. "Neither does my Trevor. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't planning a revolt." Annabelle sighed. "It would have been a shame to destroy you."
As if I'd stand still for that,
Kate thought to himself. He had no idea why those other wolves just sat there, allowing the Empress to take control of them. She wasn't a true Empress. Tradition gave her all of her power. "Very good. Now you and Blake will be dismissed after I speak to your packmates," Annabelle said. She gave both Roxanne and Luke the same treatment. They answered truthfully and explained that they too just want to go back to Wolfin Falls, New Hampshire, and go into obscurity. To Kate's shock, she did not slit their throats. "You're pardoned," she told the pair. "Don't disappoint me. You will not be given a second chance. Now, you are dismissed for now. Stay in the cottage with your alpha and beta until I meet with you," Annabelle said. Cade, Blake, Luke, and Roxanne left the meeting hall and went to the cottage designated for their pack. "So, I'm not dead?" Roxanne asked, as soon as she plopped down in the sectional in the living room.
"Apparently not,"
Luke said, as he sat beside her. "No, seriously, we aren't dead," she said. "I can't believe it."
"Neither can I,"
Blake said, as he walked into the kitchen.
"Did you see the way that the Empress slit the throats of Edward Murphy and his beta?" "We need to talk,"
Cade said, as he sat beside Roxanne.
"If you're going to be a part of my pack, you're going to have to earn your keep."
Roxanne paled, which made Cade's stomach twist.
"What do we have to do?"
Luke cautiously asked.
"Get jobs,"
Cade said.
"You will have to give me $200 per paycheck, which will go toward your pack membership tax,"
Cade announced.
"What kind of jobs can we get?"
Luke asked suspiciously.
"Whatever you want. As long as it's legal, it's okay with me,"
Cade said, as Blake entered, carrying a tray that held a platter of sandwiches, a stack of small plates, and 4 water bottles. Both Luke and Roxanne were taken aback by the beta's thoughtfulness. Cade thanked him and ravenously ate his ham and cheese sandwich. Then he went into one of those 3 bedrooms, pulled out his phone, and called his holder. "Cade?" Summer asked, sounding taken aback.
"Hey, baby, did I wake you up?"
he asked. "No, I woke up at 4 in the morning. I was actually trying to decide between watching Charmed or Buffy the Vampire Slayer," she admitted.
"You could go with Buffy. Don't you like that Angel and Buffy romance?"
Cade asked, remembering one of the things his holder had told him. "But I also like Piper and Leo," she said.
"Why not try something that wasn't on the air when we were toddlers?"
Cade wanted to know. "Because, I don't know. I'm up to date on everything else," she explained. "I haven't seen all the seasons of either show. How are you?"
"Exhausted. I just met with the Empress. She's allowing Roxanne and Luke to come home with us,"
Cade said. Then he went into what happened. It felt nice not having any secrets from his holder. They went on like that for hours, swapping stories until Summer fell asleep.
"Dear Jolene, so you're ignoring me? You haven't answered my last 5 emails. I don't want to believe that you will no longer have anything to do with me. Talk to me. Landon."
Chapter 19. Training. Cade stood in front of the cottage that was chosen for his pack. Like Wolfin Falls, New Hampshire, it was far from the other packs. He was tempted to shift and explore, but the alpha was weary of mingling with the other wolves. He clearly had different alpha powers than they did. A flash of the empress controlling the wills of the traders flew into his mind. When Annabelle had controlled Cade, he felt like he could disobey her if he wanted. He knew that his father would have the answers. Blake strolled out of the cabin, his footsteps heavy. Cade let out a sigh as his friend joined him.
"What's up?"
Blake casually asked. Cade shot him a hand signal, meaning that they couldn't talk about it at the moment. Blake nodded.
"When do you think the Empress will let us go home?"
"I don't know. I think she wanted a chance to question all of the alphas and betas of her territory," Cade figured.
Brian Brackstone was smart enough not to show up. He would have been toast under her alpha commands,
Blake commented. Cade wasn't so sure that his friend had the right of things. But before he could say that, a group of shifters exited the cottage beside his. Annabelle was among them, her steps casual. She was clearly among friends. The alpha felt disgust for the money-hungry leader and wished that he could give her a piece of his mind. Instead, he bottled all of his feelings up, not daring to upset her in any way. "Kaden Drake," Annabelle called as she eyed him. Her predatory gaze made his wolf growl in his mind. No one was ever going to look at him that way. Empress or not, she was not as dominant as him, and he wouldn't take that kind of disrespect. Blake jabbed Cade in the side, making him blink. "You're giving the Empress your pissed-off look," he whispered. Though the act was pointless, wolves had excellent hearing. Annabelle's smile didn't falter as she approached, 5 shifters following her. Doug was among them, his eyes on the ground. Cade blinked in surprise at his ally's posture. "Kaden Drake," Annabelle greeted as she gently cupped his face. Cade did not like nor want her touch, but he tolerated it anyway. "I'm displeased with you." "Why?" he asked, his defensive tone making his empress glare. "Doug was telling me a fascinating story. You got mad at him and used your alpha powers on him. Can you try to use your alpha powers on other alphas? I want to gauge how powerful you really are," she ordered. "I also want you to start your training. I believe within time, you will be able to nullify alpha commands." "What?" Cade asked, surprised. "That's right. My father was able to nullify alpha commands. It works differently from overriding alpha commands. When you nullify them, you stop them from ever reaching the source," she explained.
"You can't be serious," Cade protested. "I can sense where the commands are coming from. I can't stop them." "I'm sure once you claim that holder of yours, you will be able to do that. And that's a good asset for the upcoming war. 7 alphas did not show up. I conclude that they are against me," Annabelle said. "I'm going to need someone like you when I take them down." "You want me to fight?"
Cade asked, the thought pissing off his wolf. Fighting a meaningless war was beneath him. As long as Ryan left his pack alone, he would stay out of things. Hell, maybe if Annabelle's empire fell, Cade could declare his independence from the wolves altogether. "Don't you?" Annabelle asked.
"Not really.
"But if you order it, I guess I won't have a choice," Cade said unhappily.
"What a coward,"
the tall, lanky man standing beside Doug whispered. Cade tore from Annabelle's grasp, strode forward, and lifted the less dominant wolf up by his collar.
"I am not a coward,"
Cade said between clenched teeth.
"I just don't see the point in fighting a bunch of wolves less dominant than me."
That includes you. Disgusted by the wolf, who clearly didn't have a mind of his own, Kate tossed him to the ground. Annabelle grabbed his wrist, a frown on her face. You feel that you are more dominant than Felix? She asked, puzzled. Kate didn't dignify that with a response. All his wolf wanted to do was go back to his territory.
When can I go back to my home?
I don't like leaving my territory without an alpha, Kate said. Annabelle sighed. Kate, I'd like you to hang out for a while. I know that you are still in high school, but arrangements can be made. You need to focus on the skills you already have. I get it. A kid such as yourself won't want to give up comforts to fight a war. But there are bigger things than your life. The lives of humans and shifters hang in the balance, Annabelle said, her condescending tone rubbing him the wrong way. So, you will train with Felix. He was Trevor's trainer.
I don't need a trainer,
Kate argued. You do. And you will stay until I think you're ready to return to your pack. You are a valuable asset, the Empress said, before strolling away. Felix picked himself off the ground and shot Cade a glare.
You heard the Empress. I will be training you, he said. I can't believe that I got saddled with a coward, but I guess I have to work with you.
Before Cade knew it, Blake was running forward, his claws making an appearance. Blake clawed Cade in the arm, the alpha's blood pouring onto the ground.
Oh, look, Felix taunted. Your beta is turning against you.
Blake's eyes were filled with helplessness. The pain made Cade's vision blur. But he forced himself to focus. He felt the alpha command coming from Doug. There wasn't a way to stop the power from touching his best friend. So Cade had to do the next best thing.
Doug, stop commanding Blake!
Cade forced the order into his voice. And still, the alpha commands kept coming. Felix laughed, which enraged the wolf inside of Cade. Without warning, his wolf instincts took over and Cade turned into an angry, large black wolf. The wolf was a lot stronger than his human half. With a piercing howl, Doug fell to one knee, the angry power beating against his skin. Cade couldn't prevent what happened next. His wolf leapt in the air, its jaws open. Right before the animal would have crushed Doug, something sharp dug into the wolf's shoulder, and Cade lost consciousness. Annabelle Matthews stared down at her cup of tea. It had nearly gone cold by the time her beta male, Felix, bothered to show up. She was sitting at the kitchen table of her cozy cottage. She really only stayed in the Victorian house for security purposes. Her husband William sat beside her, sipping his coffee, which she always took black. Her beta female, Paula, leaned against the fridge, an unopened bottle of beer in her hands. Felix waltzed in 20 minutes late, his troubled face filling Annabelle's gut with concern.
We have a problem, Annabelle,
he reported. What would that be? Annabelle asked as she straightened.
Kaden Drake is too dominant. I fear that he surpasses your dominance,
Felix reported, which made Annabelle's heart sink. She couldn't afford to destroy him at the brink of war, but she would need an informant to join the pack. Would one of the prisoners that she freed work? Maybe. She would have to discuss that with Dylan. He had an eye for that sort of thing. Her holder was so personable and kind. She so hoped that Trevor was that fortunate. Her boy was only 19, but seemed kind of restless. Annabelle, what are you thinking? Paula asked, her tone carefree. Nothing, Annabelle said, before standing and leaving the room. Blake slammed the door to the cottage after he entered behind Cade. After the Alpha managed to shift back, Felix declared that he had trained enough for the day. Blake was pale, his hand still covered in Kaden's blood. "You might want to wash your hands," Cade suggested.
"Right,"
Blake hissed.
"You know that I don't take it personally, Blake. You had no control over the Alpha command,"
Cade said, placing a hand on his beta's shoulder.
"I know,"
Blake rasped out.
I can't believe that Doug did that to me."
"I can. Doug is weak-minded and is afraid of the Empress," Cade revealed, as Luke and Roxanne entered the kitchen.
"But you aren't afraid of the Empress,"
Blake noted. "No. I am more dominant than she is," Cade said, to the shock of every wolf in the room.
"Her commands are like suggestions to my wolf." "That must be nice," Luke grumbled. "You're the one wolf that can walk away." "And do you think I would do that, Luke?"
Cade demanded, his wolf nearly taking over him again.
"I will not leave my pack."
"No one doubts that," Roxanne said, her gaze softening. "I just don't get why you would. Think about it, Cade. You could live a quiet life." Cade's wolf didn't want to go to war. However, his wolf did enjoy being an alpha. Cade wasn't giving that up. And plus, how else would he keep his holder safe?
"No one's doubting you, man. In fact, I'm worried about you. Annabelle has to know by now that without claiming a holder, you are powerful."
I can only imagine how strong you would be after you claim her,
Blake pointed out. Power was a means to an end for Cade. He didn't want to be a leader, an emperor, or even a knight. All he wanted was to go back to Wolfin Falls and protect those that belonged to him. "So far, Annabelle wants to use me as a tool," Cade noted. "I hope that she'll reward my obedience by leaving me alone." Even Cade doubted his words. But what other choice did he have? It wasn't like he wanted to topple the Wolfin Empire. Then he would be the Emperor, which would put a permanent target on his back.
"Why don't I make dinner?"
Luke decided.
"I want some fried chicken and mashed potatoes."
Cade nodded and trudged to the room that he had chosen, wishing that he could see his woman again.
"Dear Jolene, the fact that you have nothing to say proves my point. Landon. Landon, I have plenty to say. I just don't think that you're ready to hear it. Jolene."
Chapter 20. Too Comfortable.
"So, what do you think?"
Jolene asked as I stood by my locker. It was Thursday, and Cade was not back yet from his visit with the Empress. He wanted to come back home, but Annabelle, his alpha, wasn't keen on letting him go. He had a power that was unique. He could sense alpha commands. Thankfully, being human meant that the alpha commands didn't influence us as much. "Dad doesn't want me to have a job," I admitted, as I switched out my math book for my history textbook.
"But once you're part of the, club, you'll have to pay dues,"
Jolene argued. The thought of becoming a wolf made my stomach squirm. Yes, I was falling for Cade. Every fiber of my body and soul knew that we belonged together. But changing my species? I didn't think so. For one thing, I wasn't keen on anyone telling me what to do, not even Kaden. And for another, my werewolf hadn't asked me to change into one yet. If he did, who knew what I would say? "Yeah, I sure as hell won't be joining that club anytime soon." Jolene sniffed at my protest.
"Oh, come on. Jeannie said that the turn wasn't so bad, she protested.
I can't work. My dad wants me to join a club, I said, as Jolene linked my arm through hers. As we strolled down the hall, a blonde guy swaggered over to her.
Hey, Jolene,
he said, before ruffling her hair. Jolene's chin was raised, her eyes hard.
Don't touch me, Landon. You know better,
she warned. Landon, the ex who was Clara's holder. I couldn't, for the life of me, understand why someone as confident as Clara would settle for second best.
Do you have Todd wrapped around your finger? I bet he never says no to anything,
he taunted. I glared at him. Is there a point to all of this, or can we go to history in peace? I snapped. To my surprise, Landon glared at me, his face hard.
I wasn't talking to you,
Landon snarled. Well, you're holding me up, so I figured that I should put my 2 cents in, I reasoned. The fool's canines actually elongated. Crap. Was Landon really going to shift in public? I glanced around the hall and saw Camille speaking to Jeannie. Camille, I called. Moments later, my boyfriend's sister rushed over to us, her eyes wide. She rammed into Jolene, pushing herself in front of him.
Go home, Landon. Go home and don't leave your house until I get there,
she ordered. Landon flipped Camille off before reluctantly following her directions. Camille turned to face me, her dark eyes hard. Go to class, she ordered. I'll meet you 2 for lunch. Jeannie joined us and we silently went to history class. Did he hurt you? Kate demanded, as soon as I answered the phone. I was sitting at the lunch table with Camille, Jeannie, Jolene, and Todd, nervously picking at my buffalo chicken salad. His voice settled my nerves, making it easy for me to answer. I'm fine, I said. Landon's canines had elongated. He had wanted to attack me. Or maybe since he was a new wolf, his teeth came out whenever he was angry? I had no idea what was going on. If Cade were here, I could ask him. Baby, I'm so sorry, he said. Damn the boisterous students. I could barely hear him. But with his enhanced wolf hearing, he could probably hear my heartbeat. I will kill that bastard when I get back, Cade hissed. His deadly proclamation made me shudder. You won't, I decided. He's part of your pack. Cade said something that I couldn't make out. Stay safe, Summer, he ordered before the line went dead. You had to tell him, Camille? I asked, surprised. Landon told him, Camille said, as she poked her salad. He partially shifted, and Cade felt it through his alpha bond. I rubbed my forehead, concerned that his worry for me would put him off his game. My headache only increased when Clara stormed over, her expression hot. What happened, Camille? Landon called me. He said that you ordered him into confinement, she huffed. Because he was dumb enough to partially shift, I said. Todd stood and rested a calm hand on Clara's lower back. Hey, Clara. You know how Landon is. He is new at this kind of thing. Look, I'm sure after a few hours he'll calm down, he reasoned. Clara smiled at Todd in a sisterly way. Thanks, but don't touch me. You have sauce all over your hand, she cried. Clara tossed herself into the chair beside me and eyed my salad. You're going to let that go to waste? Clara asked. You can have it, I said, and Clara gobbled down my salad and Jolene's. The rest of lunch was okay after that. All was well, until I got home. Since Cade was in Florida with a minivan, the pack had to use a spare car, a rusty SUV. Landon and Clara had their own vehicle, so we all fit well enough inside the SUV. Camille drove into the driveway of my house. She pressed her hand to her forehead, her eyes closed. If I could guess, Cade's twin was having a headache going on. I think someone is in the house, Todd blurted out, which made me sigh. Probably my dad, I said, though his truck was not in the driveway. Maybe it broke down. After the somewhat dramatic day I was having, I didn't want to answer his questions.
No, I think 3 people are in the house,
Todd noted. I smell them too, Jeannie offered. Summer, they smell nothing like your dad. Maybe it's money-grubbing Larry with a few buddies to intimidate my father, I guessed, before hopping out of the truck. I had to start dinner and finish a couple of essays. Camille grabbed my arm as soon as I was about to step onto the porch. Damn, she moved fast. Summer, wait, she hissed. Let me go in first. Get back inside the car. No way. Money-grubbing Larry isn't going to scare me out of my own house, I declared. I stormed past Camille and unlocked my front door. Funny. Why go through the trouble of breaking into a house and locking the door? I strolled in, the house stinking of beer and cigarette smoke. So, was Dad here as well? I had no clue. I rushed into the living room and spotted something I hadn't expected. My father was on the recliner, restrained by his hands and ankles. 2 burly men were standing on either side of him. There was a camera on a tripod, and its light was on. Camille stepped forward, her nostrils flaring. My heart nearly stopped as the man to my left pulled a gun.
Both of you, get on the floor,
he ordered. I made eye contact with my father, who had bruises covering his face. Those monsters had beat him badly. His mouth was duct tape, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Instead of following the man's directions, Camille lunged forward in a barely perceptible blur, grabbed the gun from burly number 1's hand, and smacked him over the head with the butt of it. After he fell, she spun to face the other guy and aimed. How about you tell me why you're here? She asked, her cold tone making me shiver.
I'm here to teach Cheyenne a lesson. She can't hide from Benny the Bookie. She will pay, he threatened before pulling out another gun. He fired a shot, the bullet flying toward me. Strong arms lifted me into the air and pulled me out of the house. As more shots fired, I was whisked outside. Todd placed me in front of the SUV and sprang back into the house. Jeannie immediately stood in front of me, her eyes filled with determination. You are not going back in there, she said, her blue eyes filling with purpose. My dad, Camille, they have guns, I forced out of my tightening throat. It all happened so fast. I had to go back in there and help Camille and Todd. Jolene joined us, her strong arms wrapping around my shoulders. Breathe, she pleaded. I tried to breathe, but fear for my father nearly made me pass out. I had to go back in there. I had to help him. When I heard another gunshot, I attempted to run forward, but Jeannie and Jolene held me back. I was getting angry, wanting to push away from those stopping me from protecting my dad. But before I could fight, Todd strolled out of the house. Blood splashed across his face. His eyes were haunted, the concern making my heart twist. What? I asked worriedly. Your father was beaten worse than we thought. Summer, it's time to make a choice, Todd softly explained. A choice? I asked, confused. You could either let him go or allow Camille to bite him, he bluntly offered. Let him go? I asked, squeaking. Or Camille can bite him, he offered again. I eyed Jolene, whose understanding gaze nearly broke my heart. A wolf? Save him, I said, my knees about to buckle. Please, Todd, tell Camille to turn him. Todd nodded, then collapsed in front of us. Jolene shrieked as she knelt beside him. I had no idea what to do for Todd, but the buzzing in my pocket relieved me. What's going on? Kate demanded. Todd was shot. He collapsed.
What should I do for him? I demanded, as Jolene began pressing on his wound.
Is Jolene touching him?
He asked, which annoyed me to high heaven. Yes, but what should I do, Kaden? I pleaded, as Jeannie glanced around with her eyes.
Nothing. Her touch will make his healing accelerate, he told me. Jolene is his holder.
There went that word again. You sure? I asked.
Yes. You need to tell me what's going on, Summer. How was Todd shot?
He asked. It's all my fault. I began to sob, allowing the grief to take over. I forgot about those bad men. I let my guard down. I shouldn't have gotten involved with you or your family. They came out of nowhere. 2 men with guns. They beat my father and nearly killed him. Camille has to turn him, or he'll die. I can't.
Slow down, a feminine voice ordered. Your holder shifted as soon as you started reporting. I am the Empress. Who is this? She demanded.
Summer Wilson?
I cried. Listen, Summer, this wasn't your fault. If you don't calm down, then your holder won't calm down,
the woman said. It's my fault. Todd got shot.
He's healed. I can tap into his energy. His holder has healed him. In a matter of seconds, he will wake up, she warned.
But my father, he's going to hate me, I cried.
He won't hate you. You made the right decision. I will send your alpha back to you. It's obvious that his training will have to continue at a later date, she said unhappily.
Okay, I cried, somewhat hopeful.
My soul knew that everything would be better as soon as I was in Kate's arms again. If I don't contain him, he might just run back to you. Blake, get him into the van, and take your 2 new packmates with you. This wolf won't wait anymore. After uttering those words, she disconnected the call. Chapter 21, the new edition. Camille stood over the 2 bodies. She felt no guilt for what she did. The men would have tortured and raped her if given the chance. Those were the orders given to them. Camille dropped the cell phone belonging to one of the assailants and eyed Pete. He was stretched out on the couch, stab wounds covering his entire torso. The sadistic monsters must have tortured him, then changed his clothing so that Summer wouldn't notice at first. Her guess was that there was going to be a big reveal. Since Camille was certainly not claiming the man, she lifted the limp hand of the man and bit it. She ordered the venom to ooze from her teeth, which was somewhat painful. Her head grew heavy, and it felt like someone was hacking at her head with an axe. As soon as the man's scent changed, she pulled away, her feet heavy. Her mother needed to destroy the bodies. Sighing, Camille reached into the pocket of her jeans and pulled out the cell phone. She preferred to text, not wanting to bother with explaining herself. Camille, need you to come to Summer's house. Need you to dispose of 2 bodies. Mom.
What? Why?
Mom.
Camille, are you all right?
Mom.
Did something happen to Kaden's holder?
Thankfully, the incessant texting ended after a while. She heard Summer sobbing in the driveway and felt for the girl. She felt responsible for leading Benny the Bookie's crew to Wolfin Falls. By the way, who would go by Benny the Bookie? His name alone didn't make Camille take him seriously. Then again, he had to be an imposing man to have lackeys. Well, he had 2 less lackeys now. Cammy, her father called. She didn't dignify his call with a response. Goodness, he was a wolf.
He didn't need to bother with calling her name. He could smell that she was in the living room.
"She's here,"
her mother confirmed. Then they entered the room, which was splattered with blood, bullets, cigarettes, and empty beer cans. Her mother eyed the two downed bodies and frowned. "You want me to dispose of humans?" she nearly shrieked. "Humans that shot at me, nearly killed Pete, and shot Todd," Camille listed. Her mother covered her mouth. She was a dominant wolf who had a sensitive trait that often got in the way of efficiency.
"Lisa, you might want to do what Camille has asked. It looks like Pete is going to wake up soon," he ordered.
Damn it, Camille hoped not. That's why she had waited until Todd woke up to bite the guy. He needed to be washed and changed into comfortable clothing.
"Todd, get in here,"
Camille ordered. It was too bad that the rest of the pack were at work, even Landon. She had given him permission to work at his father's hardware store. This meant that she was short-handed. She wanted Cade to be back. She missed her twin and hated being away from him.
"I'm here,"
Todd said, as he strolled into the room. He looked like he was relieved to have an escape. Jolene rushed into the room, her hands on her hips.
"Todd, you heard me," she snapped. "Bite me."
Camille perked up, glad that Jolene was finally herself again. For some reason, she was hung up on Landon, who was annoying and self-righteous. She didn't get the appeal, but hey, the she-wolf didn't like many people.
"Jolene, you aren't thinking. Tomorrow you'll still want to be a wolf,"
Jolene snapped, interrupting her holder.
"It's dangerous staying human."
Camille agreed with the girl's statement. She could sense that, like Todd, Jolene was going to be a submissive wolf. It was something in their energy that told her this information. But submissive wolves still fought. They just needed to double team to be effective.
"Look, sweetheart, as soon as everything is calm again, we'll talk about me claiming you. Believe me, I've waited for that day for 2 years. I just want to make sure you know what claiming entails,"
Todd reasoned. Jolene's eyes lit up, her soft smile telling Camille that she couldn't wait to be claimed by Todd in every way. But the submissive was right. He couldn't turn Jolene out of fear. "Todd, you and Jolene help clean Pete up. I don't want him waking up like that," Camille ordered. Todd hefted the older man over his shoulder, and the pair disappeared up the stairs. At least that was done. Camille eyed her mother, who was eyeing the two men like they were garbage. "Dad, carry the men outside. Have Mom burn them to ashes," she ordered. Her father wasn't as strong as Todd due to his injuries, so he had to carry each man one at a time. But after a minute, Camille was in the room all by herself. She passed out before she could blink. Miles ran from that crazy house of horrors. He had been tasked with filming what went on. The boss had a sick perversion of watching videos of his hits, but nothing could prepare him for what he saw. Damn it. It looked like Captain Marvel came to life. That hot, tall chick with the brown hair not only disarmed Tony, one of the most terrifying men on the block, she shot him dead. Rusty went down next, and then she shot the middle finger at what Miles thought was a well-hidden camera and fired. The camera went dead after that. Miles was definitely not going back in to grab the rest of the cameras, no matter how pricey they were. He drove in that stupid truck that Tony insisted that they should steal. This town didn't have much of a police presence, so he was certain that no one would stop him. Miles had never been so happy to see an open road in his life. When he pulled into the highway, he got a call on his phone. Judging by the ringtone, some heavy metal song that everyone employed by Benny the Bookie had to use for him. Miles hit the answer button.
Do you have footage for Mommy Dearest? He taunted. I meet with her in an hour.
Wanda Wilson had to be the biggest idiot in the world. After her house had nearly burned to the ground, she had lingered too long in the area. So it was easy to capture her and hold her in one of the safe houses. Figuring out where Cheyenne was hiding was a whole other story. That snitch was going to be punished eventually. It didn't matter what it took.
No, boss. Something went wrong,
Miles hesitantly said.
Did your cameras fail, Miles?
The boss demanded, his voice lowering.
No. Some Amazon killed Tony and Rusty, Miles explained. It was strange. I have the video for you. 1 minute, Tony had a gun pointed at Summer and some other chick. The next, the girl ran, disarmed Tony, and shot him, Miles insisted. Is he a cop? His boss asked with interest. No, she's too young. I'm pretty sure that she's in high school, Miles reported. What happened to the old man? Benny the bookie asked. He was banged up pretty bad. Rusty tortured him for hours, trying to get Cheyenne's whereabouts out of him. But the guy didn't break, even when Rusty started using a switchblade on him, Miles reported. So, Summer has some well-trained people protecting her, Benny the bookie thoughtfully said. Her phone records indicate she hasn't spoken to Cheyenne. Will Wanda give her daughter up if Darlene were harmed? Miles inquired. Not worth trying. Darlene's husband is a state trooper. Though, I did lie and say I had her. I told her that for every hour that she doesn't tell, another man will rape her precious friend. Aside from calling me a monster, she still hasn't said a word, Joe said. What do you want me to do? We can't show Wanda that footage. She'll know that Summer is protected, Miles pointed out. Good point. I need you to dump the truck and get a hotel near that town. Tomorrow, go in and kidnap Summer. We'll see what Mommy Dearest does when it's her getting worked over.
After the boss said the words, he hung up. Miles wasn't a good man, but there were some things he knew were inherently wrong. Murder and the rape of a human. He knew that delivering Summer, a young high school student, into the hands of that evil man would be wrong. But it was either her or him. And Miles would pick himself every time. Kate's wolf would not let him shift. He had been trapped in a cage for the better part of 10 hours. Blake let him out to relieve himself, but held him on a leash. Kate's wolf had one intent, to bite his holder. Cade was trying to take control, to quell the instincts that drove him when he was wearing fur. But nothing he did worked. One of his packmates had been shot, and he hadn't been there to take care of the criminals. Camille had bitten someone. Cade could feel it through their link. His wolf hungered to make that stranger part of his pack. But nothing could be accomplished while Cade was trapped in a stupid cage.
Cade, can you hear me?
Roxanne asked. She was the one tasked with sitting behind him in the back row. Cade let out a short bark to let the she-wolf know that she had his attention.
Summer just texted you. Bark once if you want me to tell her the truth. Bark twice if you want me to ignore it. Bark 3 times if you want me to make up an excuse. Cade was beginning to like this thoughtful she-wolf. He may have locked her in a basement in the past, but he would assure that she was taken care of. What should Cade choose? His holder was the most important thing to him. He didn't want to lie to her. Lying was pointless and caused nothing but confusion. So, he didn't have a choice. Cade barked once. Okay, so do you want me to call her? Bark once for yes, twice for no. Cade barked once, knowing that the explanation would be even easier over the phone. Besides, he wanted to hear his holder's voice. Roxanne held up the phone to her ear as it rang. "Cade?" Summer asked, her concerned tone making his wolf let out a howl. "It's me, Roxanne. Cade's instincts have taken over. He won't be able to shift back to human form until he bites you," she explained. "Bite me?" Summer asked. "How much do you know about holders?" Roxanne patiently asked. "I know that a holder is another term for soulmate, right?" she asked. "That's somewhat true. A holder is a wolf's soulmate. But soulmate is so weak of a word. A holder is a wolf's destiny. When a wolf finds his or her holder, their instincts drive them to claim the holder. Because, after the holder is claimed, it makes the wolf stronger. You see, wolves have either natural-born abilities or latent abilities. The strength of the holder can awaken the latent abilities inside a wolf. If the wolf does not have an ability, the holder can make them stronger. A wolf is always going to be strongest after they claim their holder. That's why Cade's wolf needs to bite you. If he bites you, you will turn, and then he can claim you," Roxanne gently explained. "How do holders claim one another?" Summer asked, her tone curious. "By mating. You know, making love for the first time," Roxanne awkwardly said. "So, if Cade bites me, that doesn't automatically make us bonded?" Summer asked, sounding thoughtful. "No. First comes the biting, then comes the mating. If a wolf mates with his holder before he bites him or her, then that won't create the holder bond. The biting always has to go first. When the wolf finds a holder that is human," Roxanne explained. "So, I'm Cade's holder? You're saying that we are meant to be?" Summer softly inquired. She sounded hopeful, as if she wanted to believe what Roxanne was telling her. "Yes. Now you have a choice to make. If you want him to bite you, we will drop him off at your house. If you don't, we'll have to tranquilize him until he shifts into his human form," Roxanne said. Okay. I'll let you know what I decide by the time you get back to Wolfin Falls," Summer said. "Thanks for telling me, Roxanne." "You're welcome," Roxanne said, before disconnecting the call. Secret email messages.
Dear Jolene, how are you? I heard that you nearly got shot. I wish I'd been there to protect you. Landon.
Landon, this is the last email that I'm going to answer from you. Go away. I am not yours to worry about anymore. Jolene. Chapter 22. The Decision. Thankfully, Jeannie, Camille, and Todd spent the night. My father still hadn't woken from his turn. It was because he had been dealt so many injuries. Camille had slept in a sleeping bag by his bed. I had offered to stay with him, but Camille insisted that it would be too dangerous for me to join her. So I bunked with Jeannie, while Todd had slept on the kitchen floor in wolf form. When I stepped into the kitchen, Todd wagged his tail at me. I giggled. Todd was a white wolf. He stood on all legs and walked into the dreaded living room. I wasn't surprised when a minute later he returned, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt.
How did you sleep last night, Summer?
He asked, as I began cracking eggs. Horribly, I commented. What Roxanne had told me was running through my mind. At first I couldn't sleep out of fear of more hitmen coming back. So I had texted Cade, desperate to hear his voice. Instead, I had gotten a call from Roxanne, explaining everything that Kate should have. Why hadn't Kate told me from the beginning that we were so intrinsically connected? He had been forthcoming about everything else.
I don't know much about chicks, but you seem hurt,
he noted. Why didn't Kate tell me what a holder was? I asked, as I began whisking the eggs.
Because you're human. It isn't like he would have started a conversation like, "Hi, Summer, nice to meet you. By the way, you are the mother of my future children,"
Todd pointed out, which made me feel like an idiot. What is it like having an alpha? I asked, not cool with the idea of someone being able to compel me into doing what they wanted. Todd chuckled.
It depends on the alpha. Cade is a nice alpha. He doesn't boss anyone around. Yeah, he'll demand that we shift from form to form at some point, but that's usually when one of us is acting like an idiot,
Todd explained. I just don't... Doesn't it bother you that you don't have free will? I pressed.
But I do have free will. If I wanted to, I could select another alpha and blood bond to him. That breaks the bond that Cade has with me. I choose to follow Cade because he is a hands-off alpha. He doesn't tell me where to work, what to eat, what hobbies to pursue, or how to spend my free time. And that's cool by me. Some alphas are CEOs of major corporations and force packmates to work for their business. Some alphas don't share resources with their packs. When Cade's grandfather won the lottery, he built houses spanning 2 blocks where his pack could live mortgage-free, he said. The words astounded me. Someone won the lottery and spent it on housing his pack without making a profit? That sounded like something Cade would do. He worried about his people and how they were provided for. I supposed I did see the benefit of having someone to take care of me. But still, was I really ready to change my species because someone thought I was their holder? What if I became a wolf and Cade somehow ditched me? No, that wouldn't happen. My gut rebelled at that thought. But this was moving way too fast. I had not known Cade long enough to gain some fur for him. This would have been a good time to call my mother, but she hadn't reached out to me. I rubbed my eyes and continued making breakfast. I waffled between both options until a thought occurred to me. Did I really want them to sedate Cade until he shifted into his human form? Was that painful? I did care about Cade, and I didn't want him in any pain or danger. In the midst of my indecision, something occurred to me. Why didn't you bite Jolene? I asked as I was flipping pancakes. Because it didn't feel right. She was over-emotional, and I didn't want her to regret it,
Todd reasoned. You should tell her that changing her doesn't mean that you are bonded, I said. It will help her make a more informed decision. Before Todd could say a word, there was a knock on the door. Todd stood and answered it. I had expected that a wolf would come pouncing in, but instead, Jolene rushed in, a smile on her face. She leapt into Todd's arm and kissed him with so much passion that I looked away.
See, Todd? I still want you today, when I'm thinking rationally,
Jolene said after she pulled away from him. Thankfully, Todd explained to Jolene the steps that she needed to take to become bonded to him. By the time I finished the bacon, Jolene had her mind made up.
Bite me, she demanded. I want to be a wolf with you, Todd.
I didn't understand where the demand was coming from, but it was clear that Jolene was the impulsive type, often swayed by emotions. That explained why she had a difficult time letting Landon go, even though I didn't see his appeal. He was a needy douchebag with too much confidence.
Are you sure about this?
Todd asked.
As sure as my name, Todd Preston. I want you to bite, then claim me.
I'm yours, Jolene proclaimed. Seriously? It had barely been a week since Jolene discovered that wolves existed. I was positive that Jeannie would have interfered in this foolishness had she been awake. But Todd was just as caught up, because he lifted a squealing Jolene into his arms and left my house. As soon as I locked the door behind the lovebirds, loneliness began to set in. Being without Kate had made me feel like the other half of my soul was missing. On some level, I couldn't blame Jolene for her haste. In the beginning, I thought that Cade was a jerk. But once I had gotten to know him, all bets were off. Damn it. What was the right decision? My phone buzzed in my pocket, which made my nerves skip. I pulled it out of my pocket with a trembling hand and peeked at the words. Cade, we are here. What is your decision? Me. Bring him by. Goodness, what was I thinking? I wanted to snatch back the words before reminding myself that Cade was my wolf. His wolf had been sweet and gentle with me before. He wouldn't hurt me. Summer? Jeannie called. I couldn't help it. I pulled my friend into my arms, my nerves making me shake. Where are Jolene and Todd? Mating? I think they belong to each other. They are nuts. I mumbled against her shoulder. Jeannie let out a snort. Of course. Only Jolene would willingly turn into a different species for a guy after a couple of dates, Jeannie said. I'm letting Kate bite me, I said. But you aren't letting him claim you? Jeannie asked. No, that's too big of a step. I don't feel ready for that yet, I admitted. At least someone is thinking clearly. It's okay, Summer. You have every right to be nervous. Just take a deep breath, she whispered. In my friend's arms, I felt like I could take the bite like a champ. A knock on the door made my heart pound. I'll get it, Jeannie offered, releasing me. She opened the door, letting in the early morning breeze. I turned off the stove, satisfied with the mountain of food that I had made. Jeannie moved away from the door, and two strangers entered. The girl was short, pale, and had long red hair. The man was tall, with chocolate skin and an afro. Next came Blake, who was holding the leash. A black wolf was connected to it. My heart immediately warmed at the sight of Cade. My insides filled with light, and I nearly ran Jeannie over in my haste to get to the wolf. Blake smiled and unclipped the leash. The wolf nuzzled its nose against my hand. Hey, can you please give me Cade back? I'd rather him bite me, I said, knowing that I wanted his arms to be around me. It took a few seconds, but then the wolf pulled away. Bones snapped as they reformed, and a naked Cade was standing in front of me. Roxanne tossed him a pair of basketball shorts, which he quickly put on. We embraced, his warm chest feeling great against my cheek. My holder, he whispered in a gravelly voice. My life. Before I could say another word, teeth dug into my neck. It was like fire oozing into my veins. It was uncomfortable, and I shifted from foot to foot as if trying to get relief. Then Cade pulled back from my neck, cupped my face, and began kissing me. His kiss was long and deep. His tongue invaded my mouth and started to make me weak-kneed from its skilled navigation of my mouth. I wrapped my arms around his neck as my entire body felt like it was going to overload and explode. His mouth was the relief from the uncomfortable burning in my veins. I welcomed it because he was my holder. Kaden was mine. I didn't care if we weren't bonded yet. I knew in that moment that one day he would be. Cade pulled away from the kiss and I let out a whimper, dying for his lips to come back to mine. Now that I wasn't drowning in his kiss, I felt uncomfortable again.
Not so fast, kid.
my father said as I was dragged away from Cade.
He isn't claiming you yet.
I smiled at my father's voice. It would seem that he was awake. When he released me, I faced him. Thankfully, all of his bruises and cuts had healed. He was dressed in a flannel shirt and pajama pants. He was clean-shaven, but looked sturdier somehow. "I am so sorry," I softly said, my voice catching. "It was the only way to save you."
No need to apologize, kiddo. I would have made the same choice had I been in your position.
I pulled him into a hug, ignoring the mounting fire in my body. He hugged me back, though his grip was kind of hard. "Easy," Camille said as she maneuvered his arms. "She is still mostly human." "I'm not feeling so well," I complained as my bones began to ache. "Most people fall unconscious after the bite," Camille noted. "You must have a really strong will." "Lucky me," I mumbled, after pulling away from my father. Jeannie and Blake were sitting at the table eating. The thought of eating was nauseating. Camille set an overflowing plate on the table. "Pete, time for you to eat," she said. My father sat at the table and dug in. After Camille ate, I walked over to my holder and wrapped my arms around him. I was beginning to feel faint, which was kind of scaring me.
"Baby?"
Cade asked. "Not feeling so good," I told him. He lifted me into his arms and sped up the stairs. Before I knew it, I was tucked into my bed, with Cade resting beside me. My face was pressed into his chest, and his fingers were combing through my hair. That sensation lulled me to sleep.
Chapter 23. Unknown Enemy. Secret email messages. Dear Jolene, why can't you see that Todd will never be able to protect you? I am your friend. Can't you see that I want what's best for you? What happened to me always having a part of your heart? Did one date with Todd change things? Landon.
Landon had written that email hours ago, and still Jolene couldn't be bothered with him. He was sick of her inability to see what was best for her. If Landon was being honest, being with a nice accountant was more profitable than being with Todd Preston, the buff one who screwed everything up. He was a submissive wolf, not useful in a battle. Although Landon's training had been postponed due to the hunters killing mages problem, he already knew that he was a dominant wolf. He closed the lid of his laptop and stood and flexed his bulging muscles. Clara was downstairs, making something in the kitchen. The smell of fried chicken traveled to his nose. His holder was a great cook. His heart swelled with pride. After putting on a shirt, in case the mother-in-law popped in unannounced, he strolled downstairs. Clara had the table set for 4. Platters of fried chicken, cornbread, mashed potatoes, green beans, and rice placed in the middle of a rectangular kitchen table. Their house wasn't very large. It had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, living room, and 1 bathroom. It was what people called a good starter home for newlyweds. His in-laws were pushing for him and Clara to have a wedding ceremony. But Landon wasn't ready for that. His parents were completely human and were already pissed that he moved in with Clara after they turned 18.
So, your parents are coming over again?
Landon flatly asked. Like usual, Clara ignored him and started icing the chocolate cake that she made.
You're shutting me out again?
She dropped the knife she was using and faced him. "I want you to move out," Clara announced, which caused Landon's heart to sink. "I don't think that you're quite ready to commit to me. After speaking with my mother,
Of course. If Rachel decides we aren't quite ready to be together, then we aren't ready," Landon said sarcastically.
He couldn't believe that his holder was throwing him out because of what her parents said. I think that you need to figure out what you want, Clara decided.
I need to figure out what I want? I'm not the one trying to kick you out, Landon shouted. This house is as much mine as it is yours. You can't just throw me out. Why don't you move back in with your parents?
Is that what you want?
Clara hotly challenged. No, it's not what I want, crazy woman. I want to stay here with you and not have your parents interfere every 10 seconds. They are making me feel suffocated, he complained.
Why haven't you asked me to marry you?
Clara challenged. Are you crazy? We are only 18. Why would I ask you? Landon challenged back, a headache starting in his temples.
You know, Todd and Jolene have completed the mating bond, Clara said. I'm happy for them.
She told him that to hurt him. She didn't care one way or another if Jolene was mated or not. The thought of Todd's hands caressing Jolene's bare skin made Landon see red. Jolene wasn't his. No, he knew that for sure. In truth, it was his pride that made him hate Todd. In some sick way, he had enjoyed Jolene's closeness. She was his best friend, and she had loved him despite some stupid pull. But Clara, she was so quick to give up on him because her mother told her so. She had delivered news that would hurt him, just to hurt him. In this moment, it was clear that Landon had chosen wrong. And now that he realized it, Jolene was taken by Todd.
So you told me this to hurt me? Landon asked the woman who was supposed to be his truth.
Clara blinked in surprise.
No, I told you because Jolene forwarded me the email conversations. She thought that she was doing me a favor. I guess she was glad that we had reconnected and wanted to show me that she had been loyal. I suppose a lot changes after your life has been threatened, Clara said.
So then you showed your mother the emails, and you both concluded that I wasn't ready to live with you?
Landon was furious. How dare Jolene do something so cruel to him? So she chose someone else. No problem. Landon would have moved on eventually. Hello, he was mated to the most beautiful woman on earth. But then she had decided to destroy his relationship with Clara, leaving him nothing.
Yes, she thinks that I pressured you into the mating. I am sorry for that. I am not sorry that I claimed you. I am just sorry that I didn't give you the time to get over Jolene, Clara said, her blue eyes holding regret.
No, Landon couldn't take it. His holder was hurting, and it was all because of Jolene. He pulled her into his arms, his grip tight. Her touch was soothing, her presence soothing the storm of pain and confusion inside him. In that moment, as he tucked his chin on top of her head, he could think clearly. Clara was letting him go because she loved him. She was hurting. He could feel that in the way her tears soaked his t-shirt. She thought that this entire thing was her fault. But he had his doubts. He knew that Jolene was to blame. She held on to him until she no longer needed him. She had cut him loose for no other reason than a submissive male was interested in her. He would make sure that Jolene got hit hard by reality. She would know once and for all that Todd Preston could never protect her. Miles blinked when he saw the large black dog being led into Summer's house. Was that a wolf? He was terrible with breeds, but he could have sworn that it was a wolf. Deciding he'd wait to see if the wolf belonged to one of the strangers that had entered, Miles walked the block. Since it was broad daylight, he didn't encounter anything. But to his disappointment, it didn't seem like the wolf was leaving anytime soon. He scratched the back of his neck as the ringtone went off again.
Hello?
Miles asked, as he jogged to the car that he had parked in front of a random house. He turned on the vehicle and began driving.
I got interesting information a couple of minutes ago, Benny the bookie said. Yes? Miles asked. Summer has a weakness that is much easier to exploit, he reported. And what would that be? Miles asked hopefully. He did not want to sneak into that house and deal with that stupid dog. I'm sending Mitch and Carl to you. They will be there in 4 hours. The new plan is simple, Benny told Miles. Kidnap the next-door neighbor. Miles was relieved that he didn't have to deal with that huge dog. Since Summer did not have any injuries, her returning was relatively easy. She slept for 6 hours. Kate spent all of them holding her. From time to time, his packmates and her father entered. Her father had shifted into what Camille described as a reddish-brown wolf. Cade had given both Jolene and Pete his blood, which meant that the pack had increased far more than Cade had expected. However, he was glad that his holder was now able to defend herself. As a wolf, his Summer was more durable. He kissed the top of her head, and she burrowed into him. Cade, a quiet voice called. Cade glanced up at Roxanne, who was carrying a tray laden with food. The redhead placed the tray on a desk and smiled at him. She will be waking up soon? Moments later, Summer stretched and yawned, her dark eyes meeting his. Hey, she rasped out. I'm tired, but really have to pee. She jumped out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. Roxanne snickered before leaving the room. Kay didn't have to wait long for Summer to come back in the room, grab clothes, and proclaim that she needed a shower. Apparently, his holder took really long showers. They would have to have a conversation about that once they moved in together. Cade had a feeling that he was a long way off from having that kind of life with her. She returned and eyed the food on the desk with interest. What's that? She asked, excited. Roxanne brought it in, Cade said, as his woman pulled off one of the plates covering the food. The scent of fried chicken filled the air. Oh, yeah, my favorite, Summer cried. Smells like Clara's cooking. She loves making that meal when she's upset. She calls it comfort food, Cade said, concerned. What would really bother Clara that much? Summer lifted the tray and brought it over to the bed. After we scarf down the food, you can ask her, she reasoned. Well, you'll have to accept my blood first, Cade said. Then I have to accept yours. That will make you an alpha of the pack, my equal. Summer perked up. So, you won't be able to tell me what to do? She asked, interested. I could still tell you what to do. I just can't make you do anything, Cade said, feeling amused. Even if you didn't accept the position as alpha right away, I wouldn't use an alpha command on you unless I had to. Summer snorted, placed the tray on the floor, and eyed him. Go on, Alpha. Let's do it, she said. Cade bit into his wrist and pressed it to her mouth. She drank a few gulps, and his soul felt the new connection forming. She kissed his wrist when the skin closed, and Cade wanted to pull her into his arms. Instead, he gently picked up her left hand, kissed the inside of the wrist, and bit down with his canines. Her blood flowed into his mouth, and he suckled until her wound knitted together. Then he, too, pressed a kiss to the spot. Summer leapt into his lap and pressed her lip to his. Their kiss was warm and hot. Cade hadn't put on a shirt, so her hands caressed his back and chest. It took tremendous will to pull away from her. Come on, baby. Let's eat, he said. She smiled at him, and the two chowed down on tasty fried chicken. Chapter 24. The Domino Effect.
Landon paced outside the office door of his Alpha. He had deliberately arrived 20 minutes before the agreed time. He'd have to get the Alpha alone to put his plan into motion. He reminded himself that this wasn't going to affect Cade much. Why would he care about what was going on in his marriage with Clara? Sighing, he raised his hand to knock, but the door sprang open. Cade looked lighter, as if a burden had been crushed into stardust that was floating a long way from him. Good. It was always best to ask for a favor of an Alpha when he was in a good mood. "Aren't you supposed to be here at 10? Cade asked with a frown. "Clara wants to throw me out of our home. I guess she thinks that I'm not ready for the kind of commitment that she needs," he announced. To Landon's utter disgust, his Alpha nodded. "You seem to have a hard time with your impulses. Do you think some time away will help you?" No. Landon didn't think that time away would help him. Why would he ever want any time away from Clara? Those emails meant nothing. He had just been getting some stupid feelings off his chest, like all of those self-help books always instructed. Not that Landon ever read one. But seriously? Clara was going to throw away their relationship over a few stupid words? "Time away from my holder will make me go mad," Landon insisted. Cade rubbed his eyes. "No. I meant if both of you took some time. Doug owes me a favor. I can ask him to allow the both of you to honeymoon in New York. I think if you two are away from here for a while, it will help things," Cade said, which caused guilt to slam into Landon's gut. Yes, Cade hadn't been the most welcoming of Alphas, but he had attempted to do what was best for everyone. Well, in a way. Landon was doing what was best. Jolene would understand how powerless Todd was once and for all, and it would satisfy him. Jolene had nearly cost him his holder, which would have made him go mad. Now, she would know how it felt to be without someone that she loved. "If Clara agrees, I'm game," Landon said. He had a feeling that his woman and her in-laws wouldn't readily agree to the trip, and he was right. Miles drove the beat-up truck next door to the house that he had been staking out. The large black dog hadn't made an appearance yet, which was a good thing. Benny the bookie's men were mostly relegated to roughing up the gamblers who didn't pay their boss. Although, Miles couldn't be certain that they hadn't participated in some murder. Both men were large, heavily tattooed, and silent, which was fine by him. He didn't want to talk to them, knowing that women were either going to die or be snatched. "I'll go in," Miles said. "Jeannie will most likely open the door if I knock." Neither man argued with Miles. Then again, his methods had reaped results before. Miles made sure that he had a Glock strapped to his shoulder holster, in case Jeannie's boyfriend, Blake, tried to interfere. Benny the bookie's informant didn't give him much. All he said was that Summer was best friends with the girl that lived next door. The informant had hoped that Benny the bookie would respond to that information with questions. Well, that's what Benny the bookie concluded. Since Miles had seen the blonde with Summer, the information had been correct. With a heavy sigh, Miles hefted the fruit basket and left the car. He hoped that this would work. He didn't have a food delivery costume, but hoped that Jeannie would be so distracted by the fruit that it would give him the time he needed. He walked up the porch steps, staring at the pumpkin that was resting by the door. Right. Halloween was in less than a month. He was sure that Jeannie or her mother Patricia were getting a head start on decorating. He raised a hand and rang the bell. The door opened, revealing a smiling blonde with an open expression. Jeannie stood there, dressed in a tank top and shorts. Her smile turned into a curious expression when she spotted Miles.
Miles knew what he had to do, but hated it. She seemed so innocent, so fragile. But he reminded himself that it was either Jeannie or him. So he struck. With one hand, he shoved the basket at her with all his might. Jeannie stepped back, which gave him enough time to pull his gun. Moments later, he shot Jeannie, which dropped her to the ground. He was sure to hit her leg, not wanting her to die yet. Hopefully, Miles could snatch up Jeannie's cell and send Summer some persuasive pics. He would of course warn the teenager that if she called the cops, Jeannie would die. In truth, Miles feared that Mitch and Carlton were given the order to silence Jeannie. But he wouldn't think about that. He was only going to take things one job at a time. Jeannie got to her feet, which startled Miles. He instinctively shot again and kicked the basket out of the way so that he could enter the home, which smelled like cinnamon cookies.
Kaden, I don't like it,
Tim said, for what had to be the 20th time. Cade rubbed his brow, eager to kick this troublesome family out of his office. But it was past noon, and they were still there. It didn't matter that Doug had already consented to the deal. It had been easy, really. All Kaden had to do was send him a text that read, "Landon and Clara are staying on your territory for a while," for him to reply with an okay.
Tim, they both want to go. What is the problem?
Cade asked, as he made a show of turning on his laptop. Maybe they would get the hint.
What about school?
Clara's mother, Rachel, asked.
Clara may have to stay back a year.
They can transfer schools.
Look, Tim, Rachel, these two need this.
Don't you want your daughter's relationship with Landon to be successful?
Cade demanded, as he typed in his password.
When we return, I'm hoping to have a wedding,
Landon blurted out, which caused Cade to shoot him a glare. 1 second. Landon had the nerve to pull his phone out of his pocket. He read the text and rolled his eyes.
Sorry, that was Zach. He wanted to know if I wanted to hang out with him and Todd.
Landon lied. Clara stiffened. She recognized it from their bond. However, Cade didn't need a bond. He could detect the lie by Landon's heartbeat.
Anyway, I want to...
Landon paused as his phone beeped again.
Who is that?
Clara demanded, her jealousy apparent for everyone to see. Cade had finally had enough.
Clara, Landon, get out. I want you to start driving within the hour,
he ordered, his power slamming into the both of them. Landon and Clara stood, Landon seeming to enjoy the prospect of leaving. Well, he enjoyed the prospect until his stupid phone chimed again. After he read what was on the screen, he blanched. Jeannie was screwed. How the hell had a gun-wielding maniac come to her door? She didn't recognize the guy who had duped her with a freaking fruit arrangement. But she did sense that Blake was coming for her. Hopefully, he would do so in human form. She writhed on the kitchen floor as her body began the arduous task of healing from the 2 gunshot wounds. Miles, who hadn't yet noticed that both bullets had been expelled from Jeannie's body, sat beside her. He raised the gun again, obviously to look intimidating. He probably didn't know that Jeannie's instincts were telling her to shift and maul him. But she knew that she couldn't kill the stranger without figuring out who he was.
What do you want?
Jeannie cried. She hoped that she correctly portrayed the level of fear that was normal.
I want you to cooperate, and if you do, I'll let you live,
he said in a businesslike tone.
Fine,
Jeannie cried. She felt Blake's energy grow closer. He was going to come and help her figure things out soon.
Give me your phone,
he ordered.
Can't get up. It's on the table,
Jeannie lied. The man stood,
and retrieved her iPhone, which was unlocked.
"Stay still,"
he ordered. Moments later, the man began taking pictures of her with the phone. Why would that be necessary? After the impromptu photo shoot was finished, the man held on to Jeannie's phone. All she could do was sit and wait for her man to arrive. As soon as Blake was close, Jeannie would disarm the man.
"She isn't coming out?"
the man asked, frustrated.
"Summer isn't much of a friend. Maybe I should try something else."
The monster walked over to Jeannie's knife block. Her heart sank when he chose one of the long, sharp knives that her mother had recently added to her collection.
"Stay still."
Moments later, the man sliced her right cheek with the blade. Fear slammed into her gut. He would notice if that healed. The jig was going to be up soon. Crap!
"Oh, now she's coming out,"
the man said as he straightened. Then he shot Jeannie right in the chest before leaving the house. "What is it?" Clara asked as Kate's blood began to burn. That meant one thing. One of his packmates was in danger. He rose and ran for the door.
"Tim, Rachel, with me,"
the Alpha shouted. He could sense that Blake was near Summer. He had no idea why, but hoped to contact his beta on the way. Then magic slammed into his gut, telling him that someone shifted. He could sense the signature and realize that it was Blake's. Son of a gun. Was his holder in danger? Their bond wasn't fully formed yet, so Kaden couldn't tap into her mind to figure that out. But he had bigger problems. It seemed like the magic that was holding Jeannie to him was fading. That wasn't good. Cade ran out the front door and decided that running would be faster. He only lived a few blocks away from Jeannie. Plus, at this moment, exposure didn't matter. He sprang into the neighborhood just as Blake's wolf ran up to Jeannie's front door. Cade eyed the SUV in the driveway and frowned. It wasn't empty. "Secure the prisoners," the Alpha ordered Tim and Rachel, before running up the stairs and shoving the door open. He allowed Blake to bolt past him, knowing that his touch alone would heal Jeannie. A gunshot made Cade rush in, his eyes landing on a terrified stranger who eyed Blake with wide eyes. Thankfully, the shot had gone wild.
"Put down the gun,"
Kaden ordered, his voice filled with authority. Instead of obeying, the idiot pointed the gun at him.
"No,"
the man said, his tone hard.
"Fine,"
Kaden said, his relief nearly making his knees weak. Jeannie was healing, the magic that bound her to him, strengthening. Blake's touch did exactly what it was supposed to do. In turn, Cade would have to do his job. Using supernatural speed, he leapt over the kitchen table and collided with the man. He fell to the floor, his head hitting the floor with a thud. Kaden snatched up the Glock and swiftly unloaded the weapon. Jeannie's blood was still in the air, and it was making his wolf crazy. But before he could do a thing, a horrendous ringtone filled the air. Chapter 25. Bait. The doorbell was what aroused me from sleep. Figuring that it was Jolene, I padded out of my bedroom and ran down the stairs. It was when I hit the bottom of the stairs that my wolf clawed at my chest. It wanted to escape, but I didn't understand why. I opened the door and saw money-grubbing Larry at the door. My canines threatened to elongate, but I kept my instinct to tear out his throat at bay.
"Summer,"
he said, as if he were uttering a blasphemy. "Larry, what are you doing here?" I asked in a cool tone.
"Your father hasn't been at work,"
he noted. My father wasn't at work because he was taking longer to adjust to being a wolf. His body had been badly damaged when he was turned, and he mentally had to grasp the fact that he was now a predator. Since it was a Sunday morning, I still had another day before I braved school. "He has the flu," I said, rolling my eyes. He groaned.
"Is that another word for hangover?"
Larry challenged. "No," I said, trying to understand what this idiot wanted. Where was he coming from? Before I could bother to ask him what was going on, my phone vibrated. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, hoping that my holder was texting me, and froze. It was a picture of Jeannie lying on the ground. She was pale and crying. The next message, which was coming from her phone, stole my breath. "Jeannie, come outside, Summer, and I won't have to finish the job." My hands were weak, which made me drop the phone. When it landed, Larry snatched it up and cursed.
"You can't go out there. He's obviously going to kill you and that chick,"
Larry protested. His words made me come back to earth. "Give me that," I demanded. Larry shook his head.
"You're staying right here. We're calling the cops."
"You don't even like me. Wouldn't it benefit you if I were killed?" I reasoned.
"Just because I want what's rightfully mine doesn't mean that I want you dead," he said, rolling his eyes.
"Larry!" My words were cut off when my phone vibrated again. My wolf stirred, its anger at being ignored, making it difficult to keep my claws from making a debut. But I couldn't shift in front of this nuisance. "What did it say?" I demanded. Larry ignored me and quickly typed out a message. After he hit send, he eyed me.
"Summer, what kind of trouble are you in?"
Larry demanded. I wanted to respond with something like, "The kind that's none of your business," but then something occurred to me. My holder was on his way. Perhaps the safe thing to do was to stay inside the house, but I wasn't the kind of person that hid behind people. "Trouble that you don't understand. Give me my phone," I ordered. Larry sighed and handed it to me. I quickly read the text messages. "Jeannie, maybe this will persuade you." The jerk had taken a picture of Jeannie with a bloody wound on her cheek. Guilt swam in my belly. I knew that this had to be the work of Benny the bookie. Now that my sister was out of reach, I would be his closest target. "Me. Stop it. I'm coming out. Don't hurt her." "Really, Larry?" I asked as we both heard a howl. I ran to the porch and saw Blake in wolf form sailing onto the porch, followed by Cade. I was about to join him, but Larry grabbed my wrist.
"I'm pretty sure that the man with the dog will take care of your friend,"
he said, as we watched a couple approach the pickup truck. Each shifter ripped the doors off their hinges and pulled out two burly men. Larry whistled at the display of strength. The woman, a blonde, who had to be in her 30s, slammed the man onto the ground and put her boot on his throat. The tall, dark-haired man did the same to his partner. I could vaguely sense that the couple were pack. Larry was right. I didn't have to leave the house. But still, my holder was in that house, dealing with a threat. The phone vibrated in my hand. I looked down to see a message from Cade. "Cade,
I'm glad that you didn't fall for the trap. You were bait."
Me. "Larry is keeping me from going over there. What's going on?" Cade.
"I'll know more once I question the men."
Me. "I want to be there." Cade.
"No."
Me. "Kaden Drake, I am your equal. I am coming with you." Cade.
"What about Larry?"
And that was the million-dollar question. How was I supposed to get rid of Larry? Before I could tell Larry to leave, a car pulled into my driveway. I was going to curse until I realized that it was the pack minivan. Roxanne sped out of the van, her red hair flying about. I blinked as she mounted the steps. her eyes wide with panic. Before I could tell her that everything was all right, she pulled Larry's hand from my arm. Well, I guessed that was one way to be rid of Larry. I was just about to step around Roxanne, who now had a baffled Larry pressed up against the wall, when Roxanne shifted her head. I heard the sound of her teeth clamping down on his skin. Larry shuddered, then his eyes rolled back into his head. Roxanne gently lowered him to the ground and wiped sweat away from her forehead. "My holder was dying. I had to help him," she said, her skin going pale. "Holder?" I squeaked. This couldn't be real. I couldn't be dealing with this kind of crap. Money-grubbing Larry was Roxanne's soulmate? Yes, he was sick. It's within my rights. You can turn a holder without permission if they are sick, Roxanne said, as Kate strolled out of Jeannie's house with a man slung over his shoulder. Blake and an exhausted Jeannie exited next. Judging by Jeannie's damp hair and clean clothes, she had probably taken the time to shower. The couple loaded both men into the back of the car before the woman sat in the driver's seat. After the male patted Kate on the back, he got into the passenger side. Thankfully, Kate strolled over to me, his eyes hard. "We have a problem," I rasped out. "It turns out that Larry is Roxanne's holder." Kate glanced down at the unconscious man and groaned.
"At least this solves his money problems. There's no way he'll be able to live on his estate,"
Kate said.
"He agreed to the turn already?"
"He was dying. I could sense the sickness in him," Roxanne said.
"So, another life-saving turning. Great,"
Kate said, his sarcasm evident. Roxanne crossed her arms. "I will protect my holder at all costs," she huffed.
"It's a good thing that your neighbors all know about wolves,"
Kate said, when Roxanne's claws made an appearance. "Fine, you saved your holder. Great," I said to Roxanne, then turned to Cade. "I'm coming with you, Cade. I want to know why I was bait," I said, though I already had a good idea why. Cade sighed.
"I don't see the harm in it." "Pete,"
Cade called. It took a minute, but I heard footsteps pounding down the stairs. Moments later, my father joined us on the porch. He was dressed in his pajamas and a pair of socks. It was evident that Cade's bellow had woken him up. Pete blinked in surprise when he stared down at money-grubbing Larry.
"Roxanne had to turn Larry, who is her holder. He was dying of some kind of illness. Look, can you come with us? Larry is going to freak out when he wakes up,"
Cade said. My father nodded and rushed back into the house. A couple of minutes later, he returned, dressed in jeans, a t-shirt, and a pair of boots. Cade lifted Larry, and we followed him to the minivan, Roxanne shooting all of us glares the whole time. Cade and I sat in the seats directly behind the driver, who was a slightly annoyed Camille. My father sat beside Camille. Larry and Roxanne were in the middle row, while Jeannie and Blake sat in the very back. Camille sped toward the house without preamble, the pack mates driving the car that contained our prisoners following behind us. Since Jeannie's attackers were humans, Kate decided that it was best to put them in the living room. The three were tossed onto the couch, their bruised faces garnering no sympathy from me. My father, Roxanne, and Camille were sitting by Larry's bedside, waiting for him to wake up. The couple that had subdued the two burly men turned out to be Clara's parents, Tim and Rachel. They opted to go home, since their alpha could surely handle two humans. Blake, Jeannie, Kate, and I stared at them. The smallest of the three was the one who woke up first. He rubbed his eyes and blinked. Before anyone could say a thing, that horrible screeching ringtone sounded.
"Benny the bookie,"
the man mumbled under his breath. Kaden rolled his eyes.
He has been calling for the last hour. I figured that I should just let it ring,"
Kate said. The man eyed his friends and arched a brow. He was probably wondering how we had taken them down. "You tried to use me as bait," Jeannie said, causing the man's eyes to widen.
"What happened to your wound?"
he demanded.
I healed quickly.
"I'm a shifter. More powerful even than Benny the bookie," Jeannie taunted. I blinked in surprise. We were going to tell these people our secret?
"Even if they told someone, who would believe them, Summer?"
Kate asked me.
"They have no proof."
Cade pulled the ringing cell phone from his pocket and waved it in the air.
"So why did you stumble into my territory?"
Kate asked. One of the burly men, who must have been playing possum, stood and charged at us. Blake easily intercepted him and tossed him back on the couch. Then he extended his claws.
"I will use these the next time you move,"
he threatened. The man who had tried to attack us gulped. I smelled the scent of urine filling the air. His friend, who was a tad more built and had lighter-colored hair, shook his head.
"What kind of a mess did Benny the bookie get us into?"
he muttered.
"A big one,"
Cade responded.
"Now, why did you guys come here? And if you lie, I'll have Blake carve one of you up." "I hope they do lie. I want vengeance for what they did to my holder,"
Blake said.
"I'm not telling you nothing,"
The man that peed himself yelled.
I could tell that it was all talk. He would cave eventually.
"We were instructed to take Summer,"
the smaller man said.
"Benny the bookie has her mother. She won't tell him where Cheyenne is. Benny the bookie figured if he tortured Summer in front of her, then she would talk."
My mother never made it to Australia. Benny the bookie kidnapped her, and she was trapped. I couldn't believe what was happening. Cade wrapped an arm around me as anger completed with worry. "Mom," I softly said. "They have my mom."
"I know. We'll get her back, baby,"
Cade gently told me. Then his voice filled with hardness.
"And don't worry, Summer. Our new friends will help us get her back."
The end.
This has been Wolfin Falls, the Holder Series Book 1, written by Debbie Civil, narrated by Lauren Rodriguez. Copyright 2019 by Debbie Civil. Production copyright by Debbie Civil.